All right, all right, all right. What is going on, guys? J-Dank is back here with the one and only Pocket Mads. Maddie, how you doing today? Glad to be joined with you. Finally, this is like long overdue, I feel like. It's been forever since I got to cast with you. But I'm stoked to be back, dude. It's the Invitational Championship today. I cannot wait. It's going to be, hopefully, going to be a fun one today, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What's going on, Jay? I'm excited.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, we've been running these tournaments for like 3 months, you know? So that's sort of the story. So if anybody doesn't know what's going on today, it's the Invitational Championship. We have like a leaderboard that we keep that has like a point system, right? For every tournament, you know, depending on where these players place in all of these tournaments every weekend, they sort of get these points towards their point total. And yeah, we keep track of all of that, or Limitless keeps track of it. And because we're kind of wrapping up, you know, we're going into like the B2 sort of season. I do think that there's going to be a lot of meta shakeups. And again, we've been running tournaments for like 3 months or so. I figured it was time to sort of, you know, reset that, reset the rankings, go into sort of a new season. So this weekend is the Invitational Tournament. Everybody that is 18 points or higher, which is basically or effectively the top 128 players on our leaderboard. They were invited to the tournament today. It's going to be one massive single elimination bracket, but the matches are going to be best of 5. And the whole point of this, Jay, I guess, again, is to not only reset the standings and to go into kind of a new season, but also, you know, sort of do something special, I guess, for all of the players who, you know, we consider to be the, you know, the top players in the game and people who have been, you know, competing in our tournaments every weekend. So, you know, it should be really fun. And I think it's going to be really competitive. It's going to be something different, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that. I've been kind of saying with Taj over the last week, this is going to be like the Super Bowl of Pocket is how I'm anticipating it. But yeah, no, we're on the right now. I'm just scrolling through the details page. I was going over the list of invited players. There should be a whole bunch of familiar names in this list. If you guys are reading it at home here, I see a bunch. I see like iLuchin, Ziverum, SA, Bixie. I mean, I could go on and on here. This list is full, chock full of nothing but big names that we've been seeing over, like you said, over the last few weeks or a few months, I suppose it's been now, not just weeks.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I'm excited for today. Guys, we are running on a 7-minute delay, just in case you're wondering why we're yapping. We should be starting up here probably about 5 minutes or so. But yeah, for the meantime, I guess it's going to be kind of tough to say who we have available for games. I was going to say, do we have somebody we maybe want to look at for our first game here?
What's interesting, and again, I'm not very experienced with doing this all on Limitless. Like, we never really done this before. So I don't know how the seeding's going to work. I honestly think it's probably just going to go randomly. It's just going to seed this bracket randomly. I don't know if we have the ability to manually seed all these players, but technically speaking, I don't think we've done that. So it's just going to be sort of a random seeded bracket. And yeah, so I mean, again, we don't really know who's going to be paired against who until the bracket kicks off. But hopefully this works. And again, we might have some hiccups on Limitless. I think everything's set up properly. I don't really know. But
we've got a good team to figure it out if something does go wrong. So
yeah,
I think it'll go smooth. Knock on wood here.
Yeah, we just have like the one phase of the tournament on Limitless, which is the bracket. So I assume, you know, typically we do like Swiss, right? And then we sort of have a threshold for the bracket. But I think if we just do a bracket, it'll just automatically see things. You know what I mean? But a lot of players hopping in here on Discord. So the bracket is set to start here in just a few minutes. And, you know, we can pick somebody up here. There's a lot of people over in the Discord, right?
I'm glad we're starting to see a bunch of people start filling in on the Discord here. Gives me hope that we'll have a bunch of games to watch today. And yeah, just a reminder, guys, we are doing best of 5. So it'll be, I guess, first to 3 wins, right? Is how that'll work.
Yeah, best of 5. So the first person to 3 wins every match. You know, we'll move on, and every player is just playing one deck throughout the tournament, and it is an open deck list. So we should have all of the data and everything to show you guys as we get into it. But yeah, I mean, you know, we can. That was my next. Once the bracket starts, we'll
I was gonna say that was my next thought here is we don't necessarily know who's running what just yet until I suppose everything does go live for the tournament. But as soon as the bracket rolls out here, we should have a better understanding of kind of who's paired where and who's running what. And then maybe we can make a good decision on who we want to watch. I'm really interested to see what everybody brings to the table today. I would guess we're
Yeah.
probably going to see a lot of mac and cheese, people playing it safe, but who knows? Maybe somebody's saying, hey, I'm coming to Pocket Mad's Invitational Championship, and I'm bringing some new heat. I'm bringing some new cook. We'll have to see.
It's interesting, right? Like the format of the tournament's going to be interesting. You would think most people are going to play, you know, like whatever kind of top meta deck is. You know, there's a lot of safe bets in the metagame, whether you're playing Suicune Greninja or Hydreigon or Altaria. But yeah, I mean, I think inevitably, you know, some of these players, you know, some of these players might be people that bring those types of spicy decks or sort of, you know, fringe meta decks to the tournaments every week. You know what I mean?
Yeah. SA's been known to be one to bring like that Dragon Arcana every single week. Lately, I think he's been switching it up. But either way, SA's one that kind of doesn't necessarily go for that strict meta every single time. Either way, even if we do see a bunch of mac and cheese today, we're seeing the best of the best play mac and cheese. So like these players are going to be, they're going to hopefully be interesting matches like every single day today, or every single round today. Should be starting up here in just a minute or so. Maddie, you'll have to let me know too, just when everything pops up on Twitch and YouTube, just to make sure everything's good there. It should be, but make sure.
When it pops up, I'll make a post.
Yeah, I think we have about 30 seconds left on delay, which means we should be starting up the rounds here shortly as well.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the best of 5 is no matter what, right, there's going to be like RNG in the bracket in terms of what matchups you hit and things like that. But typically, or I guess theoretically, in a best of 5, there's going to be a lot more room to outplay your opponent, right?
Yes.
You know, in Pokemon Pocket, unfortunately, you can't determine like who goes first or second. So the more games in a set should have a little bit more skill expression. So
yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, you know, I assume we're going to see a nice balance of matchups, you know, determining games, but also, you know, how well the people play, which is going to be fun, you know. Tons of people hopping in here in Discord, which is good. The stream is now live, so let me go ahead and make I'll make the post here in Discord, and the bracket should be starting up, and I'll...
Okay. While you're doing that, we'll do a quick refresh on the details, make sure everybody's all registered. We've got 112 registrations out of 128. That's pretty good, I'd say, right? That's like a 90% average there for people showing up. So I'm definitely happy
to make it today, right?
I figured not everybody, but I'm really surprised and really happy with how many people actually did end up getting registered and signed up here, I guess. Out of the top, like I said, it's only going to be 128 people that were invited to this. So for us to get 112 out of, 112 registered, we'll see how many actually show up.
Yeah, so it looks like the bracket is ready to go, and I guess random people, probably just got to buy because there's
Yes, it does look like there's going to be, like you're saying, an awkward number of people here, so there are going to be a few people that do get the first round bye. If you did, congrats on the top 64.
Yeah, that's probably would have been the benefit of seeding the tournament, but we'll live and we'll learn, you know what I mean?
That's all right. I suppose randomness is the best way to go about it, right?
It's not the perfect setup. We'll figure things out. Like, I know Numa Tenale might be like the number1 seed, but he didn't get the bye.
He didn't get the bye. Oh, poor Numa.
Seeding, But listen, we can hop into whoever here. Anybody in the Discord here that you wanna watch. We can just hop right in.
Let's see. Who do we got? Who is sticking out like a sore thumb here? What the Sigma got a first round bye, so let's maybe not do that. Who else?
We have Wanwan.
Let's do it.
Wanwan is in here.
Let's do it. Wanwan.
Round 1. Let me check.
Yeah, I suppose that's a good thing to check here too. Wanwan. Yes, he is.
He is? All right. Let's do it. Let's hop into his game then.
Let's do it. All right. Give me just a sec here, chat. We're going to get everything popped up. Looks like he is just now getting his gameplay popped up here, so.
Yep. Perfect. Okay. Let me pull up the seating here. He's playing Godboy, top 128. So Wawan is playing Dark Greninja, and Godboy here is playing Hydreigon and Absol. So a nice little Absol, head-to-head here. Two flavors, two different dark decks, but it's gonna be fun. Again, best of 5. I feel like this is uncharted territory. I'm quite frankly very excited.
I like you said, I'm not really sure what to expect here. I'm hoping, like you were saying, that we see an expression of skill with the best of 5. Yeah, kind of like you were saying, more games, the better chance you have of not drawing double bricks or whatever,
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's the hope. There's gonna be some games in the sets where where some people just don't draw cards. That's how it works in Pokemon Pocket. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it should be fun, And I guess real quick, I can pull up the metagame tab just so that we can have it.
Perfect.
Just
Okay.
'cause I'm
Yeah, I figure we
curious.
maybe go into that after this round, or pop into that
Sure.
throughout the stream here.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Hydreigon, the #1 most played deck this week.
Really?
About 21% of the meta share. Suicune 18%. Dark Greninja third at 11.5%. Magnezone Oricorio 10%. Altaria Greninja 10%. But there's actually quite a few different archetypes that people are playing here. I see some Lopunny. I see some Blaze getting here. Some Charizard, Jolteon. Someone's playing Flareon Leafeon, which is pretty cool. So, interesting. It's going to be a fun time.
Yeah.
But,
Flareon
we should be
Leafeon
getting
is
into
one
our
I've been
first game
seeing
here
pop
soon.
up lately. There we go. I think we're just now starting. Let's get into it.
Let's go. Here we go. Top 128. Wawin? I never know how to
Wanwan?
say his
I
name.
think Wanwan, right? Wanwan?
Wawan?
Wanwan?
Froggy X Wawan playing God Boy here. Gonna be a lot of fun. Dark Greninja versus Hydreigon. The Invitational Tournament, or the Season 1 Invitational, is now live. We see the Froakie and the Darkrai in hand. One of the things about Dark Greninja, Taj, is that you really don't want to lead Darkrai. In fact, really the only Pokemon you want to lead in the deck is Chingling, but Froakie's definitely a close second, right, in terms of being able to get out of the active. But Godboy leading with the Dino. He is going first, so it's going to be one of those scary games unless we can research maybe into a Chingling and retreat into it. That turn 2 Hydreigon going to be a little bit scary
It's
here.
definitely a threat. Yes.
This is going to be the Poison Barb version here. 1 Nihilego in the deck, 1 Indeedee. So kind of a split. Oh, and he top decks the Chingling. You like to see that, Tosh. Or not Tosh, sorry, Jay.
So used to Tosh. No, that's okay. That's okay. I was just going to say that Poison Barb variant on Hydreigon been very popular over the last week or two, I feel like, huh?
Yeah, I think a lot of people... a Crobat got a little popular because of that. Like, it was a weird dynamic, right? So people started to play the poison version of Hydreigon, and then, then Crobat kind of popped back up, and it's weird. They both decks function very similarly, for sure. But Wawan's hand here, I like this start, right? So we have the Froakie, we have the Chingling, we have the Darkrai. So technically speaking, we can go into the Chingling and attack, and that's going to stop our opponent from, going turn 2 Hydreigon. But as we see, that Poison Barb is on the Dino, so we don't really want to do that because then the Chingling will be able to get KO'd. So you probably still want to get out of the active, but you can also hedge your bets a little bit and say, well, do I think they have the Rare Candy Hydreigon in that 3-card hand, or will they be able to get it next turn? Next turn we do have Rare Candy and Greninja in hand, which is always really nice, and another research. But the core of this deck really comes down to like the only Pokemon able to take KOs are going to be Absol and Darkrai, right? Those are like the only attacking options. And both are going to take a couple of turns to set up. So since we're, already discarding this energy to get out of the active, you're kind of just hoping Hydreigon doesn't pop off and go crazy on you this turn.
And it does look like they are choosing to do the stall tactic here, where they did not attack into the Dino here. They're just wanting to stay alive as long as possible. They said, hey, if you want to kill me, you're either going to have to evolve or 2-turn me.
Yeah, we see the Nihilego and the Absol come down, which is really good. And the attachment on the Absol tells us, of course, no Rare Candy Hydreigon this turn. So, Chingling lives to survive another day, and now this Greninja here is able to come out, and we can start committing energies to something. Likely going to be either the Darkrai or an Absol if we can draw into it here. I would suspect the Copycat's going to come out to see 3 fresh cards here. And I don't think we've yet to see a Pokeball. So, we could very well see that Absol this turn. It would be nice to get that set up. Cyrus, and there's
that Pokeball.
Jay, that's what we
there
said
we go.
here. And very likely, actually, pretty likely to be Absol. There you go. Look at that.
Absolutely.
Everything kind of working out fairly well. The only thing here that's not perfect in terms of the start for Wawan was that he had to discard the energy last turn. But still in a kind of a tricky situation in some ways. Because, again, if you attack with this Chingling, you're going to get KO'd by the Dino. Which is never super ideal. And we have the Cyrus in hand. So really next turn we can start to, go in and start attacking that Absol, right? That's sort of the strength of this Dark Greninja deck, is this Greninja Cyrus combo.
Wawan is running 2 Cyrus as well, too. So he can technically afford to do, like, even if he doesn't kill him the next turn where he Cyruses him in, he can afford to do it twice. So that's how I like running my decks lately, too, is double Cyrus, and then really just put that heat on whatever Mega is on the bench or wherever, force him to retreat back out, and so on. But we do see the Hydreigon make it out this turn.
Yeah. It's going to be a little scary here.
Yes.
Because, we can't Cyrus up that Absol and hit into it, but we're not going to KO it, right? And we definitely aren't going to be able to KO the Hydreigon, and we don't really want to attack it because it's got Poison Barb in play, right? Actually, no, we can't. I forgot to mention because the Rocky Helmet damage plus the Greninja ping. So we are technically able to KO this Hydreigon, but then Absol's going to be able to come in after the fact, which is never super ideal. And we're going to take the poison damage. So it's kind of a tricky situation here. Honestly, I think you have to just go for the win. You have to Cyrus up that Absol and attack it, and maybe just hope that you can draw into, something over the next 2 turns, meaning like the second Cyrus. You know what I mean?
I'm really liking Oh, go ahead. Sorry, finish your thought there.
No, you got it.
I was gonna say I'm really liking how the poison barb mechanics are like starting to force players to either have to retreat or commit and take that poison damage. But honestly, most of the time you're gonna end up having to retreat. Otherwise, you'll just be put into lethal. And it's an interesting way to get your opponent to lose their energy, I suppose, by forcing them to have to retreat that poison damage off. Now back to the game here. We're gonna see if Wanwan is going to. The fact that they put the Absol in the front here, I'm thinking they're probably going for the Hydreigon, huh? But maybe not. I don't know. Tough call here.
I don't know if you really can, because you have to really, that's what I was saying. You kind of have to attack the Absol, because if you hit this Hydreigon, you're going to take the Poison Barb damage. And even if we KO it, then the Absol comes in, and then they're going to discard our Cyrus. You know what I mean? So I feel like we have to immediately put pressure on this Absol and just really hope, because we can live at 1 hit from Hydreigon, right? So you have a couple of turns to draw the Cyrus. It's just going to be a little scary. He actually...
Oh, we are going in for it.
Very interesting. He hits the Hydreigon, which makes sense because he can't heal, right? So he's going to take this poison damage.
That Sabrina's probably pretty big there too, right? I would say. Yeah, maybe not.
Could be. It could matter in a couple of turns. But I think, both decks here are going to win by kind of KOing each other's Absols. And the second Hydreigon comes down, which is effectively just GG. What I don't really understand about that play was that, what was, even if they didn't have the second Hydreigon here, what was the play? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What was the eventual hope here? You know what I mean? It's just a really tough situation to be in. And the fact that he top decked into both Hydreigons there is actually kind of crazy, because this poison damage is going to tick for 20 at the end of the turn, so this Absol goes down. And that's really, again, why hitting into that poison barb Hydreigon was really scary. And in the same vein, we bring up that Absol and we hit it, then obviously that doesn't really get us anywhere, but at least it gives us the opportunity to win on the following turn. It's a very tricky situation to be in there. I just think Hydreigon is such a it's such a high roll deck. Sometimes it just
absolutely, and of course the opponent they're able to get that second Hydreigon with the last 2 or 3 cards in their hand, I think. So very fortunate for Godboy. Round 1 again going to Godboy here. Best of 5, folks. If you guys are just tuning in, it is going to be a best of 5 day today, so it'll be a long one, but it'll be fun. I'm excited to see how these best of 5 games actually work out. If you guys missed it, I think Maddie and I were talking earlier. Hopefully we see more skill come into play here and less RNG with the more games being played. So moving into game 2, we'll see if that's the case.
Oh yeah. Yep. We'll go into game 2. Hydreigon, it's probably, it does make sense to me why so many people played it right in a best of 5 single elimination bracket, because you kind of have to go high roll. Somebody in this tournament's just gonna get lucky, right? They're gonna draw well, and they're gonna have that advantage of
happens
having
every
good
weekend.
RNG behind them, right? So that's sort of the concept, I think, with the brackets. And whenever you're playing in a tournament like this, you gotta just play something with the high potential. And as we know, Hydreigon has that.
Me personally, this was my deck that I chose for ranked this season was Hydreigon. It was so fast, and being able to win games, like we just saw. You know what I mean? You can draw your Hydreigon, and then all of a sudden you win the game. So I was a big fan of it this season. I understand why it's definitely a little high rolly still, but again, it was fast games and sometimes fast wins.
Yeah. And this game here, a very similar, I think actually almost an identical kind of starting board state for Wawan, but he is going first this turn, which immediately puts you in a tough scenario. And this is sort of the thing about Dark Greninja, is that it's really inconsistent in the early game. You're leading the Froakie and you're going first, which immediately means you're either letting this Froakie go, or you're finding yourself in a position where you're just going to be down a lot of energies. And in the face of Hydreigon, who might just attack you on turn 2 for 130, you have to be really careful in making those decisions, right? Now we can retreat next turn, go into Chingling, especially if they don't find the poison barbs, right? We have the ability to actually attack with Chingling this game, because that's not something he really had the ability to do last game. But the rare candy in Greninja is in the hand, so you don't really want the Froakie to get KO'd next turn, so you probably do want to retreat, but then you're going first. You're down effectively double energies, which is really tough. So
they saved that last bench spot there. I'm curious why they did that. Was that for?
Well, flexibility reasons.
Flexibility?
I suppose,
I guess maybe they're. I don't know. The ninja's not dying this turn.
Well, yeah, so maybe you just to make the decision where you don't want to retreat out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like where you want to just let this Froakie go down. At this point here, I think he knows, well, since we don't see the Poison Barb, like going into Chingling is going to be the more effective strategy here. Just to guarantee that, the Hydreigon doesn't come out, right? So Chingling can slow the game down. It's just, with the Poison Barb on the active, you don't have the ability to do that. So I think he wanted to wait to see if that was going to be an option for him this turn. We are going to see the rare candy into the Greninja, likely a retreat into the Chingling to stall for a turn or two, and now we can copycat to draw effectively 3 cards, which is going to be really nice. And hopefully, this Greninja can stay alive for a couple of turns, right? Because that's also going to be a really big deal. So, again, the Chingling is really what carries this deck into the mid to late game. And if the Chingling's not effective, then the deck really is going to struggle to catch up, so we'll see kind of what happens here. I am curious here. I want to double check Godboy's deck here, who is playing one Zwilo. So he does have 1 middle evolution in the deck and double poison barb. So those are pretty scary cards here to see.
One thing I noticed
is the copycat.
Oh, I would have. I don't know. Would you have red carded there? I guess maybe you can wait. Since you are Chingling locking, there's really no need to necessarily throw it this turn.
Yeah. It's a great call. Yeah. If you do see the middle evolution, if you see the Zwylos come this turn, then is where you'll kind of pull out the hand disruption. But we'll see. You never really know, right? Because the Sabrina comes down, so he's gonna stall for yet another turn, which is kind of brutal, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say no energy on the side of Wanwan now.
Yeah, but does it really matter if he never finds the Zwylos, right? He's never really going to be able to do anything. So, he's stalling for a turn. It's a good time to use the Sabrina, but at the end of the day, if he doesn't evolve this turn, then the Sabrina doesn't really do anything. And this damage on the on the Greninja is not, of course, going to really matter. So, we'll see. This Absol, though, is going to be kind of ahead of the curve. So he is forcing a decision to do I stay in and just let the Greninja go down here, and commit the energy to the Absol, or do I retreat again? It's an awkward situation because we haven't left any space on our board for that second Chingling. So, whatever happens this turn, you might kind of be forced into the Absol if we're forcing our opponent into the Absol. He only has 2 cards in hand too, Jay. So you might just make the call and say, well, I don't think you have Rare Candy Hydreigon in your hand anyway.
That's what I'm thinking, right? I'd bet on the no candy, and then, but it's kind of scary. That Greninja is sitting at 80 health already. So if the opponent does decide to come in, they are knocking that Greninja out. And if you're left with no energy, I guess you could maybe retreat. You're going to lose your Chingling, but then you're going to be in the same boat where what's going forward, what's going into the active. Yeah, and they'll go into Absol on the fall. I guess it does. The math kind of matters because next turn you can attach to Absol, but then Chingling goes down. So then it's like, what do we do? For that. So I think he's going to make the decision, like I said, to just let this Greninja go down. Yep.
And the other thing you got to keep in mind here is that he might have a copycat in hand. He didn't play it last turn, but he might play it this turn, right? So, kind of hoping to get that Chingling lock out of play with Sabrina, and then, maybe do something on the following turn. So yeah, he's just going to go ahead and pass and do a little bit of chip damage on the Absol, which, to be honest, is the primary win condition for his deck, which is, bringing up that Absol, double Cyrus, and that's game, right?
Yep. And we are going to see that play. The Absol in the active spot now means that we can at least counter with the Absol that we powered up last turn. So I see why. That's not good though.
Oh yeah. This is the scary part here, is because like we saw last turn, like 1 turn of poison tick damage plus Hydreigon, will end up being enough to KO you. And there's the copycat, Jay, just like I said.
Copycat there. So, at least we didn't throw our professor last turn. That would have been even more devastating. But I guess it's not really going to matter. We do find the dragon.
No. He's got the whole board state here. And one of the big things why Hydreigon, I think, is actually really good. It doesn't, it's not the best deck, I don't think, in the meta. But Copycat has made so many decks that otherwise wouldn't be very consistent to be just extremely volatile, you know? A deck list like this before, you know, if they didn't have access to Copycat, Jay, would feel pretty bad in the scenario where you just kind of don't draw the cards you need. But Copycat means that, you know, eventually you're going to move through your deck. It's just inevitability. As we see here, he's actually going to go into the Chingling, which is interesting. But I guess he's going to try to just draw through his deck a little bit, try to get that double Cyrus in play. He's just stalling, I mean, effectively.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's really tricky, you know, because even with, you know, a second Greninja, if you were to draw into it, and the Darkrai damage, you still need Cyruses, and if you hit into this Absol, Hydreigon's going to be able to come in and clean up, right? Because we have no way to stop that poison damage. So this is, you know, a really tricky situation, which I think most of these games will likely just sort of get into. You know, this is the board state interaction. Oh, Froggedier's in the deck. That's interesting. And Rocky Helmet. Does this change anything, Jay? I don't know if it does. We have the Cyrus.
So the math be mathin'. God, it's still too early for me to run the numbers on this deck here. Let's see, Greninja. So it would be, I don't know. I don't think so. We're hovering the concede, so I think we know.
I just don't think he has
inevitable.
The turns. Because the Indeedee heal is actually what really matters here. Because if we hit into the Absol, Hydreigon will KO our Absol because of the poison tick damage. And if we were to go into Absol and hit here with Rocky Helmet, that wouldn't really change anything. It's really, really difficult. The Poison Barb is really what's going to make this just unwinnable in a lot of ways. Because you take 20 after you hit, and then Hydreigon hits you for 130, and then you take another 20. Coincidentally, that's 170 damage. So, you know, in the head-to-head here between the Absols, like the Poison Barb Nihilego is always going to win.
Yeah. I was going to say, would you have attacked last turn with that Chingling just to put in... I guess it doesn't necessarily matter. It's going to get healed off with Indeedee anyways, right?
Yeah, exactly. And there's nothing you're stopping from by item locking here. I think your win condition, honestly, at this point, is potentially to KO the Indeedee. So, I mean, theoretically, he could win the game here. It's just you have to like bring up the Indeedee and KO it with Absol, and not take any poison damage, and then do the same thing to like Nihilego. But as we see here, yeah,
we just lost our Cyrus. That's not good. Yeah,
I think that's
say goodbye to the Cyrus.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, this is the interaction, right? And this is why people play the Poison Barb Nihilego with Absol, because it just wins the head-to-head. You know, and I think it's a very good strategy. It's a lot of extra damage. The way that poison works is that it you know, if you initiate the contact per se, you're going to take an extra 20, right? So in a scenario where getting the first attack off might be very beneficial, now it's the opposite of beneficial. Now, you know, it kind of loses you the game here. He's just going to hit, but as we know, the poison's going to do its job.
Do its thing, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, in a world where the poison wasn't there, right? You have, you know, you have all chance. It's just the math doesn't work out very well.
Makes me wonder if we start seeing more. Like, I'm surprised we don't have any more Guzmas start showing up in decks with these poison barbs, because it seems like this poison barb, like you said, is literally the win condition here. It prevents you from being able to attack into anything, really.
Yeah, in this particular interaction, for sure. Guzma's a great card. I think one of the more underrated cards in the game right now. I think the issue with Guzma is that it's not a proactive card. It's like a defensive card. So most decks are just going to choose to play their own tool cards, right? So you kind of feel like you should be, if you're going to do that, you would take out maybe one of your tool cards to play Guzma. But in most scenarios, it's just better to play your own tool cards, right? And so it's an interesting thing, and there's no guarantee you're going to draw Guzma. It's a difficult card to try to slot into a lot of decks right now, with only 20 slots in your deck list.
I agree with that. As I was gonna say, the 20 card limit is every pack that drops, it just gets harder and harder to make decks, because you're trying to squeeze those cards into that 20 card limit.
Yeah.
What are you cutting out? What are you keeping? I kind of agree with that too. Is everybody is just running their own tools instead of worrying about Guzma. Maybe there's hope for what was it, Klefki, right? Is it Klefki, the one that you can add to the bench and drop and discard? Maybe there's hope for
really
Klefki going forward.
I really do like Klefki. It's searchable with Lysia.
It seemed interesting. When I first saw it, I thought we were going to definitely see more play than what we for sure haven't seen out of the card. I think I've seen it maybe 2 or 3 times in all of these tournament matches that we've watched. So definitely isn't getting as much use as I thought.
I think the big benefit to Klefki is in like Giant Cape formats for breakpoints because you can technically Klefki and play like a red in the same turn. So if you're going up against something that runs Giant Capes, it's a way to basically go plus 40 in one turn. Where if you're playing Guzma and red, you can only play one of them in one turn. So that's really the benefit to Klefki is like the additional reach in interactions where people are playing Giant Cape. In my mind, of course, it's going to be useful just in general, but that's like the big calling card as to why you would play Klefki and not just Guzma. You know what I mean? And you can front load it, like you can just bench it and then you can play it whenever you want to. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. It's an interesting card. Definitely has some room to see play at some point. But here we are, Jay. Game 3.
Game 3.
You know, again, I don't really see this going much any different way as we see the Absol lead with the Poison Barb right off the bat. So again, this is Hydreigon. It can brick. You know, it can. It has the ability to do nothing. But
yeah, I'm kind of surprised we ended up picking. I mean, this could potentially be sort of a blowout here. As I say, I'm kind of surprised we picked a blowout for the first round here. If Wanwan does, and especially like considering we're watching Wanwan. Again, this is going to be a crazy day of gameplay where we're going to see some of the best, but that also means we're going to see some of the best lose games and just interesting plays.
Yeah, man,
it's the
really
day.
Difficult. It's difficult in how we've constructed the tournament to really get around that. You know, like it's people are gonna say like, oh, like maybe next time you should do this or change it to this way, but like no matter what you do, like some people aren't going to like it, right? Because like, if, for instance, if we were to just do like a top 64, you know, those people in the top 64 might like it, but everybody in 64 through 128 would not like it, and so forth, right? And if we were to do 256, it's the same deal. If we technically were to add enough players and then just do it like a normal tournament with like Swiss in 2 days, then it doesn't really feel any different than a normal tournament. So you know, we'll go to the drawing board. Like, you know, it's all just for fun at the end of the day. So
I still feel like today has some special feeling about it. Well, like you said, we'll have to see how it all plays out by the end of the day here and see how it ends. But
whenever you have just like a single bracket, like it's very, you know, it's a run. Like any bracket is going to feel very much like that, where it's like sometimes you hit the right matchups, you go deep. Sometimes you know, you go out like a buster, you know, you can't really.
That's all you can do.
It, but
speaking of going out like a buster, at least I was gonna say, at least we get our Greninja here.
The Greninjas have been showing up. You know what I mean? They have been here.
Yeah.
And
which
you know.
Go ahead.
Win this with, can we win this with Darkrai? I wonder. Probably not, right? It's just the Poison Barb Nihilego is just here every game. I missed it. I was yapping, but Godboy ended up getting the full board state out just like immediately.
He has gotten that almost every game, I think, right?
Every game, yeah, every single game. He's had all of his Pokemon on the board, which you know is
understandable
you know,
for this deck.
Pretty fortunate.
Especially, I was yapping too, and I didn't see if he played a copycat to get this, or if this was just a couple Pokeballs and some good luck.
Yeah, we are kind of just was.
We're at the mercy of being like an energy behind on this deck. I feel like if we're Wanwan, maybe an X speed would be a good addition here. I don't know. It just feels like every time you start with the Greninja in the active here is you're losing too much energy. You're getting too far behind.
The thing here is that like if Godboy wasn't playing the Poison Barb Nihilego, then it wouldn't really matter, right? Because like that's the thing that makes this matchup feel poor, is that you never like. Even if you kind of come in late and you get the attack off, like that's what this deck does. It kind of comes from behind. You can't really do that because then you're just going to get KO'd on your opponent's turn because you're taking damage yourself by attacking with the poison, right? So it's like, it's very effective in this particular matchup, like particularly. And then we see the Cyrus get discarded, which is tough. I mean, this Absol's taken some damage. So it's going to take 40 more this turn. Wait, does he win? No, he's 10 damage behind. You know, but like theoretically speaking, like.
But wait a sec. Does he? If he attacks this turn, doesn't he die?
If he goes,
so he has to retreat.
He'll get KO'd. If Hydreigon is here. Now you can just go into. Honestly, the play here might have be to go into Darkrai and hit and hope that he doesn't just have Hydreigon. He actually
Copycat's Cyrus out of. Oh, never mind. It's right back in there.
Cyrus, I guess. Yeah, honestly, I think you have to. I think you have to go into Darkrai and like press the issue and say, hopefully you don't KO me with Hydreigon next turn, because if you don't, then I can actually just bring up Absol and KO it for game. But that's pretty scary.
Well, wait a sec. What if he just puts enough chip damage so he can put 40 chip damage? Oh, we got Indeedee on the board. Darn Indeedee.
Yeah, Indeedee's on the board. But yeah, and also like, yeah, I mean the math might work because we can do 40 here.
Wait, we are mathing here because then we have helmet on 2. That'll bring him down to 70.
Well, if he hits in the active, yeah, I guess maybe you don't go in this turn.
Right, and then the following turn he goes in with Darkrai, and if he doesn't attack here, if he retreats, he's gonna have the Cyrus still in hand, so we might actually have a win here for Wanwan. I'm feeling it.
I mean, I'm wondering because Indeedee will heal up to 110, which means Darkrai. Oh, but the Rocky Helmet. Yeah, you're right.
The Rocky Helmet. That's what I'm saying. The Rocky Helmet will put him down into kill range.
That's interesting, actually. So yeah, he's forced to retreat, which if he does, the game's over. Oh no, the game is over. Actually,
game is over. Okay.
All right. Cool.
Huh. All right.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
What? Godboy just didn't see that happening there.
I don't know. The math.
It was kind of a strange attack. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But yeah, no, the Darkrai will take the KO here, and that is the game. Maybe he just felt like if he goes into anything else, because like he did have Cyrus in hand, so retreating obviously was a losing play regardless.
Yes.
But no, because if he didn't attack, then he would never be at 90. He would be at 110.
That too, right? He could have retreated, and he had 5 cards in hand. There's a good chance. I mean, he either had a candy or could have been a miscount. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
that's the other thing with this deck is sometimes you don't pay attention to Darkrai, and you're like, oh, wait a sec, I forgot Darkrai has 2 energies on it now, and I'm, next turn it's coming in to get me.
Yeah, a lot of passive damage. Greninja pings, Rocky Helmet, Darkrai pings. Like, it's a slow burn deck, is what this deck is.
Yes.
Which, to be honest, would be really good. Like, this matchup is way better without the Poison Barb stuff. Because even if it's just a Rocky Helmet, you can hit, take 20, and then nothing can still KO you next turn. You know what I mean? Because, like, the poison isn't ticking again after your turn. So, like, you know what I mean? It's a big difference. The Poison Barb Night Lego is a big difference from Rocky Helmet. It's 20 extra damage, which coincidentally, is the difference for, Absol getting KO'd or not.
Well, yeah, and like I was saying, it kind of puts you in that position, too, where you're forced to either take that damage you can put into lethal, which obviously you don't want to do, or you have to then retreat and lose an energy. Yeah. So it's a lose-lose no matter what. I do like the... I've always been a big fan of Poison Tech, so I'm glad to see it make a comeback here.
Yep. Yeah, it's a bit more high risk, high reward, right? Because, I mean, you could lead Night Lego, which isn't ideal. You could just not find it, and then it's pretty much less effective than Rocky Helmet. Now we actually do see the Chingling lead for the first time here.
Here we go.
This is a big deal with Darkrai and Absol and Copycat in hand. So
could be a good start
honestly,
here.
Yeah, I would almost prefer to go first, lead Chingling, than
if you can lead Chingling like this, absolutely. Especially if you can get a Frog down on the board, that's even better. That way you can possibly get that turn 2 Frog evolution. So
exactly, yeah. And Hydreigon likes to go first, in most matchups. So
there we go.
The rare candy. Okay, so we're going to Copycat out regardless and just see 3 new cards, I think.
I was just going to say, rare candy, but it's going away.
I think you just do. I think you do.
I think you do. I think you have to gamble that early benched Froakie. I could be, I think I would.
I
me
would.
personally,
if it were me, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, and if you get more playable cards, that also protects you from the backwards reverse Copycat. Yeah, so Pokeball here maybe for the Froakie would be nice, and you leave 2 cards in hand, and your opponent has a less effective Copycat on his turn. Yeah, so okay, it worked out, actually. And if he does research or whatever, then we can Copycat next turn. The Chingling lock comes down. There's no poison barbs, of course, because your opponent went second. So this is ideal. This is actually an ideal sort of scenario here. And what's funny here, Jay, is that if we do potentially see the what is it, the rare candy Greninja this turn, we can actually KO this Dino because we can do 40 and then hit with Chingling. We will KO ourselves because of the poison barb, but yeah. I mean, this Copycat to 3 doesn't feel too good, does it? I think honestly I'm red carding here. I would red card.
You think?
And Copycat. Yeah. Just to take a card out of your deck. You know what I mean?
I agree with that. Yeah.
And then I might just attach Absol and then KO myself. Actually. But again, the poison bar stuff here. Yeah, because if you're proactive here, that I think that's more beneficial than not being proactive, because then they would need Rare Candy, Hydreigon, and Nihilego to really put that pressure on. He plays the Pokeball. Also, I guess playing a card out of his deck. The red card here, is he not even going to do anything? That's a crazy play.
If I played that Pokeball there, I think I would have committed to the play you were saying. Play the red card, then play the Copycat. Just thin the deck as much as possible and refresh
I think he's going to... But what do we go into here? That's what I don't really understand.
That's tough. Yeah,
the
you're
Chingling
right.
locks down, so you can just go into Absol and take a little bit of damage, I guess. But that doesn't feel super ideal. Maybe we just go into Froakie. No,
I think you're right. I think you just play the Chingling lock and say, you know, you're locked down. I'm going for it.
Right, and then we could red card on the following turn, like if he researches or something. Yeah. Okay. All right. You know, listen, we're doing it, but I'm still a little bit afraid of seeing Nihilego on the bench taking 20 and then also just taking the poison damage. Doesn't feel great, you know. I will say, because I mean we can KO the active or whatnot, but that's a lot of chip damage, and then even just a one Hydreigon on the back line is going to do it, you know. So you're really just banking on him not getting it this following turn.
We could go in with our other Indeedee, I guess, or not Indeedee, excuse me, Chingling.
We could retreat into Chingling. I don't know if that really gets us anywhere. I
stall
think you
for a
have to
turn.
just press the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't really need Greninja this turn, so you can play the Frogadier and then red card.
That's what I was just about to ask you. Do you think you're safe playing the Frog this turn, or do you want to go big and try to copycat into a Candy?
You don't need. I don't think you really need it this turn. I think you want to maximize the opportunity to draw Cyrus on the following turn to win off the Indeedee. And not even that, because like if you know what I mean, I think that's always the play. I think you evolve, you red card, you copycat, you see 3 new cards, you KO the Dino and hope he doesn't have Hydreigon next turn, you know, and then you kind of win if he doesn't, right? So, you know, let it fly, you know, send it. You gotta commit, and you can discard a supporter here, right? So no copycat. He's gonna play next turn, which
all right, we're gonna see right away. Does he have it in hand? Is there a possibility? There's the Cyrus.
Oh,
okay, double Pokeball too. That's game. Yeah, you're right, huh?
But making this plays weird, I guess, because you're not giving yourself a Cyrus this turn unless you top deck it.
Yeah.
So it's like I think he knows, because he's either forced to go into Dino and not evolve and get KO'd and then what, or go into Indeedee and then lose. You know what I mean? So it's like an interesting play.
Dino play might work if they have 2 Pokeballs. That means they can get their Absol going, right?
Going to Absol, yeah, but
maybe going to Absol.
Copycat. Yeah, he's gonna double Pokeball, have Absol, and then but here's the thing, Absol's not gonna do enough to KO. So, like we still have rare candy, or we still have like Greninja Cyruses in the deck to kind of just KO this Nihilego and or the Absol or the Indeedee. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, because the poisons, actually the Nihilego is going to matter here. So now you're forced to retreat. See, this is why I would have copycatted last turn, quite frankly. Because if we KO the Dino, we take 10 and then Absol hits us and then we lose to poison. So we have to retreat now. You know what I mean? So like, which you can't, because we have a Chingling pivot. So like, what I would do here is you have to retreat or else you lose. So you go into Chingling, you hit, and then... But then again, like we missed our opportunity to copycat, and we don't have Greninja on the board, so we can't really put a lot of pressure on anything, which is the tough part. And Indeedee will heal any damage onto this on this Dino. So we're kind of slowly creeping along. If we top deck a Greninja next turn, maybe we're fine. But it's a very tough situation here. What I might do is start attaching to the Darkrai instead of the
That's
Absol,
what I was just thinking too. Start building Darkrai up.
Yeah, he's just going to put on the Absol and then hit with Chingling here. It's just really tough because now we're playing off the top deck. I really do think we missed that opportunity, because if we had copycatted that previous turn, maybe we draw into Greninja Cyrus and we could just KO the Indeedee, that turn. You know what I mean?
I will say this is going to be a decent stall here this turn, right? Or at least we're preventing the
they can't KO
any Hydreigon. But I mean, they only had 2 cards anyway, so I don't think that was necessarily going to happen. But you never know. And then like you said, they can't really KO us. They had to set up the energy either on this Dino or on the Absol so they can make a play next turn.
Yeah. I definitely would have committed to the Darkrai if it were me.
Yeah.
Just to have that as potentially an option. Ooh, Research is really good right now. Really good because it's going to probably draw us into Greninja, and then we can effectively...
7 cards left. I love it when players click their deck first for me. I'm like, please click and see how many cards you have. I want to know. Yeah. And we did it. We did it.
But it did... So... we need a second Cyrus. This Cyrus is getting discarded by Absol next turn.
Ooh. And I think we already lost one, didn't we? Did we lose our Cyrus already?
Actually, will he go into... I don't know if he'll go into Absol here. Well, no, because... That's a good question. He still has a second Cyrus. But if he goes into Absol and that Cyrus gets discarded, then the Absol just comes in and then gets the first attack off on his Absol, and then the game is over. So I don't think Godboy can go into Absol next turn because he loses if he does that. So... I think you're safe here to just hit with Chingling and then Cyrus up like Ndidi to win next turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's really pressured here. This is a very pressured situation. You can't go into Absol because even with Ndidi and Greninja's, like you're not living 2 hits from the other Absol.
And we are going to see the Chingling lock again. We didn't kill Chingling last turn, so it is still around.
Yeah.
But we commit
focus
to
the active, actually,
okay,
which I don't mind here because it means that if he does stay into Dino, he can force it out that way. Like if Cyrus gets discarded, so that's a good play. Research comes down here. Could we see the Xylos that could protect him for the turn? But again, it won't matter because then he has Greninja Ping plus Darkrai plus 100 damage hitting for weakness with Absol to KO the Ndidi. But yeah, so here we go. We're going to go into Absol here, which is keeping the Dino alive, which means that we can set up for a 2-hit KO. And the Poison Barb actually does that pretty effectively. Yep. So if we don't top deck that other Cyrus, we lose the game actually here, Jay. The game's actually over.
Yeah.
Great play from Godboy to keep the Dino alive. And then go absolutely and make the pressure.
Absolutely. He didn't like, what's the word where he wants to like go commit too early or dive in too early. Like he played it. He stalled out with that Dino, and just waited for, I guess, the cards to fall. Yeah.
You got to go into Absol and see if you top deck Cyrus. That's actually the play. He doesn't. He goes into Darkrai. So he's gonna. He's gonna. Oh no, he can still do it this turn if because he can retreat.
He's gonna retreat, right? He's got one energy to retreat. So
Cyrus top deck for game here. No. Okay. Well, man, is there, because you're gonna get KO'd by Hydreigon on the following turn, and if you research here, he's just gonna hit again with Absol. And probably discard the Cyrus if you draw into it. So we're in a really tricky spot here where you want to draw all your cards, but not Cyrus. You know what I mean?
Not Cyrus. Yeah. I don't even know if I would play a card here, honestly. How many cards does he have left, I wonder? He had 7 last turn. Four hands? Or 4 in deck? There it is. Okay. He's going for it. He's going for it. Uh-oh.
This is nuts, dude.
Oh! First card.
That is actually game. Yeah, and no second Greninja, so. Or Froakie. So yeah, he can effectively just stay in and just hit, and the game's over.
Yeah,
I would think, because I mean, I guess I don't know. Maybe we pressured the Dino so that we're not really worried about the.
They can't evolve, maybe, or something. Is there a way to kill? No, there's no way to kill the Dino this turn because we lost our Cyrus.
Yeah, dude. No matter what happens, is this Absol is going to stay in and then hit you for and then discard the Cyrus.
Yeah,
you can't win. Unfortunately. Can you? No. No, because you can only cap out at 120. Unless, and he doesn't have a Rocky Helmet. Is Rocky Helmet still in the deck? Because that could have.
Yeah, it is. He doesn't have it.
Yeah, that's really
Super
tough.
Bonbon
really,
coming out.
So so man, that's just a really unfortunate sort of turn of events here, and he's gonna draw the rest of his deck here with Copycat. So, yeah, I think unfortunately, unless Godboy just for some reason retreats, which would be a crazy play. Even then, he can't win because we don't have the second Greninja, so we're capped at 120 damage. And no matter what we go into after this, it's going to get KO'd by Hydreigon. So this is effectively just GG. The Rocky Helmet would have probably won him the game. Or could have forced...
That's going to be the last card in the deck? One of 2 cards in the deck?
Yeah, the Rocky Helmet. Yeah, plus the Ndidi heal, which I did mention or I forgot about, which you know, you don't overthink. You just hit with Absol. You discard the Cyrus, and you ride out because at 150 HP you're safe either way. You were he was kind of forced to just attack that turn, or you know what I mean? Like it's just the sequence of card draws here was unfortunate for Wawan. I think they both played a really good game. It's a very uphill battle.
Absolutely.
The Poison Barb Nihilego plus the Ndidi is like a really crazy like aspect of this particular matchup. Like, you know, it's really tough for Dark Greninja.
So that final card had to have been the helmet then, huh? He had 1 card left in deck. Oh.
Yeah, it's the helmet. Having that even early in the game at some point would have made a big difference, but yeah, that's gonna be it. That's game 4. So Godboy moves on 3-1. Shout out to Wawan. He played great. Just a really tough matchup. You know, brackets are like that. You know, that's specifically the Poison Barb Nihilego and Ndidi stuff is gonna be really, really tough to deal with. So
nothing today was gonna be easy, right? We've got the best of the best playing against the best of the best. So nothing today is gonna be an easy win. You're gonna be fighting
have to
for
get
it.
quite fortunate to make it through this bracket. I'll tell you that.
Alrighty. I guess we can see if we can hop into another game here. Yeah, shout out to both players there. Grats to Godboy, and again, shout out to Juan. We'll see you next week, I'm sure. In the meantime,
here.
Yeah, let's see.
So,
what are you gonna say? With
all top 64s are seeing play, other than just a couple. So,
okay.
We could hop into like a previous, like a top 64 that's already running, or we could wait a minute and then hop into like a new one. Like Cranfire and Elo Marker are both 2-2, and they're going to be going up against Imp Frozen in top 64. So we could wait for that matchup to finish up. Is Frozen screen sharing actually in Discord? In Discord, I'm curious.
Let's see.
Because I would like to start. He is actually. So I would like to start games like from
the fresh point of view
from the beginning.
Okay.
So
yeah, let's
how
do
about
that.
this? What if we hop over into Frozen's POV and just wait a couple of minutes until his top 64 opponent comes in?
Let's do it. I'll meet you down there.
Cool. All right. So the first round of the tournament here has gone by. Best of 5, man. It's a curious thing. It really is. What it does do, Taj, is it makes bad matchups probably a little bit more substantial, because if it's best of 1, technically any deck can beat any deck, but when it becomes best of 5, if you queue up into something that's a really bad matchup, it's going to be really tough to win a best of 5.
To pull, exactly. You're not gonna. You have to get that third game of being lucky against those rough matchups.
Right. Exactly.
That Poison Barb was absolutely destructive that last game. Every time it was preventing them from attacking and not putting themselves into lethal. So, again, those certain matchups where, like that Poison Barb preventing you from being able to attack, I think is just going to shut people down. I think we might still see some blowouts today like that. At least Juan was able to get that one win. I'm kind of glad we didn't see just a straight shutdown of that deck. He did still show that there is ways to navigate into a win, obviously, right?
Right.
We'll have to see, though. Yep. I watched a video from Shigun, the Japanese player that, I think we've all, at this point, accepted as being the number one. He ended up putting out a video, I think yesterday or whenever it was, but he was saying that the Hydreigon Absol with the Poison Barb was like his favorite deck of the season, I think, or like the best performing deck of the season for him. I don't know. Tough to say with the translations there, but he did like. He's
always on the Hydreigon train. He's always on it. Some people have the ability to just sort of draw. Like if you're feeling lucky, like if you feel like the game gives you the cards you need, like Hydreigon's a great choice because it's
could never
really,
be me.
Really, yeah. It's definitely not a weak deck. You know what I mean? Its upside is absolutely crazy.
While we're waiting on this game to start up here, I popped us over to the standings page. Did it pop up, or is the game going now?
So Cran has moved on. Cranfire beats El Marco in top 128, so he moves on to fight Imp Frozen here in top 64. Cranfire is playing Suicune Greninja. Imp Frozen playing Suicune and Gyarados. So should be pretty fun. Nice little Suicune. The battle of the Suicune decks.
Here we are. Cranfire and Imp Frozen. Alrighty.
We saw Battle of the Absol variants, and now we're seeing a Battle of the Suicune variants.
There we go.
What are your thoughts here, Jay, on this on the Gyarados Suicune deck? I think a lot of people.
Hold up. I want to see what they're running here for. Is there any variance here between these two players? I'm curious. Let me see. Well, wait. Yeah, we've got one player. I guess I didn't even see this. Frozen's playing the Gyarados deck? Interesting.
That's what I just said. Yeah,
so that you're saying, okay, what do I think of the Gyarados deck? Yeah. I myself haven't played it much, but it's one of those decks where I think that's the advantage to it too, is a lot of people haven't played it or played into it even very much. So I think that Gyarados can kind of take you by surprise a lot of the time, where you just are, you lock yourselves into a spot where you're like, I forgot that Gyarados is going to come swinging for 140. I believe it does, right? 140 top.
Yeah, 140. Yeah, 140 is a lot of damage. It's I do like it. I think a lot of people really count out this Gyarados deck because they maybe at face value it doesn't seem as good as Greninja, because we all know Suicune Greninja's broken. You know what I mean? But this is what I call ethical Suicune. This is the ethical Suicune deck, where it feels like a really fun, creative archetype that isn't it feels fair when you play against it. You know, when you lose to this deck, you're like, wow, like that's a fun, cool deck, and they played well, and it's got some extra skill expression. You know, like knowing the math on Suicune is always a skill expression in itself, but also, you know, maybe taking a hit with Suicune, retreating into Gyarados, and then attacking with Gyarados to discard that damaged Suicune. There's a lot to the deck. Like, there's a lot of really interesting plays, and I think that this deck definitely rewards very skilled players. You know, it's a very rewarding deck, which is cool.
One thing I think Taj and I watched, it might have been last week, the week before, but I do think we watched a Gyarados match where they kind of gassed towards the end of the game there. I don't remember what they were playing into, but I think it had to have been like a 3 prize pointer deck. But again, they were kind of gassed by having to sacrifice things with the Gyarados by that third, by the time that third kill needed to come around, they didn't have anything left to discard to power up the Gyarados. So.
Yeah, Gyarados is definitely not the most sustainable attacker in the game, but it's a very explosive attacker, right? It's one thing that Suicune and Greninja can't really do is hit for 140, pretty early in the game. So anyway, let's get into it here. Top 64, Cranfire versus Impfrozen. The battle of the Suicune variants here. It's gonna be a fun one here. Manaphy lead. Which, again, this is a deck that utilizes cards that we don't typically see, right? Manaphy's not a bad card, and I think a lot of people have counted it out in a lot of ways. It's a strong card. Plus 2 energies is really good, especially going second.
I was just about to say, I think people end up, like, when you go first with it, that's where it hurts, is when you're stuck in the active spot and you're not able to attack that first turn and get that 2 energy going that first turn. So that's my personal reason on why I don't like running it. Or, well, I shouldn't say I don't like running it. It's good when you can combo it in a scenario like this. But it always feels bad when you get stuck in that active and you can't attack with Manaphy that first turn, wishing you had the baby instead.
Yeah. But, the nice thing about it is that, we have 2 attackers in the deck that both have double energy in their attack cost, right? So Gyarados, we can set them kind of both up in one turn here with Manaphy. Smart play from Frozen here. You're going to see a lot of really intricate things, which is the fact that he did not bench, as you'll see here, of that third Pokemon, because he knows at some point he's going to go into Suicune, and he doesn't want to get KO'd. But Cranfire here actually committing energy to that benched Froakie, which is telling us kind of everything we need to know here, Jay, which is that he's got that Greninja, rare candy ready to go next turn.
Yep.
Which is a strong play, but a very telegraphed play whenever it happens. But no Gyarados yet in the hand, but Suicune comes in, does a lot of damage, and is going to draw that extra card. We don't see the Gyarados this turn. But what we might see here is, of course, the ability to just retreat, go into Gyarados, hit for 140, and then discard this damaged Suicune, which, doesn't leave it open to be, to get KO'd, right? So that's the interesting thing here. When you do that, you are discarding the energies as well, so it's maybe not the most effective strategy. Depending on what happens here, he does actually have Cyrus in hand, Jay. So, he could just kind of bring back up the Suicune and KO it. But the issue here, the glaring issue is that, this Greninja has 170 HP with Indeedee. We're gonna have to, deal some damage to get through this. We top deck the Gyarados.
There's our guy. There's our guy. I saw that happy mouse spin there. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh yeah, because guess what? Gyarados here is going to be able to live a hit from anything.
Yes,
he's got 130 HP. So just a really relevant thing here. I'm actually really liking this play, which is that he's going to stay in.
Yeah.
He's gonna stay
you
in,
think? Okay.
Yep,
that took me by surprise there. I was actually thinking he was gonna retreat into the Gyarados, hit the kill with Gary, and just power up the Suicune on the bench. But this works too.
Yeah. So what happens here is that you let the Greninja come in and you hit. The only scary part about this is that that he's probably might get the other Greninja out this turn, and he might have Cyrus, which is of course probably gonna win in the game because this is Greninja high roll, double Greninja. Okay, Cranfire drawing all the cards. He's got every card he needs. But I guess, so at the end of the day, this is tough. This is a tough one, right? Because
it's a tough one.
If you go into Gyarados here, so if he has Cyrus, you lose, which, is kind of likely.
It's inevitable.
But he set up everything he needs to here to actually not lose the game in some ways. Because, again, Greninja Cyrus is its own thing. But this Gyarados, theoretically here, can just come in, hit, discard the damaged Pokemon on the bench, and then, and then live a hit.
I'm kind of curious, actually, why the opponent chose to chip the Suicune. I think maybe the better play would have been to chip the Gyarados here, right?
he's got Cyrus in hand. Like, there's no question there.
I guess that's probably true. That's probably why he did it. There's a Cyrus sitting right there, ready to go, huh?
Yes. No. 1,000,000% he has.
There we go.
Which,
so we're getting rid of whatever you're going to try to Cyrus. Yeah.
Exactly. And again, this is what comes down there. This is what this matchup is. It's like what are we doing? You know what I mean? The Mars to 1 though is a strategy.
That is gonna hurt. Oh, we got something.
Kind of crazy. Well, yeah, but he's just gonna go into Suicune. So you need the Cyrus top deck. It's man, I bet he had Mars and Cyrus in the hand. So he was like, whatever.
If he does top deck the Cyrus here, how much is that? That's enough damage to. Does he have a second Cyrus? No.
No. It's not. But he can attack with Suicune this turn. So he can. So that's hey, listen. I think both players really kind of had the quality setup. It's just, when you have double Greninja, double Suicune, indeed, at the end of the day, it's quite difficult. He is going to be able to Sabrina for game because everything is KOable. Well, actually, not everything because you need.
Oh, there it is.
But he's not going to be able to KO Well, actually, Suicune can't KO. Because he doesn't have the amount of bench Pokemon to KO like an Indeedee or a Greninja. That's the difficult part.
Oh, that is rough.
Yeah.
That Mars, honestly, huh?
Yeah, the Mars got him. Mars got him. And, of course, that he was able to utilize Greninja EX on turn 2 and Water Shuriken Greninja. It was a really, So
this is kind of what I was saying at the beginning here. I feel like this deck can just gas out where you're like, okay, now I got here, but now where do I go? You know what I mean?
Well, listen, when you're going up against Suicune Greninja and they get every single card they need to in order, it's going to be hard to win. There's no way around that.
That is, it doesn't matter what deck you're playing.
Yeah, if Greninja EX wasn't a factor on turn 2 that game, it's a completely different game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And he's only playing one of them in the deck, so this is best of 5. So can Suicune go perfect board state 3 games in a row? We'll see. For sure. But, both players playing very, very well. And actually, both players kind of got the exact scenario that they wanted. The Mars to 1 was a massive factor, right? So we got to assume that he probably had Cyrus and Mars in hand just by the way Cranfire played that turn and the decisions he made. With the tools he had available to him, I just don't know how he was ever going to lose that game, quite frankly. Anyway. Interesting starting hand for...
moving into game 2, Frozen kind of has a tough start here. Going first, Manaphy in the active. At least we have Alicia.
Yeah, Alicia's very good. Suicune lead going second, of course, pretty ideal for Cranfire here. We do see the Mantike and the Magikarp and the Suicune, so we're going to be able to do things, but this Manaphy will be getting KO'd, so we need some way to revenge KO, and that's the other difficult part here is that the Suicune with a giant cape goes to 160, and we don't really have a way to revenge KO this. Now, you can go... Manaphy into Gyarados and then finish with Suicune. It's just a little bit of a less volatile line, there to make that happen. But this Manaphy will get one attack off. But like I said, it's going to get smoked by the Suicune. But if we don't see the giant cape, then maybe Gyarados comes in and just does the job. So that's, a possibility here, which would be super ideal because then it leaves Cranfire with 0 energies on board. A lot of cards in hand. Rocky Helmet's really good. So that actually protects from the cape. Quite frankly. Now all we need is one extra basic to be able to hit for 140 on the Gyarados next turn. I
love the Sabrina play.
Dude, early Sabrina's so good into Suicune. Yes. One of the things that was kind of forgotten this season, I think, is that, those repels and those Sabrinas, they really do kind of make the difference.
Absolutely.
In this matchup a lot of times. So I love this, I love this play. Next turn we can just retreat, again, because Manaphy's broken, and we can just retreat and go into whatever if we want to attack. So if you know what I mean, if we don't see Greninja EX, he either stays in with Froakie, gets KO'd, or retreats into Suicune, doesn't attack, and then gets KO'd by Gyarados. You know what I mean? So
all right, here we go. No EX.
Very good. No, but you're probably gonna want to. Well, this is really tricky. The Sabrina really puts him in a bad spot.
Yeah. Here. With no cape here, we're saying goodbye to Suicune, and then okay, we got another one on the board here.
Suicune's fine. I mean, you can't stay in.
No, absolutely not.
I think the 0 energy Suicune.
That makes sense, right? Sacrifice your one that has no energy on it.
I don't love the play, man, because this thing's just getting smoked by the Gyarados.
The
research top deck is pretty nice. 140 is a great number, guys, especially into the Suicune matchup. Mantike,
absolutely,
and another Gyarados is nice. I'm definitely just going to retreat here into Gyarados and take the KO. And, probably or potentially not even get revenge KO'd, which is kind of crazy. But he is going to just have to discard everything, which is really tough.
But you know what? Into a Suicune, it's almost good. Now the Suicune's only hitting for 40 damage unless they put something on 60 damage if they put something on the bench.
Yep, exactly.
So
you know, there's some upsides here. It's just, again, we are definitely reliant on drawing some Pokemon.
That's, yeah, sure. I was going to say, now here comes the part where we end up gassing ourselves. We do have to draw into some Pokemon. I think, did we draw that Lissia or play that Lissia first turn? I think we did, right?
Could get Mars to 1 again as well.
Oh, Mars to 1 would be
GX
painful.
Comes down, which is going to be a tough one to get over here. Suicune's going to hit for, he's not even going to attack this turn.
Okay.
Which is hilarious, because now you're never able to KO next turn. Like, I feel like I would have rather just hit for 40, that way I could have KO'd next turn, because now you're going to give him 2 more turns to set up.
Yeah.
That's nice. A nice little basic there. I think here we hit and don't discard anything. Or maybe discard 1. What do we do?
Maybe
there?
1? How much is that going to do?
Yeah, the 1 discard. Wow. Does he play? So he's not playing
60?
Fishing Net or Fisherman in his deck. So how many Pokemon does he have left? He
He
does have a Pukeu, a Suicune, and a Manaphy, I believe.
Another Manaphy, yeah. And another Magikarp. No, that is the second Magikarp on the board.
Yeah, yeah. And I think we've already done double Mantikes, so I think he's only got like 3 Pokemon left in the deck, which is a little scary. But you know, he's living a hit here. Like, he's like, you know what I mean? Like, you're kind of
at that, and he can go into his other Gyarados if needed. Oh, there's Manaphy.
That's
okay,
really good. If we just top deck Pokemon this whole time, like, we kind of win, I think, because here
he gets it next turn, I think, right?
Well, so the Gyarados is going to go down.
Oh, never mind.
So what is this deal? 60 plus Indeedee heals? Yeah, he needs two basics to win. I don't know if he can do it, actually.
I don't think he can do that, right?
The Greninja X is just a lot, man. It's a lot.
Not only that, but he can come in with Suicune, honestly, and kill with Suicune, then require him to have to Cyrus you to get the kill.
Well, he has Cyrus in hand, I guess.
But then how's he going to draw 2 cards, though, is my thought. If he does that, then he can't draw the 2 cards and Cyrus.
We've yet to see the copycat, have we? So
yeah, I don't think no copycat yet.
Copycat in deck. Irida.
Irida does not help.
Well, so does he have enough Pokemon? He needs 3 basics. I don't know if he has 3 basics in his deck. Greninja EX, Irida, Indeedee's obviously going to be really, really devastating for Gyarados. It's just not. It's the one thing that your strategy just doesn't really account for.
Yeah, exactly.
Something this powerful. And it's come out both games. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Suicune, it's kind of inevitable. If you go into the mid to late game with Suicune, like, they're gonna have it. Yeah, and I don't think he has enough Pokemon. I don't think he can win here, unfortunately. I could be miscounting. Maybe just copycats and draws 3 basics, but I don't know if he has. He's got Suicune, Pukeu, and I think that's it.
I guess you're right. That would be the only other win condition here is he has to top deck 3 basics somehow with a copycat. There's one of them. Yeah. Not enough. Yeah. Well, hold on, though, because what if he... No, I guess they have Cyrus sitting there waiting, huh?
Yeah, he's going to get KO next turn. I guess maybe you just don't bench anything and you hit the Suicune, but, like, that's the thing with Gyarados, you know what I mean? It's like, it's sort of meant to one-hit KO Pokemon. He just doesn't... Greninja EX is what's really going to stop him from doing what he wants to do.
Oh, absolutely.
And we have seen that Greninja come out multiple games in a row, which is really tough. So, hey, 2-0. Cranfire goes up 2-0. The old Suicune Greninja. Yeah, it's tough. There's a world, too, where, like, that early Gyarados play does work out for him. Because, like, that early, like you said, it can kind of gas out. But if you can KO that Suicune turn 2, then if they don't get Greninja EX out, like, it's pretty likely we can just KO whatever comes up on turn 3. You know what I mean? So that early pressure can be useful. It's just you have to hope Suicune doesn't just, Greninja doesn't just draw into everything they
say
need.
Goodbye to, all that effort. Exactly.
Yeah, we didn't even see the Mars that game, too, which is obviously something that can be very devastating for Gyarados, is getting Mars. But anything can happen here. Honestly, this I mean...
That is true. This is a very extremely high roll deck, so...
Yeah. He goes first this turn, this game 3, which is, a little tough. Does lead Mantike, Suicune, and Magikarp, and we have Cape and Copycat. So going first...
If you had to go first here, this is probably your best first starting hand, right? If you had to start first... Hey, and they're starting Whims, Indeedee.
Hey,
I'm about to say, the Whim is here. I don't even know who that is. There we go.
I'm liking what we see here. And the Pukeu here. Let's cape the old Suicune, maybe? Why not?
Or Gary.
I don't know if it really matters. Well, so, yeah. I think what he's going to do is probably just try to go Suicune into Gary.
Wait a minute.
Typically better.
Aren't putting the Pukeu down? What are we looking for?
No, you don't really want to. You don't really want to bench the third Pokemon, like, because like, you don't want to get KO'd by a Suicune. You know what I mean?
Okay, I like
So
it.
it's like,
I
you'd rather
agree with
just-
that play.
Yeah, and you'd rather discard something. Oh, he's actually gonna.
But
so
we're
he's
gonna do it
push
anyways.
Pikachu.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't know what that was about. Maybe he just didn't want to discard Pikachu, or just didn't want it on the board. I guess I don't know. Oh, he's gonna set up the Gyarados. Oh, yeah. So this is what I'm saying. He's just gonna KO this.
Wait
Indeedee
a
next
minute.
turn.
Wait a
if
minute.
it's
Yeah, I was gonna say
Suicune.
we could have a real quick game here.
He
Obviously-
needs Suicune and Cape. is what
Yeah,
he needs
he's
here
gonna
to
have
not
something
get
on the
smoked.
board here, but it's still gonna put him in a tough spot, right? You're either gonna have to sacrifice
Yeah.
this Indeedee, or you're going to have to start energy like
Zero
with an energy
energies.
behind. Yeah, and you're still
Yeah,
sacrificing your Suicune.
And if we don't see a Froakie, that's pretty brutal. Yeah, he does have Cape. Yo, he's got it.
Cape-
Yo, but
Cape
but
happens.
it's crazy. This Indeedee still goes down though, so I think it's
Oh, yeah.
still a losing scenario either way.
Oh, and we've got
I
Pokemon for
think we
days.
I think we. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to get Marsed, I guess. That's the scary
Whoa.
part. We do got a lot of Pokemon, don't we?
And this is a good hand to
Um,
get Mars. You're right.
Honestly, I don't even know if I want to KO the Indeedee this turn, but I think you do anyway. Yeah, whatever. You know, Mars.
You know what? You do that though,
But
and
then
then
you
the
cape the
Suicune's.
Suicune.
Oh wait.
But but if you don't KO this turn, he can't attack you next turn. So it's like
That is true.
you'd
Okay,
almost
I like
rather
that.
Not, you know, because like then you don't want to discard the Suicune. And next turn we only have to discard one Pokemon to KO the Indeedee. So I do like this play. You're giving him
or
another
if they
turn to get a
swap
Froakie and
into
stuff, but-
Suicune, then we can just go big and knock him out, I guess, huh? Well, no, the
Well,
cape
yeah.
kind of prevents that though. So you might have to two-shot the Suicune then and keep your Suicune on the bench.
Well,
Very interesting.
here's
I
the
don't
thing.
get.
We have
Yeah, go
we
ahead.
have Magikarp and Gyarados, so like a Sabrina top deck would be really nice. So he is gonna retreat, which you know
You
is
live.
fine because we can just hit the Suicune for whatever it is, 60 or you know. Oh, the
Ooh.
Cyrus. I think we
He's
still
like-
get the damage off.
Do
on
we
the
do it
Suicune.
now? Do we do it now?
We're doing it. We're doing it. We are doing it. I guess you know.
I think this
Bird in
makes
the hand
sense.
is worth
Get
two in
your
the bush, you
get
know?
your kills early. I maybe
He's
would have
gonna-
put some Pokemon.
This is so
I guess
smart
you can.
though. He's playing so well because you can KO here, and then now
Yeah.
Suicune can only hit you for like 20 damage.
60
or
damage,
60
I think.
damage.
Yeah, but and that's
Yeah,
what I was
dude.
gonna say. Why not put more Pokemon on the board so you don't get Mars? But then the counter to that is what you were just saying. Do you want to get hit for 120 or do you want to get hit for 60?
I think the recipe here is that we haven't seen a Froakie or a Greninja,
Ooh.
and it's like turn 4.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, you know, but the Cyrus is down. So what you do here, I think, is that you bench Magikarp, and you attach to it, and then you bench the
Sabrina
Suicune.
wins
Oh,
the game.
oh.
It doesn't matter. Holy
Let's go.
moly!
Here we are. We were just talking about it, and listen, it came to fruition.
I
You know, if anybody's-
I think
if
I
anybody
thought
was
that one into
doubting this deck-
existence. Yeah.
If anyone was doubting this deck, then it's, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I probably called you, the chat's loud. I probably called you Taj like a million times.
I think you did a couple times there, but that's all right. It was funny.
Don't worry about it, man. It's, listen, you know.
Hey, same
it's
thing.
just a force of habit, dude.
It's the same thing on my end here too. So
I'm also not looking at you. You know what I mean? Like, cause like I'm looking at the game.
people don't understand that, and I try to tell that to like I was telling that to Taj the other day too. I'm like, it's so weird where like it looks like to the viewer, it kind of looks like we are talking to each other, right? But in reality, I can't see you talking and you can't see me talking. So like if we interrupt each other, it's always never intentional, folks. I know a lot of people sometimes complain, they're like, you guys interrupt each other all the time. It's like, well, we're not in the same room talking to each other. It's kind of hard. It's
Right.
like, imagine
Yeah.
being on a phone call with somebody for 7 hours and never interrupting them once.
Right. Man, interesting though. I mean, I think that tells everybody, I think, anything they need to know about this
Yeah.
matchup, right? Which is that, you know, both
I-
decks can just win.
I looked at Frozen because this is top 64, which means Frozen did win a game to get here, right? And I looked back.
We're gonna buy. I don't know.
I looked back. He did knock out a Charizard player, but that makes sense, right? He probably had his way with the Charizard deck.
Yeah, probably. That's a tough one because you can just KO the Entei.
Entei, no matter what. Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of over. Then you're like, but yeah, no, I really like the Gyarados deck. I mean, you know, I think a lot of people take a lot of small plays for granted, right? Like, how many times did he not bench certain Pokemon? Did he not discard that Suicune in that turn? Like, there's so many small things that this deck does that are decisions. Like, and people, again, they take it for granted, and they think, oh yeah, I mean, obviously that's what you would do. But like when you're in the game,
Yeah.
and, you know, and, like it takes experience with the deck, takes the
It's a good
know-how.
start.
Oh wow, yeah, it's back-to-back Indeedee leads here for Cranfire.
And he's going first, too. That's not great either, huh? So he's going to have the
no.
energy
No.
advantage. Well, Frozen's going to have the energy advantage. The good news is for Cranfire, we at least have a Froakie on the board this time.
Yeah, we got the front. You know, the thing about the Indeedee is that, like, especially with Greninja EX, like, it doesn't work with Greninja EX. You can't free retreat with it. which feels bad. Hello, Magikarp and Gyarados.
Yes.
With Research and Sabrina and, a bunch of basics in the hand. So, I mean, I think really what this is going to be here, Jay, is just a KO on the DD turn 2, and we're just going to ride it out. You know what I mean? We're just going to ride. Nothing else to split energies with, which doesn't feel great. You would rather have like something to do that with.
Suicune probably would be ideal, yeah.
It probably doesn't matter because we're going to discard it all, right, to KO the DD. So it probably doesn't matter anyway.
Early Greninja.
Turn 2. That would matter if
I was gonna say this.
we weren't just.
Well, could we Sabrina
gonna
next turn even, and then really?
That's an interesting play,
Mess
actually.
him
I
up.
don't mind the Sabrina, but the thing here is you would probably rather hold the Sabrina because, if we at least if you see a
You're
cape
probably
here,
right.
because if you
Yeah,
KO
you're probably
if you KO
right.
the Aditi, then then you can just Sabrina and KO whatever. But I guess especially now with double Suicune, I don't think you really benefit from the Sabrina this turn. The Copycat is a little bit sus here. We're gonna retreat here into Gyarados. Probably gonna discard this Puku, but we get to draw 2 with Research, which is nice. Maybe we just high roll off basics here, and we just get it. There's one.
There's 3.
There's
2
2
more. There we go.
There's 2. There it is. So we just kind of win next turn, if we don't see a giant cave.
Wow.
Or Mars, I guess.
Yeah, Giant Cape is really going to be what saves the game here, or Mars.
It's funny. It's best of 5s are hilarious because you really get the opportunities to see the best of like both decks.
The decks. That's what I was going to say too.
Yeah.
Sometimes like you get these like first to or what is the best of 3 games, and it's just like they didn't get a chance to pop off even. You know what I mean? Like this deck here. It took the 3rd game for it to finally start popping off.
Yeah,
and now we're popping off. There we go. That's game, right?
Yeah, that's legitimately, I think, game. Unless he doesn't have... Oh, wait. Might have been the worst top deck possible. But I think he has another Mantike.
He has the Lycia, so that's 140.
Yeah, but does he have another Pokemon in the deck? He has another Mantike, right?
Yeah. Oh, he had 2.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and Magikarp, I forgot. Yeah, Lycia is also really good in this deck. And I mean, if you can utilize Lycia, like your deck's got a lot of benefit to it. So absolutely smoked here. And we're going into a game 5, which is... what you want to see, you know what I mean? This is what we live for here. This is the whole point.
It was looking kind of hopeless those first 2 games, but...
You might reverse 3-0 him here.
We're coming back.
Yeah.
Good old Gary.
LeBron James here.
Yeah. A Gary Payton, we'll call it, right?
Sure. Exciting. This is a fun deck. It's just, I like this deck.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of it. And, I'm just happy to be here. Tournament is kind of moving a little quick. The best of 5s really aren't as long as maybe assume they would be. Like, this is game 5. I mean, how long has this match been going on for? 20 minutes.
This one's been moving pretty quick. You're right.
Yeah. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan of best of 5s. I don't know if the players
I'm liking
like
this
as much. Again, it's the first invitational. We can just do whatever. Like we can change it to whatever we want.
Well, you're right. It might get a little daunting for the players by the end of this. They're gonna have to play a lot of games today. That's for sure.
Yeah, it is what it is. Going second, leading Mantike here. Again, I mean, we've seen what both decks can do.
Holy moly!
The 3rd game in a row.
Poor Cranfire.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's he's probably wishing he didn't play the old Indeedee in his deck.
Yeah, and he's stuck going first too, so he doesn't have the energy advantage.
Yeah, man, that's tough to see. We actually see the Cape and the Rocky Helmet in hand. I forgot he was playing one of each. The Suicune top deck is unbelievable, actually. Yeah. And if we see a Magikarp here, that's something else.
That'd have been too much. That'd have been too much.
Yeah, would have been a little spicy there, but I mean, at the end of the day, like we're just gonna go and just hit with Suicune, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it might not be. I don't know, dude. Like again, it really is anybody's game. Yeah, we haven't seen the Froakie though. That's the thing about these Indeedee leads is that like, we just haven't really seen like Greninjas come out and be very effective in the last few games here. Giant Cape does come down on this week, and that is relevant, I would say, quite relevant. But we can get some damage off on the Indeedee, and once we get Suicune in the active, like we are drawing cards, right? So that is.
Oh boy. I think I'm using that.
I might want to. Yeah, I mean, it's only going to be 60, but I mean, 60 is better than nothing, right? So at the end of the day, like,
gonna negate that cape too, right? Yeah. The downside is we had to attach a 3rd energy onto the Suicune.
Oh, he's not going to use it. Yeah, he's not.
Hey, maybe this is smart though, right? Because this way you stall the opponent again.
Yeah, and he's going to stay in. Like, he's not going to.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, like, what is Cranfire gonna do? Oh, he's gonna retreat, I guess. That's what he's gonna do. He's going to heal, retreat, but this is, you know, he's going to turn out to be a really bad play if he benches something. Let's see if he benches anything.
Oh my lordy,
okay, so
lordy.
That's a good play. That's a fine play from him. I don't know why he attached the energy, maybe because he's got an ear to play coming or something.
Yeah.
But at this point, I might actually Sabrina now. I don't know. We don't see the Magikarp, which is crazy here. So he's going to just ride out double Suicunes and just try to win this way, which is a really interesting strategy. Not something we've seen his deck do so far.
No.
This match, but you know, I mean, you play with what you got, right? I mean, you'd rather just sort of have a second attacking option than none, you know? And
there's our guy.
You know, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, like, you have the pressure, right? So, like, you can just do this. Ooh, yeah, and the Sabrina's going to be really, really nice. He's going to retreat with the Indeedee, so the Sabrina's going to KO one of the two, which is good. He might not even Sabrina this turn, but, I mean, eventually it's going to put on good pressure.
I don't know. I guess you're not Sabrina in this turn.
Well, you might still. Let's see. You might have it. Magikarp, Gyarados, and Manaphy. Okay. So you're getting a hit for 100 here, but we can retreat. And he does play Double Cyrus, but I mean, you can theoretically retreat into the other Suicune if you want to. What would be really nice here is to have the Gyarados to come in and hit for 140 and discard the Suicune. But
yes,
I think you force out the Cyrus here no matter what. So he's just going to retreat here into the Suicune with Rocky Helmet, which I like. You put on the pressure here.
Oh, he said forget it. He said forget it. I'm going big. I think he wants that to open the spot up. He wants to get Gary down as fast as possible.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah. I like that. I like that idea. The Suicune, though, the thing is, if you bench that, then the opponent's Suicune can KO your Suicune with a Greninja Ping for 140, right? If he has the third
there it is.
Pokemon. Yeah. So that's a little tricky. It's a tricky situation to be in. Definitely. I don't know if I love this right now for Frozen. Because now you can't bench anything, and then you get KO'd, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I think you just kind of go in, you don't bench, you KO the Suicune, and then you hope to draw Cyrus. He's already played Mars, so you can't actually just research here. And you're going to... Oh, I forgot the Mantike.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's GG.
I forgot about that part.
That's tough. Man, it's brutal. All right, well, it was a good run.
It was a great run. That was a best of 5. Holy moly, yeah, what a crazy run there. We almost saw Frozen come back and take this here, huh?
This is the difficult. Yeah, it's the tricky part here about not having the Gyarados is that you can't discard these damage to Pokemon. So I think at this point he's maybe regretting that decision, but also he didn't really have it available to him early enough in the game.
No, he didn't. I was gonna say there was really no way he was forced to either lock himself in with that last Suicune. Yeah, already played Escape. But I was gonna say he was forced to like put that other Suicune on the bench. Wait a sec.
Nah.
We could have splash played, right? No, I guess we couldn't have.
It wouldn't have protected the Mantike.
The Mantike, yeah.
But in a world where you had Gyarados this turn instead of the Suicune, you could have come in, KO, discarded the Mantike, lived a hit, and then...
Which is crazy, because this started off so well, right?
Yeah, it's just, you know, the Mantike really is quite a liability right into Greninja. Not something that maybe Frozen thought of in the moment, which is tough, you know?
Yeah.
But, yeah, man, a great showing. A great showing here.
Excellent
I'm sure everybody's happy that Suicune and Greninja won.
Yeah.
Sure everybody loves that, but yeah, man, that was
either way, it was a match. It was at least it was a match. You know, when Suicune Greninja wins and it's just like boring, but that was at least like a fun match to watch. I didn't hate that.
Yeah, very, very fun, very fun. Here's the thing. Here's what I want to do next.
Sure.
Jay is I think our #1 seed, either our #1 or #2 seed in technically we don't have seeds, but in the leaderboards. INVITATIONAL is in top 32 here, waiting for his opponent either. Umbra Harion or Kaizen is going to be his top 32 opponent, and they're both 2-2 right now, so same scenario here. We could probably hop in well, not hop in. I think INVITATIONAL is probably on Twitch, maybe? I don't know.
Nuba, let's see if he's live on Twitch.
That's fine. So both of his opponents are in Discord, so we'll hop into their perspectives once that match kicks off. At least I think so. Yeah, Kaizen's streaming, and then
Kaizen and Umbra.
And Harion's also streaming now, so we're going to be able to watch from their perspective, whoever it is, fight against INVITATIONAL in top 32.
We could go. Do you want to watch? Let's see. Is Kaizen or... So we could hop into the end of Kaizen or Umbra. Or Harion, excuse me.
Yeah, let's hop into Harion's perspective, see what's going on.
Okay. Where the heck are they? Oh, I got them. Okay, I'll meet you there.
So we're going to hop in here. This is another top 64 match. Game 3. This is game 3 here. Also, actually, another Gyarados tag, which is really funny. Harian also playing Suicune Gyarados, and he's going up against Absol. And
that's kind of crazy that we're seeing this many Suicune Gyarados decks in the Invitational here. I mean, one was more than I thought we were going to see, so the fact that we've saw 2 now, kind of crazy. And the fact that they've made it to top 64 as well, too. They're winning.
Yeah, for sure. So the winner of this is going to go on to top 32 to play INVITATIONAL, one of the highest, ranked players on our leaderboards this season, if not the highest.
Yes.
I forget. It's either him or Narumi or who was the other one? Was it Timo? I think maybe.
I can't remember, but Numa was definitely at the top of that list. I know that much.
Oh, dude, yeah, I think he's Nabrix as well, high up there. So okay, so Palafin here or Kaizen has 0 prizes, so like this Suicune can hit and just go down pretty finely, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or he can just retreat into a Gyarados, but we don't have Gyarados in hand, which is crazy. We have every Pokemon in our deck, I think, other than Gyarados. No other basics too. We have all basics in our hand, which is a crazy place to be in here, to not have a Gyarados. So you either play off the top deck. To be fair, you have to, I think. You just hit with Suicune, go down, and then hope you top deck Gyarados here. I don't know what else you could do. Maybe retreat into Puku, which would be a funny play, because then you don't go down to Poison and you force out the Cyrus, so that is a play. And notice this is the Poison Barb version as well. The Poison Hydreigon deck, I think. So
yeah,
interesting.
A lot of players, I think, are now opting to run that Poison variant as opposed to like the Capes and Indeedee. Well, I imagine they still do. They run Indeedee with it? No Indeedee.
Some do, some don't. Yeah, some just play. Like the last one we watched had 1 Nihilego and 1 Indeedee, but some people just play double Nihilego, no Indeedees. He's like, what should I do here? I don't know how many cards are in his deck. I don't know the odds, but if he ends his turn on Suicune, he does draw the card, so I think it's better to just deal 80. He's not actually. He is going to retreat. Wait, actually, no, that is probably the better play, because, if he does hit into Puku, he takes a lot of damage, right? And we'll kind of put him in range of the Gyarados, and that's if he has Cyrus, right? So I think he only play 1 Cyrus, once Arena, 1 Cyrus. So we'll see here.
Hey, I just realized this is a Game 5 scenario here. Best of...
Yeah, this is Game 5. Yeah, it's 2-2. It's Game 5. The winner of this game here goes on to top 32 in INVITATIONAL, which is going to be fun. Yeah, there's the Cyrus. All right. Well, I mean,
he's not getting any supporters out of it, at least.
So yeah, all that matters here is whether we draw Gyarados. I guess we can splash with Magikarp. Doesn't he have the ability to be immune?
I think so. Let me pull up the card again here.
So you can leave it to a coin flip. I think
that's the Magikarp. Yes.
But I think Nihilego will KO it. So even with the cape. So I don't think that works. Is it immune or is it I don't know what the card reads. It's either
during your there we go. During your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage and effects from attacks done. So I guess you can't be poisoned?
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you're just safe if you flip heads. We get the Gyarados anyway, so we can bench the Suicune and Gyarados and set up the KO here. And not get KO'd by anything, even with a Sabrina play. So that's going to be quite good, I would say. Although you don't have Cyrus in hand, so it's like I still like this position here. I don't know if I want to discard
3 cards or just 2. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I think just 2. I think he's going to send it. He's just going to say, you know what, whatever. We'll discard them all here, which is a fine play, I guess. But I don't really. He's going to discard 2 anyway.
Puku.
I guess he would like. Man, I don't know.
Does the opponent run a Sabrina at all? If they run a Sabrina, we could be in trouble.
Right. That's what I was saying here. I figured
no Sabrina.
Cyrus, 1 Sabrina, but maybe not. No Sabrina. Okay. All right. Oh, Leap over Absol is crazy.
But Leap over Absol is just as scary. Yeah.
In the face of a lot of Pokemon that might be on the board here. This Gyarados does get 2-hit KO'd by Absol, but it can't stay in, because if you stay in, you lose. So you have to retreat, and if you retreat, what are you doing here? Because the Absol's not doing anything. I guess you can go. Does Nihilego attack into Absol get the KO? I think, because it'll be 50 plus the poison tick after, so you'd have to retreat to avoid it. You know what I mean? So I think this attack from Nihilego will set up the KO with Absol, especially with well, I guess PCL doesn't.
PCL, in fact, I think it put him into a point where he has to sacrifice 2 Pokemon to kill it, I guess, if that ends up mattering, but we'll see.
Well, so GG. Oh,
that's
no,
big.
GG, actually.
No, actually,
I think he loses here. Because if you can.
Oh, you can't kill anything. No, you're. In fact, you needed to kill that Nihilego almost because You needed to negate that poison damage.
You have to go into Suicune. You have to go into Suicune here.
Oh, you have to. Yeah, there's no way around it. What if you do Magikarp coin flip?
You can't retreat though. That's the issue. Is Gyarados retreat?
Oh, he can't retreat. Oh no.
If he retreats at anything, he can't attack.
I missed the 3 retreat cost. I forget that this thing is. It takes a lot to run.
The poison Nihilego did it actually. Wait, if he were to KO Nihilego though that turn, then he would only take 10 damage, right?
But then he takes the 10 damage. I was thinking that same thing. I'm like, if he would have killed Nihilego, that might have worked, but it still would have.
Yeah, I don't know why we didn't do that actually. Was there a reason why we didn't do that?
It still wouldn't have mattered, right? So he would have ticked down to 90 this turn. If the opponent attacks, they do 80 plus 10 more,
yeah,
right? So.
Yeah, at the end. Yeah, you're right. At the end of Absol's turn, yeah.
And then this is a kind of crazy play.
Oh, well, actually, he can't. No,
I forgot.
Yeah,
because, he can't kill it.
Because that Sabrina, the Sabrina made it so that Absol can't KO anything this turn.
Oh, no way.
So that's pretty funny, actually. I forgot, the math actually worked out, so he's going to be able to wait for a turn. But this also is kind of a losing scenario because, like, then what? I guess you could go into Suicune this turn, next turn, and then blow the hit, and then maybe draw into something. I guess that's the hope here, is to just...
Boy, we're really just living on a prayer that way. If they choose to attack, though, say they retreat, attack into Nihilego, this will put the Pyukumuku down to 10 health. They could retreat, but then the following turn, the leap over Absol could knock him out.
That is a great point. Yeah, that is probably the play. Yeah, I think that's probably.
I think that'll be, probably game.
That's tough. Yeah, no way to discard that. No Gyarados with energies here. Yeah, and the top deck was a Gyarados. Anyway, that's tough. That's a tough end there. For sure. Just didn't really draw anything. Oh, and he's out. He's out immediately too.
He closed that game quick.
Sorry for that. Game 5's always tough here, but we are going to be able to watch
Numa and Kaizen, right? Yeah. And I guess we're watching from Numa's point of view, so I don't even have to change Kaizen's deck list. I love that. Love that for us.
We'll watch Kaizen's POV because he's in Discord, I think.
All right, then we'll do that. Then I have to swap everything over.
That's all right. All right, let's hop over there.
Okay, I'll meet you there.
Yeah, cool.
I will say, Maddie, if it comes down to it, I do have the Twitch Turbo, Prime, Nitro, whatever it is. So I won't get any ads on Twitch if we ever do decide to watch anybody's Twitch point of view.
Okay, cool. All right, top 32. This is the first match on stream of top 32, rather. But a lot of other top 32 matches are already going. So the tournament is kind of cruising here. We've been live for an hour and a half. I do expect, because we'll cover both top 4s and finals. So I do expect, we got a couple more hours at least, right, of the stream. So lots of content here for you guys. Very exciting, very hype. And,
I'm liking this. This is cool. Again, every player that has made it to this tournament is an excellent player, right? They've had to have performed well over the last few months to even be able to be in this tournament. So I'm liking the gameplay so far. I've been surprised by these Gyarados matches the last couple of games here. They're performing better than I thought.
They might all be out of the tournament at this point.
But they might all be out now. Yeah, you're right.
Suicune Greninja, INVITATIONAL playing against Kaizen, who is playing the Poison Hydreigon build. So I do think the Poison stuff definitely gives this deck a little bit more oomph into Suicune.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting, but I think, at the end of the day, this is the old classics. This is a best of 5 Suicune Greninja Hydreigon matchup. Like, you know what I mean? I think, this is probably what a lot of people, the type of stuff people expected to see going into the tournament too.
Oh, yeah.
Of some of literally the best players in the game, INVITATIONAL and Kaizen here. And it's going to be fun to watch. I always actually really enjoy watching Numa play Suicune Greninja because just how smart he is of a player.
I agree. I feel like I learn something every time I watch him play. So,
dude, he's incredible, man.
Get the notepad out.
So
yeah,
so good, for sure. Yeah, I mean, listen, they can start their match here whenever, and we'll get right into it. So, what do you, Jay? Are you excited here for Fantastical Parade here? Are you? What are your thoughts?
I think, I don't know. I don't want to call it too early, but I wonder if Gardevoir is going to be bait. I'm thinking Charizard is going to go crazy that first week. Just being able to plow through Giratina, or Gardevoir, excuse me. But at the same time, I don't know how, like, the stadium and, like, Mimikyu might be really annoying. It's either going to be garbage or really annoying. Yeah, exactly.
I think
one of the two.
Crazy card. I think the reality of what we're going to see, because the counter metas have been developing really rapidly over the last few seasons when they start at the beginning of the seasons. I think Gardevoir will come out and see a ton of play. And whenever that happens, there's really two ways that it can go. It either wins and then it becomes a staple, or it doesn't perform well and then it just sort of falls off for about another week.
Blaziken.
And then it comes back like refined and becomes sort of like an aspect of the meta. Similar to like how Blaziken was, yeah.
Yeah.
I do think Gardevoir is strong. Like, I just think that the Diantha Gardevoir solo active is really strong. It's going to be really good into certain matchups. It's going to be really good into Suicune Greninja. But I do think that Guard will probably just lose to Hydreigon and Charizard. So, unfortunately for just, I think the metagame is that people just are more apt to play Hydreigon. So, as far as counter meta against Gardevoir goes, I think we're just going to see probably a pretty significant run of Hydreigon.
Hear me out. If Gardevoir does what I'm hoping it's going to do, which is knock out all these Suicune players, right? Does that open up the path for... Now, hear me out. I'm going to go a little crazy on this one. Does that open up the path for Blastoise to come back and actually be maybe a decent card? Maybe. Obviously, I'm talking... You got to put your Misties in there. Maybe Mantikes and stuff to get your energy going as fast as possible. But I still feel like you could maybe do like a 1-1-3 play with Blastoise and maybe have it be good.
I think it could have, but I think people will just play Altaria Greninja, which
you're probably
right.
Which
is sort of it's like the more high roll version, the more inconsistent version of Suicune, but it's the version that doesn't care whether or not people have a bench or not. And I do think Altaria Greninja Chingling will probably be able to beat Gardevoir pretty easily.
Yeah.
With the Chingling Lock, Greninja Ping, like I think that's probably going to be a factor. So, I think Gardevoir has a lot of potential. I just think that people are going to hound it. It's going to just be absolutely flooded with counterplay very early on, and it might have a pretty difficult time early in the season. Mawile, I think, is actually underrated. I don't think people are taking it that seriously. A lot of people see decks and they go, oh, that loses to Oricorio. And they're like, yeah, okay, but like 5% of the tournament's Oricorio. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really a big factor. Because Mawile with the new tool card and stuff is going to be just a high roll fast. It's going to be going second and it's going to sweep. So that's honestly something that I think has potential in tournament play. And then anything else that comes in the set that we don't know of.
You're thinking Mega Mawile, huh?
I think Mawile can. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's. I'm not saying it's going to be like the best thing in the game. I'm just saying you're going to lose to it. There's going to be games where they go second and they literally just sweep through your deck. And
I think players aren't ready for how obnoxious Steel is going to get this next set. I think those double metal barriers are going to be absolutely obnoxious to deal with.
That card is so toxic. And if we ever get, Jay, if we ever get a stage 2,
that's
Steel type Pokemon with access to Lily and Metalcore Barrier. I mean,
and do you think they're going to give us a stadium for Steel? I'm feeling like if they give us an additional stadium, it'll be Steel or Fighting.
I think we're going to get a Steel and Fighting. I think we're going to get 3
and
stadiums.
Fighting. Ooh. Okay, so what? Obviously, I think Steel will probably just be like 10. If we're lucky, 20. Maybe not lucky. Actually,
reduction.
I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, it'll be reduction.
Probably 10 damage reduction. 20 seems like a lot.
Probably.
And then for
20,
fighting,
20 is a lot, especially like on the offensive side too. Like if they give us a fighting, I think the Steel and the fighting stadiums are going to be the inverse, where it's like reduce damage or deal 10 extra damage.
Deal 10 extra. Okay, so that was my thought. Is it going to be like deal 10 extra damage, or do you think they could even do like a ramp, or like maybe your attacks cost 1 less, something like that?
That would be functionally broken. I don't think you could do that. I think a card like that would be way too good, just because it opens up turn 1 attack possibilities that are just not.
You're absolutely right. I didn't even think of that, where you're having 0 energy Rampardos attacks or whatever. Yeah,
or like things that cost 2 energies to attack for 1 on turn 1, and it's like, wait a minute.
I could see that then.
Maybe though, I don't. Who knows, dude. But I think Fighting and Metal are definitely the core barrier is a broken card, so that's gonna be its own thing. Whether I don't know how it'll be used, but maybe it's used with Steelix. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway.
Moving on. Yeah, we are going into game number 1 between Kaizen and Numa in the top 32. Yes.
Well, would you be surprised at all if Numa playing Suicune Greninja just won the tournament? That would be just the most like you'd be like, all right, sure.
I wouldn't
but,
question
you know,
it.
it's very
That's for
likely.
sure.
Yeah, right. Especially best of fives, dude. You give Numa Sweet Ninja in a best of five. Like, good luck with that. You know.
I wouldn't want to go against them.
It's a whole new metagame here. We're doing something that just never has been done before. So, anyway, typically again, Suicune Greninja has the advantage into Hydreigon normally. Now the poison stuff though, that's something I'm maybe less familiar with. So we'll see maybe how that interacts in this particular matchup.
I kind of
Numa's going
agree
first
with
here.
that. Maddie, I don't know necessarily how poison plays into the Greninja setup here. I've played more Cape and Indeedee setup for Hydreigon Absol when I've been playing it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I haven't really experimented with Poison Barb, so there's a lot of matchups where I don't know what's advantageous. What, like, is it gonna? I would imagine it puts you into kill range. It's gonna be kind of the same thing we saw with
Yes.
What was it? The other Greninja deck with the Darkrai. Darkrai Greninja Absol.
Because just the nature of poison. Like, so if you do get the Nihilego on board, like that's 20, and then on the following turn it's 20. So it's gonna force Suicunes to like just not like be able to stay in.
Yeah. The benefit,
unless,
though,
you know what I mean. So
I was gonna say the benefit of Numa's deck is obviously you're running the Frog EX, so you get that free retreat, so you're able to at least retreat off those poisons. But still, if you don't have energy to attack, it puts you in a spot where you're just stalling and doing nothing.
yeah, and like with an Nihilego, Poison Barb just acts the same way as a Rocky Helmet, where you're guaranteed to take 20 right after you attack. So, we do see the Suicune come down here on turn 2 and the Indeedee, so we're gonna heal off that damage from Dino. Looking at Kaizen's or Palafin's deck here, whichever you want to call him here, or looking at his hand, you know, not much here. I mean, we can top deck a Hydreigon to maybe put some pressure here. There's certainly potential. Like copycat plays are obviously really relevant into Suicune Greninja, but you know, Numa Tenale here might just feel fine letting a Froakie go down. However here though, Jay, we see the turn 2 rare candy, and that's going to be a Greninja EX. That's a very, very relevant card to have here. So we can get this Froakie out of the active. No Pokemon have any damage onto them. We can go into Suicune here to live a hit no matter what, commit energy to that Greninja EX, and start drawing extra cards here. So a very great turn. In fact, we see the cape actually on the Greninja EX. I don't know. But that again, he might be thinking like, well, you know, that's how I can get around those damage thresholds of Poison Barb, Nihilego, Hydreigon. But the hand here for Kaizen's not going nowhere.
Not
really.
great. No, and last
stage,
turn,
by the way.
I was gonna say last turn it was funny. You could see him go around with the mouse. He like checked how many cards he had in his deck. He looked at his hand, and then he looked at Numa's hand. He's like, how does he have 4 cards, a Greninja EX, Indeedee, the full bench? How does he have 7 cards left to draw, and I'm still at 14.
Yeah, man.
All right.
And that's why Copycat is in the game. You know, you either draw it or Suicune is gonna just roll over you. People, I mean, you got it. Like, you remember before we had Chingling and Copycat in the game, like Suicune was literally like the only thing worth playing. It was. Oh yeah. It was kind of a brutal.
It's kind of crazy, like how many things they've actually added to the game that are really not beneficial to Suicune Greninja. But it's still like, it doesn't matter. It's still just rolling over all of that. Yeah, you know, like the Chingling lock might have been, like you're saying, probably the best thing that's happened so far to put a dent in Suicune Greninja.
Yeah, and Copycat. Those are the two.
And Copycats,
like I do think they gave those 2 cards specifically, like, for Suicune.
I'm hesitant. Well, I guess most
gave them Greninja EX too. So
yeah, exactly. What were you thinking about the Greninja EX? We could have waited on that a little bit, I feel like, but...
Bro, this card, yeah, I don't, this card's crazy. I get Greninja's popular and everything, but like, bro, like I really think Greninja EX put Suicune like really over the top. It gave it a whole other line, which
didn't need.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, I do think that this deck will still lose to Gardevoir, which is cool. So that's something. But again, you know, people don't. This thing is, I feel like people are okay with Suicune Greninja at this point. Like they almost don't even really want to like push it out of the meta, which is its own issue in some ways.
Yeah.
Darkness Claw into the Greninja. We can discard a Cyrus, but the Irid is in hand, so he's going to probably go ahead and scoop this game, I would imagine. I just don't know where you go here. Like, we don't have a Dino, so we can't go into Hydreigon next turn, so we have to, like, retreat after we get hit, and then it's just...
What if you get rid of the Irida, though? That might be the play.
If you get rid of Irida, you lose the following turn, because they have Cyrus. So they're going to hit you and then Cyrus you out.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Mind. Yeah, so, I guess you're right.
Yeah, like and if you get rid of the Cyrus, then they're just gonna
Wait,
get rid of, and then
maybe not
they
though,
just
because
sit
the
for
energy.
2
So they hit now. They have to attach the following turn. Is math and Maddie? Because then they're gonna kill before they get killed. But then I guess Suicune.
He doesn't have any points. That's what I mean. So it's like you just hit for 100, you stay in because why not? You can just also, you just stay in, hit, and then if you stay in and hit him, like you lose because Suicune's gonna KO you. So that's the thing where it's like, I don't understand. Does he have his own NDD? Maybe that's a possibility. No.
Chingling, but that ain't gonna do
he has
anything.
PCL.
Oh,
I
wait,
forgot he has
PCL.
I did forget
That's
about
big.
that.
But
So
now
it
kind of sucks that we put that other card on the bench, though, that Absol. Is that going to be the death of us? 20 extra damage.
If he has a basic or Greninja, you lose.
Yeah. So. I didn't get to see the hand. It was way too quick there.
Greninja.
You did? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think so. Which, to be fair, he's got, like, you can't... The issue when you're playing Suicune is at some point you're like, hopefully he doesn't have, you get into these spots where it's like, okay, he needs a Cyrus or Greninja to win, and it's like, okay, well, he's got 4 cards in deck, like,
and Suicune drawing them more, so
yeah, the later the game goes, the more likely it is they have everything. So it's just, it's the nature of how, just effective Suicune is at just moving through its deck. The biggest benefit, card advantage, Jay, is the biggest benefit in Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
It always has been, always will be. Like, if you have all your cards, like, you're just going to be at more of an advantage. Which is why Suicune Greninja has been a top deck for quite some time.
It's doing so good. Exactly. You're right. It draws those cards. It doesn't even need Copycat. It's the one deck in the current meta that's like no Copycats needed.
Yeah. But that's why Copycat's such a good card, is because it's the only way some of these other decks can stay on par from a card advantage perspective.
You're right.
And when we like early in Mega Rising, like we saw more of that. Like we saw a lot of Copycats, a lot of Chinglings, a lot of like red card stuff. And I feel like decks have kind of gotten away from it. In a sense where it's like, you really can build your deck to beat Suicune in a lot of ways. It's just most people don't, like, for whatever the reason.
Yeah.
And again, it goes down to the fact that it's like people don't really want to counterplay Suicune. I don't know why.
No. I think they've just given up on trying to counterplay Suicune, and it's just like, I'll take my chances, especially in ranked grinding. It's like, how often do you really run into a Suicune? Well, I shouldn't say that because it's pretty often, but I do think a lot of players are taking that and just saying, you know what, I'm going to just say forget it to Suicune. It's like when people say forget it, I don't care if I run into an Oricorio. I'm just running all EXs. I don't need an Oricorio answer.
But it's different when like Oricorio's like 8% of the meta and Suicune's like 18%.
That's true too, and it's 20% of the meta here.
Yeah, right. So, I think the developers have really kind of given us everything, like literally everything we need now, especially with Gardevoir. Like, you're going to be able to play like Chingling if you want. You can play Copycats if you want. You can play solo guard healing for 90 every turn.
I think
like,
the heals,
specifically
the heals is what's going to shut down Suicune. Being able to heal
don't need anything
all
on your
of
bench.
That. Like, that too, right? You don't even need anything on your bench. Oh.
Yeah, and you're not going to they're never going to be able to deal enough damage to you. So I really think Gardevoir is like specifically built to just beat Suicune Greninja, which is hilarious. But again, what's going to happen is people are just going to counter Gardevoir, push it out of the meta, and then Suicune will end up winning. Like
coming right back into it. Yep.
Yeah. Which, whatever. And DD lead from Numa here going first, so very brutal. Especially, into the Absol lead. However, we do see the Suicune double Froakie come down, which is pretty funny. So, honestly, like, if we can get the Greninjas out early enough from Numa, like, we kind of can like put that pressure onto the Absol to where eventually we'll just Cyrus it up and
win it. Exactly.
Yeah, that's probably where we're at here. Like, I don't know. Yeah, especially with the cape on the
Kaizen. I was gonna say Kaizen doesn't run any sort of NDD on his end either, so you don't get the benefit of being able to like negate that 20 damage every single turn.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, man. I mean, we're gonna want to get out of the active, quite frankly. The Dino's a good top deck, so here we can Poison Bar, bench, Poison Barb, Copycat, draw. I guess only 2 cards.
Hopefully 2 cards. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we don't.
Maybe wait a turn. Yeah. Go for it. Get that Cyrus out of your hand, I guess.
Yeah, but Numa's going to play this matchup here, knowing he's going to try to not have any... Well, I mean, those are cards that you kind of want, right? So
yeah.
I mean,
If I was going to Copycat and get any cards, those are the 2 I want. He's like, yeah, these 2 cards. Look it up. Woohoo!
He's like, now I can do stuff here, right? If we see the Froggy or Rare Candy Greninja this turn, I would freak out if I was him. He actually does commit to the Indeedee and retreat, which is an interesting play, you know, considering the fact that, you know, if those 2 cards are in fact Rare Candy Hydreigon, which as we know they are, you know, things might be in a bit of an awkward scenario here for INVITATIONAL. I really think he was kind of banking on that not being the case, but you know, this is Hydreigon, and you know, this is what happens here.
Wait a minute.
Just gonna go ahead.
Okay, I kind of like this.
Well, I guess I don't like this at all.
Okay, if you're not going to
Actually,
charge the Hydreigon, though, I don't know if I like it.
I guess it doesn't matter, I guess, right? Because...
So we got 1 Ninja for sure. The other one in hand. All we need is a Candy.
But, like, yeah, but again, it's the same thing like I said, right? Like, if we get these Greninjas down, which one comes down this turn, so if we get double Greninja, like, you probably still lose because, like, it's just too much damage. You know? But no, I think, honestly, I think Kaizen probably will win here just from the simple fact that, that he... I don't know why Numa made that play, I'll be honest with you. I guess he can heal the Suicune and not get KO'd, but the Hydreigon's there, so I just don't really know what, like, the whole...
Well, where's he putting the energy at? Okay, on the other Frog, but...
Yeah, he's going to go into Greninja EX. That's your win condition at this point. Because you can't... You have to commit energies to something here.
I think he had 2 Ninjas. He didn't have the EX, and I don't think he had a Candy, so... could Chingling be good here, too? No, maybe not.
The PCL is a really big deal as well, because you can just heal some of this Greninja damage.
Yeah.
But all you need here... I mean, all Numa needs is just a Greninja EX.
Frog.
So I think you got to retreat.
So I'm actually going to go...
I would actually...
I was going to say, if I'm Kaizen, I'm juicing myself up, we'll roar in unison, and then I'm going to heal myself this turn, or heal the Hydreigon this turn. To make it so I can't get Greninja EX.
KO'd by a Greninja.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but then the Absol's...
Uh-oh.
But then, you know, but then they can just bring up Absol because we're not attacking with Absol this turn. So, like, we're not discarding Cyruses or whatever. So, like, you know, this is a good place to be in right now, I think, if you're Kaizen, but you can still lose the game, you know, just because Greninja can just kind of take down Absol. Yeah. But the math does kind of math out, right? Because you'll need double Cyrus here. Actually, no, you don't, because if you KO the Hydreigon, the game is kind of over.
Does he have it?
Because Absol's not 2-hit KOing. So yeah.
Rare Candy, but is it the right one?
No way.
No,
it's not. So he's got a Suicune in hand. He can bench, go into it, which again lives a hit from Hydreigon. So I mean, we're doing 40 to the Absol this turn. I just don't know if Suicune's ever gonna do enough here to KO this Absol if we do have like a Cyrus play, right? So 40, which really is only 10 because PCL, and then we do 40 again.
We do have our ninjas online, so now we're chipping things down.
I think as long as Kaizen does not bench anything,
should be good,
okay.
Right?
He'll be fine. Yeah. He actually goes into Suicune this turn, so I think he's really hoping for no PCL.
Don't do it. It's bait. Don't do it.
But like the PCL on the Absol will just win him the game here.
Win him the game here, right? That's what I was just thinking too. I would PCL. I don't know. Hopefully we don't see a Hydreigon PCL this turn. Now that would really be upsetting.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Like if you just keep the Absol alive. So if you PCL the Absol, they can never hit for 140, and then we just hit the Suicune, and then what? I guess. You know
the
Suicune's
Suicune's done next turn, right? Because they're gonna be sitting at 10 health.
Yeah.
What else are you retreating into?
Yeah, Numa's really trying to win this turn, and he's not benching anything because, you know, the math doesn't math. So the Suicune can only hit for 120 with double Greninja pings, even if he has Cyrus, so he's going to be safe here. And the Absol can just retreat and then go into the Hydreigon. So I think Kaizen has it this game. I do. Because there's nothing else to go into. Hydreigon will KO both the Greninja and Indeedee. So
Numa doesn't have any energy either, and he doesn't have like the benefit of the Frog EX being able to retreat for free, so he is going to be at a total loss.
He went in thinking, okay, as long as you know he doesn't have PCL, like I can KO the Absol next turn, because he probably had Cyrus in hand. But yeah, no, the PCL is going to save him that turn. So an interesting game. You know, Hydreigon winning as it does sometimes.
As it do, you know, it do be that way.
It do be winning sometimes. It is a deck. You know what I mean? But
I will agree though
All right,
that
so game-
Suicune Greninja is never fun to play into with Hydreigon Absol. You have to
it's
definitely try.
Yeah. It's a losing matchup from a win rate perspective. Like, if you look at the data, I think it's like about a 45-55, which isn't terrible,
No.
quite frankly. But it's a lot worse than a 55-45. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's a 10%,
You're still negative.
swing
Well,
there.
below 50,
Yeah,
I
it's
guess.
still- yeah, right. So and that's the concept. Like, I don't think people fully understand. Like, when if you win 45% into a matchup, they're winning also 55%. So it's like a 10% difference. Like, it's what
Yeah.
it is. It's not, you don't have a 5%. It's a 10% swap there. Like, so it's more substantial than you think. Basically, what it means is that Hydreigon can always win. Always has the potential, and you really wouldn't be surprised. It's just, throughout the tournament, right? If you're playing Hydreigon and you hit 3 or 4 Suicunes in a tournament, like, it becomes harder and harder to never lose to it.
Yeah.
Which is why we don't see Hydreigon win a lot of tournaments, but we do see it go far in tournaments.
It always, you're right. It always makes it to the top, but then clutching those wins or clutching the finals. Yeah.
It'll lose to a Suicune. Yeah. That's just how it goes, most of the time. And a best of 5, that will be accentuated, in fact, right? By the nature of the old best of 5. Game 3 here. So a very pivotal game. Like, this is the fun thing about best of 5s, is that a game like this would, of course, determine the winner of the set. But now what it's doing is it's like adding another dimension, right? So whoever wins this is like really in the driver's seat, because then you're up
then you're only one away. Yeah, exactly. I do agree. I like this best of 5 format. It's oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
This is a big hand. We'll get our Hydreigon right into a copycat, refresh our hand.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, if that was a dino, I would have.
I was gonna say that would have been too good to be true.
Yeah.
Hopefully we top deck the dino next turn. Yes, go ahead.
It kind of telegraphing the Greninja play, but maybe
that's
not.
what I was thinking, right?
Maybe you just did that defensively, because we're not getting KO'd. So, like, this is damage happening to Hydreigon. So if he does KO the Suicune, it's in range of getting KO'd by Greninja, which opens up a whole other can of worms. You know what I mean? So let's see. I mean, we'll see here. To be fair, he could just go into a Greninja and not let this Suicune get KO'd, and then so the Hydreigon will KO itself, because we don't have any PCL or anything in hand. So what seemingly would have been a really, really great early game for this Hydreigon quickly becomes not that great, because of this whole Greninja EX shenanigans, which is like, hey, like, I can just attack turn 2 with a Pokemon I didn't lead with. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
It's absolutely broken. Super broken. Greninja EX is an incredible card. It's such a good card, dude.
Like we were just saying, Suicune base Greninja didn't really need this. They didn't need the EX, but here it is.
No, dude. No, it did not. Keep in mind, though, the Suicune will be at 30, so a leap over Absol.
That is true.
Technically,
it is
could KO,
susceptible
but, I mean,
to
it's
the...
not on the board now, so...
Numa also kind of in a tough spot, right? Because he has to, if he does attack into this Hydreigon, he is going to take poison damage. And if we happen to find our PCL, I think that would be enough to kill, right? Oh,
is the poison that big of a deal?
Numa says yes.
The fact that, I guess so. But I mean, we have Indeedee, maybe Irida, and then you can just retreat to wipe off the poison, so it's really not.
But if you're Numa, I don't know if that was a good play if you're Numa, right? Because the longer you wait, the worse things get. I think
what he wants to do here, is KO this Hydreigon outright. He doesn't want to KO. He doesn't want to hit and then let him, like, go into, you know what I mean?
Stay alive
like,
and stall for a turn. Yeah.
And like you said, maybe not take, as much poison damage. You know what I mean? So, and again, we are just sort of stall. Like, at the end of the day, like, does this damage really matter on the Suicunes? Because, well, I guess it does, because we do have Cyrus in hand. But like, you're not KOing, so it's like leaving these Suicunes on 10 HP is really not helping you, considering the fact that no matter what happens, you're going to have to go through the Greninja. So like, that's why Numa's making this play. He knows he only has one Cyrus in his deck, so it's like, we could make a play
like you were saying with the leap over Absol. If that ends up showing up here, we could snipe out one of the
and then
Suicunes to end.
That's the scary part about this, but. An Irida could completely nullify that.
Negate all that.
Right?
You're
so,
absolutely
if he does
right.
have, like, an Irida next turn will heal this Greninja and also heal up one of the Suicunes to eliminate that play.
Potentially both, because he has energy on one and energy attached to the other, and then everybody's getting healed up.
And I mean, it's not on the board this turn, so you know you're not getting hit with Leap Over next turn because they can't go into it. Like now at this point, they're forced either into Nihilego, yeah, which they're gonna go into because does it have an energy?
No energy, unfortunately.
Oh, this isn't a great scenario actually.
No, that's not gonna help you either. You got to just
He's gonna let it just go down and then see, but that's the thing here. You're gonna lose to an Irida.
Yep. And at this point, the Irida is almost inevitable.
Yeah, man, we just don't have a way to retreat. Like no Chingling pivot. Like it really isn't too great here.
We have to put this down too.
That's the genius though of INVITATIONAL is knowing, right? Like knowing, like hey, like I don't need to put the pressure on this turn. Like I'll just let him KO this, hit this other Suicune, and it doesn't like I'm just drawing more cards. You know, that's all he's doing is he's just giving himself another turn to draw 2 cards and. Right, with research, effectively.
Set up his Irida, set up his Cyrus's. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and no disruption here in Palavin's deck, right?
No, nothing. No red card, no Mars, unfortunately.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you don't want to. That's tough, man. When you're going against Suicune, like
that is definitely the downside of running this Hydreigon deck is you sometimes end up just foregoing any sort of those deck disruptions, and
it's very linear, dude. It's like I'm gonna do my thing and hopefully I can win with that, and if not, like I don't have another path to victory. Where Suicune's like I got like 6 paths to victory, and I'm drawing 4 cards every turn,
and I'm healing, and I'm disrupting, and I'm double Cyrusing you. You're absolutely right. The tools on Suicune Greninja, I think that's why it's so good, is it has access to the most mechanics or like tools I think out of any deck in the game.
Dude, and Jay, and he's got Irida in his deck. Like that's look at this. Like, what are we doing? How much did we just heal for?
It's 120 right there. That's insane.
100. That's what I mean. Like, what? I just, at the end of the day, like, there are decks that beat Suicune. I'm not saying, like, it's not an unbeatable deck. It's just the meta right now, as it's developed, isn't really developed around beating Suicune. And you see it in these tournaments. So there's a reason why Suicune won last week and why it has a very good chance of winning this Invitational. It's just the meta game, for some reason, at this point, in this stage in the game, is not built around Suicune Greninja. And I just don't understand it. Again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just like at some point, like this isn't gonna just go away. You know what I mean? Like people are just gonna stop playing this deck. It's they're gonna keep playing it. So what it is what it is. It's just my tangent here. And again, I do like Hydreigon. It's just not good. I wouldn't even say it's a good deck into Suicune Greninja.
No.
So it's like, why are we playing it? You know, like I don't mean to like hate on people. Like I say in my videos all the time, I'm like, why are we playing Hydreigon? Like,
I agree with you. I think like again, the big reason I played it in ranked is because it's fast and in high roll. Like I can get my games, I can get my wins in 2-3 turns.
Yeah. Ranked is different than tournament.
Exactly, than a tournament. Exactly, and especially in like a best of 5 tournament too, where you're like, I need consistency. I think is probably, and that's probably the rule for most tournaments, is go consistency above all, but like, especially in a best of 5, right?
He's going to hit here, and he's going to hit the concede button if he sees, whoa. Okay. But again, so the Cyrus gets discarded. How many cards are in his hand? Or in his deck, rather.
6 cards, 6 or 7 in hand, and then the deck, I don't know. Probably 5, maybe less.
I think he's going to go to Suicune to set up this 2-hit KO. The thing here, though, right, at the end of the day, even with PCL, we can hit for double 100s to KO the Absol. And this, to me, is like the real downside to Absol, is that you can counterplay it by just playing 2 Cyruses. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, if you go up against Absol and they discard your Cyrus, like, a lot of Absol's win condition is going into Absol, discarding the Cyrus, and hope you don't get Cyrus.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because now if they have Cyrus, you lose. So it's such a weird card, and I do think Absol's strong. It's just, in the meta right now, like all of the everything 2-hit KOs you. So it's just a really strange strategy where it's like they play double Cyrus, like you just hope they don't find they don't ever draw the second Cyrus. Like I don't.
So
I think Nua's got 1 card in deck or 2.
What's kind of crazy, I wanted to mention this too, is Kaizen actually drew all his cards before Numa did. Which is, again, kind of weird.
The
but
power of Copycat.
Must have got lucky with them copycats, right?
Well, also Greninja EX was in the active for a while, right? Okay, so you're not drawing those extra.
So on this turn here, do you Cyrus in, retreat into Hydreigon and take him out that way. I think that's how I would do it.
I think you go in and you KO with Hydreigon. And you hope that he doesn't. He has a basic in hand.
Yeah.
So he can just KO you back. But
Go
the
ahead.
thing is, Suicune's gonna go up to. Well, I guess yeah. So Suicune's gonna go up to 100 HP here. So you can't ever actually KO next turn. So you need your own Cyrus. But he has Cyrus because unless it's the last card in deck, I think he has one card in deck. So maybe he doesn't have it. That's why we're hovering the concede button here.
Finger on the trigger. Oh, whoa!
Oh, he concedes. So wait a minute. I don't know why he did that though.
No, I think that made sense because he had.
But
that must. I'm gonna have to look back on that.
He had 90. He would have healed to go to 100 and then just hit.
But Hydreigon would have survived, right? Because you're only hitting Hydreigon for 40.
It would have. Oh, because he has PCL. Yeah.
And then he had PCL. Yep. There you go.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. That was the missing factor there. Wow. Okay. So he bricked off that. Okay. We were just harping on how Suicune's unbeatable, and as we see, Cyrus led the last card in deck,
and it's still very beatable. Yeah.
Shout out to Mega Absol in the game.
Maddie, the caster curse.
Pokemon Pocket.
Yeah, caster curse is working opposite on you here. So now you're gonna start praising it, and we're gonna see it tank this round.
Clown me,
yeah.
They're gonna clown me in the chat. Absol's broken. All they have to do is just have the 20.
I swear it happens every time. Every time that Maddie says, "Nah, Absol's not that great of a card," all of a sudden we're gonna see.
Wow, what a crazy pivotal game 3 there. So now Numa back up against the wall. He's got to win 2 in a row here. Indo Hydreigon. I mean, that's unfortunate. How many cards? I mean, he must have had like 1 or 2 cards in deck there. I mean, he even went into the Suicune and he drew an extra card. No hand disruption too. So it's like you literally went the entire game just needing that second Cyrus and didn't get it, which is so crazy to me. But hey, both players though they're playing to win. Like they're doing whatever they need to get the win here.
Good start, I guess, if you're Kaizen, kinda. It's still not a terrible start. You've got most of the pieces to the puzzle for your Hydreigon.
Yeah.
I might have started with a Leap over Absol, though. I don't know. That's just me. I like starting with Leap over Absol and not putting my Hydreigon right in danger's way, turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, dude.
We'll see. And the problem is if you do hit it,
turn 2.
Yeah, as I say, if you hit the Hydreigon, then it's worth it. But if I always play like defensively as opposed to go for it because my luck is terrible in this game. So I just assume I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna hit that top deck.
Okay, we're gonna see the Pokeball come out here. Only 3 cards in hand, right, from Numa. So it's like, you're feeling pretty good if you're Kaizen. Like, I don't think we're gonna see like a turn 2 Rare Candy Greninja or anything stupid like that. As we see the committed energy on the Suicune. So he's already committed to that play here. We're going to see 3 new cards next turn for Kaizen. Pretty likely, to be fair, to draw into that Rare Candy. Like, the odds are, like, double Rare Candy in deck. I don't know how many cards are in deck. Probably like 12, and he's got Research. Like, it's pretty likely. So, that being said, you're not KOing the Suicune. So, it's the inherent issue, to be honest. But we have Poison Bar. So if the Poison Bar, well, but then Indeedee going to negate that. So what's really going to happen here is that you're not going to end up getting a turn advantage from energy perspective. Because after Hydreigon KOs and goes down, like there's going to be no energies on board, which means you're going to have to spend a turn with nothing.
That's usually how I get... Yeah, that's usually how I catch these decks is you catch them in a scenario where they just can't catch up on their energy.
Yeah. So let's see here.
Get them that way.
Copycat. We're going to play the Research here, I think, because we got the Hydreigon.
I think I'd play Research, yeah.
Here we go.
Fingers crossed. Big.
It was likely. It was very likely. Like, yeah. It would have been very unfortunate to move through whatever that is, more than half your deck and not see one rare candy, but,
I think 11 cards at least.
Yeah. But, but again, we're in the situation where we're not KOing. They can Indeedee heal, hit us back, and then put ourselves in a position to where we probably just end up KOing ourselves. But maybe not, because we haven't benched anything. So he can only hit for 80, unless we see Rare Candy Greninja on the following turn, which means he hits for 100, which would make that happen. But I think it's going to be relevant, because we don't have PCL in hand. Unless we top deck PCL, that'll be a different scenario. But we need Rare Candy Greninja next turn to put the pressure to KO the Hydreigon. Is what we need.
Opting to just go for it.
Yeah, that's what we do here. We're playing Hydreigon.
That's what we do. Yep.
We go for it. Can't bench anything. That's a losing play. So we're just going to slap for 130 and hope that we don't see a rare candy Grid Ninja, and that is Water Shuriken specifically, although both would be definitely somewhat fine in this scenario.
I thought that was it.
Pokeball?
Numa with the Luck Master. Does he have it? Professor, last
research.
last chance.
Let's see. The Suicune's been in the active a couple turns, so he's going to be...
Uh-oh.
All right, let's see. I mean, he can split energies here, and effectively the same thing happens. Yeah, he's okay. So he's going to split energies. The Suicune will go down, which is tough. But again, unless we see ECL here, and maybe we just copycat out, honestly. I would copycat just to maybe try to find a dino.
Yeah.
Because he's going to KO us no matter what, because we know he's got basics. So we can bench now pretty freely, which is what we're going to do here. So I like the Chingling, to be honest, but I mean, it's pretty likely the Greninja comes out regardless. So
yeah,
he's not going to bench the Chingling. And what do we want here? We want Dino, we want Hydreigon, we want Rare Candy.
We want all of that. Everything we just got, I think we want.
Yeah, that's the dead Pokeball. No, it's not a Chingling, forgot. So we can't, the PCL's not going to matter because this Hydreigon goes down next turn. So, and this is the thing, it's like we have to, unless we're chaining Hydreigons together, there's always going to be that turn where like nothing's happening. You know what I mean? For Kaizen. So like we
so
KO
now,
here, we get...
If I was Kaizen, I think I'm kind of regretting putting that Leap over Absol down. What would be nice is to have either the Chingling or the other Dino down, so you have something, like you were saying, to chain into.
Yeah. But also like 90 plus like the PCL this turn, you know, there is a world where you wouldn't have gotten KO'd this turn. It's just very unlikely because you know he's going to have either Greninja, Rare Candy, or Basic. So like, I think benching is fine. But to your point, like, what are we going into? Like,
hear me out now. What if we go? What if we go into the Leap over Absol next turn? We hit the Indeedee and wait for this. I guess we don't have enough energy because we don't even have energy lined up on Absol.
None on the board. Yeah. Like after this Hydreigon goes down, like, and they have Cyrus and like Greninja. Like, this is the issue with this matchup here is that after they KO you, sure, like the poison damage gets ticked, but then they can just sort of Rare Candy, like they just go Greninja ping Cyrus of Absol.
Yeah.
You know, and when the Indeedee heals, like you're never, I don't think Absol's going to be able to ever KO this Suicune because they also have Cape and stuff. So it's like, you put yourself in a really like just tough position here playing Hydreigon, and it's always possible. I'm not saying it's not possible, because you could go into Absol here, attach, bench the Dino, and then draw into Hydreigon to KO the Suicune. Like that's your win condition here, I think, or you can go into anything, but that's your win condition is to finish this off with a second Hydreigon.
The poison at least ticking for 20 a turn, 40 I guess every 2 turns here. So
you know, I think he could win this pretty easily. So what you do here is you bench the Dino.
Okay.
But if you bench the Dino, you lose to Rare Candy Greninja Cyrus, which is tough. So
he's got 4 cards left, 3 cards left, so he likely has it.
Yeah. I think he's yet to play. Yeah, it's pretty likely, but you could. I think you maybe. So we're going to PCL the Absol this turn so that we don't lose to that particular play. We'll bench the Dino, Poison Barb the something, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Do you bench the Dino? I think, hold on, what if we just go straight Mega Absol? Or what if we retreat into Chingling and prevent the other frog from evolving while the poison ticks down?
I like that play, but then we're losing the following turn. Actually, no, that might actually be a better play. But then we're wasting an energy and we don't have...
See, that's the problem, though, is you don't have a way to build up your Mega Absol. You're really just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. I think
no, what are we doing here?
Active here. It's fine because Hydreigon's the win condition. He's got to bench Dino. That's how you win here because you're going to copycat next turn for Rare Candy.
Bench it. Do it. Oh no! What are we doing?
I'm confused. I might be wrong here. He's probably seeing something I'm not seeing, so we're not hating on him.
I don't know. I agree, though. I don't see the play right now unless Mega Absol can survive 2 turns. Is that what we're banking on?
He's got double Cyrus, brother. He's got double Cyrus in his deck. Like, he's just going to Cyrus up Absol, hit it, and then do it again. Like, I don't know.
Well, Cyrus is full, or Absol's full health right now, so he can't Cyrus it now. Oh, no, he can. What am I talking about? He can...
He's gonna ping Cyrus twice.
I forgot how this deck works, Maddie.
I know, and because we didn't attach the Absol, like we can't discard a Cyrus or whatever.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? Like I just don't know what that. I personally don't understand that play. But
I kind of agree. I don't understand that play. I think I mean I do sort of understand it where they're hoping to draw like a Cyrus into that Indeedee, but like what are you gonna do? You got to stall for another turn.
He's just gonna do the play where he just KOs the active, pings the Mylego,
and Irida comes out.
And here to negate that whole play, which is effectively GG. I just don't you feel like the Hydreigon next turn play was the way you win?
That was it. Yeah, I'm really confused why we didn't put that. I mean, obviously we didn't put it down because we were afraid of taking more damage, but it didn't matter. Like, you were gonna get killed no matter what.
Yeah, and because we PCL'd the Absol, it was never gonna get KO'd this turn.
Yeah.
Because even with full bench and double Greninja pings, it can't hit for 170. They can only hit for 160.
Right. Well, we are looking at a Game 5 scenario here. Wait, are we? Yeah, we are, because they healed it up.
he's like, what I do? Yeah, man. Weird. It's a weird one. I don't. Again, we're not backseat gaming here. These,
No.
Listen.
A lot of times these players see windows that I don't see. So, hindsight is always 20/20 when you're sitting here and you're able to fully watch both sides of the game and like be just focused on that. It's a little different when you're playing the game and you're in, game 10 now. This is your 10th game in a row, and your brain starts to scramble a little bit.
Oh, dude. If I was in this tournament, I would have zero hope. I'd be so.
The worst is when is when you get like featured like this and you get put on the main broadcast and then everybody's watching and you're like, I made the biggest misplay ever, and everybody's like, this guy's terrible. Why is he here? And it's like, oh god, sorry, I made one misplay out of 30 games.
You know who you can always count on to just probably always make the right play no matter what is INVITATIONAL. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him make a play that didn't make the most sense.
Questionable plays. Yeah, exactly.
I genuinely, I've watched so many of his games, I don't remember him ever
No. Like I said, usually I learned something by watching Numa, so.
Yeah, like the game we lost, or the game he lost, not last game, but the one before, he lost that game, and you remember he went into the other Suicune to stall to draw an extra card.
Oh, yeah.
He just happened, he did everything exactly the way he should have. He literally happened to have Cyrus as the last card in his deck. Played the exact game perfectly the entire way, just got super unlucky. But anyway, game 5 here. Winner takes
moving
all,
into game 5.
16. Yeah, top 32, INVITATIONAL here. Game 5. Nihilego lead going first is obviously not super ideal. We do have a double copycat in hand. The Hydreigon and Cyruses are not going to be, the most useful thing in the world, I guess. Oh, is he going second? Oh, he's going second. My bad. So, I mean, Nihilego going second. I mean, it's better than going first, I guess.
Yeah, definitely better than going first. That's probably the only silver lining there.
I think at the end of the day, though, this thing is just gonna. Well, you could always pivot. I always forget. Hydreigon can just sort of set itself up, so you can attach here and just pivot next turn if you need to. So this copycat's gonna be nice. We're gonna see nice little 5 fresh cards here. Hopefully some basics. You can do a lot here. So Absol is pretty good. We really want a Dino here off this Pokeball, but we don't have. Jay, we don't have any Hydreigon and we don't have any rare candy in hand. But we do get the Dino, so that's one piece.
We do have a Dino. We do have a Professor also lined up, so we do have a potential 3 cards coming our way next turn.
What do you think about just benching and attaching to Absol here?
I like that. I like that.
Do you? You like getting the Absol down?
When I play Hydreigon Absol, I end up playing I'll do things where. I mean, I play with Chingling, so if you start with Chingling, I'll do weird things where I'll stall for a turn with my Hydreigon, put your Hydreigon down. Use the Roar to get the energy that turn, but then attach to Absol and not go in that until you have everything kind of ready. So in a almost similar sense, I like that he's getting his Absol ready to go. I think Nihilego's still going to be safe this turn, right?
Yeah, we're not. Listen, the thing here is that this we're not. I don't think he's ever going for this Nihilego. I think we're going to just go all in on this Absol here.
Yes.
Next turn, if we see Greninja X Cyrus, the game's over.
It's effectively over. Yeah, exactly.
So that's
early Greninja's definitely good for Numa. He is going for the Dino.
That's an interesting little play here. Does he hit into this Nihilego? I don't think
There's
so.
no way he attacks, right?
Hey, maybe. So we got a cape on a Frogadier. Now Absol can't even KO with this Frogadier, which is hilarious. Yeah, man. Let's see. Oh, okay. So, I mean, double research in hand. So he's moving. That's a Pokeball. That's a rare candy.
There's a candy.
1 turn away from the old Hydreigon coming in here. We've yet to see a Suicune, which is kind of crazy to me. Now I think we commit to the Nihilego. There's no reason not to. And bet you the Dino's probably fine as well. So you know, it really does come down to whatever's in Numatanali's hand. No Suicune in the active, so you got to keep in mind, like you know, he's not moving through his deck nearly at the pace that probably he would like to. Now he can go into a Suicune here, but let's see. Do we see a Greninja EX? Even just another Water Shuriken Greninja could be a big deal.
Yeah.
For overall like pressure, because then we could KO that one Dino. Again, it's very likely that we see the Hydreigon come out next turn. Yeah, double Water Shuriken. Double Water Shuriken. So, I mean, this is a big deal in the sense that I'm pretty sure, because Kai's got a full bench, I'm pretty sure we can double ping the Absol, and if we just draw into a Cyrus or have one in hand, the game is over.
Over.
You know, Pokemon Center Lady exists, though, so I don't know.
I'm curious, do you think you could double ping 40, the other Dino then and just get rid of the Dino 40. On the bench?
No, yeah, no, the PCL will not help him. If he has Cyrus in hand, he can double commit to this Greninja, because then Absol will be at 160, and full bench Suicune double Greninja ping will be 160. So,
there's
he's
Cyrus.
Just hit him.
There's the Cyrus.
He's got cape on the Greninja. He's got cape on the Greninja, Jay.
He's going
this
big.
Is broken. So yeah, he can just immediately put the pressure here onto the Absol here and hitting for a total of 100 damage, which, you know, is a big deal here, because what this does is, you know, your Greninja's not getting KO next turn, which is crazy. We're not taking any poison damage. Now this Absol is out of commission for the rest of the game, and we also just top decked an Absol here.
Are we able to Poké Center Lady maybe and save us from dying? I think.
No,
tough call here.
PCL is never, because we've already damaged this Absol, it will always be in KO range. So now it's just a matter of time before he draws his second Cyrus, basically. And he can wait. Like, he can just sort of chill out and wait for that to happen here. Is he? No, there's no way he YOLOs this here and just attacks.
He's YOLOing.
That's a crazy play.
We're YOLO.
The game is over. The game's over.
The game is over, right? You're right, because they attack into him, and then you just double ping down after that.
He didn't even play the research. What's going on? Oh, he had to PCL.
He had to PCL it. Yeah.
No, but the thing is here, like, he would have taken 40 and then taken 40 the following turn. So like, he really didn't. It was locked. He was locked. He didn't have anything.
Yep.
He couldn't have won. He never would have won. He would have always just gone down to Water Shuriken pings. That's brutal, dude. All right. There we go. There we are. I mean, to be honest, a very interesting set there. Goes to game 5. It really, the only reason it went to 5 was because, you know, that Cyrus bottom deck. But yeah, beautiful plays from both players. Players, they both played great. It's just, you know,
absolutely.
You're in top 32, Jay. You hit Numatanali playing Suigren, and it's like, you know, am I really?
What else can you do? You know? I mean, you made it to top 32 in the PMPT Invitational Championships. You should. That's an accomplishment in itself. We were talking earlier before the match started. If I had to go up against somebody, I really wouldn't want to have it be Numatanali. He is one of the best players in the world. What are you thinking then for our next game?
So we're Numatanali's going immediately into top 16 against King Solomon. Is King Solomon streaming? He is. So if you want to just hop into that, I mean, I don't think any other set is like immediately ready, so we can just follow Numatanali here.
Let's do it.
Another little run.
King Solomon, I think right above us, so.
Yep. All right. Shout out to Numatanali. He's played so good. We're just going to watch him again. I know everybody loves watching Suicune Greninja. This is going to be, though, this is a very different scenario here, Jay, because this is going to be King Solomon playing the double Chingling, double disruption, actually single disruption, but Mars, the Altaria deck. You know? Yeah, at least we got some. Ooh, hey, speak of the devil, huh? We were talking about him earlier. I got to pull up the decks here. Let me pull up the decks and see what exactly we're running here. We know what Numa's got. King Solomon. Last season, Jay, I ran this exact list. Other than the Furfur, I ran Jirachi instead of Furfur, but I ran this exact list to beat Suicune Greninjas in ranked, and it was actually a very valuable value. Yeah, because Chingling plus the Rocky Helmet damage plus Klefki to discard the Giant Capes, plus having red in the deck allows Altaria to oftentimes just kind of get the KO on Suicune, and then you can kind of just win the game that way. So this is a very effective, in my mind, a very effective deck list here into the Suicune Greninja matchup. I'm going to be very interested to watch this. This is a bit of a throwback. Yeah, I like this. I rocked this cook. I rocked the Klefki red double Rocky Helmet Chingling stuff, specifically to beat Suicune Greninja, and it was effective. So shout out to King Solomon here from Puerto Rico, 3-0. This is a top 16 matchup. First one we're going to get on stream here. We were just talking a lot about Suicune. But one of the biggest, and to be honest, maybe the biggest factor in the entire meta right now is potentially Mega Altaria. I mean, that card is broken.
Yeah. I'm almost wondering if Mega Altaria just dethrones Gardevoir. Like if Gardevoir just ends up not being that good because Mega Altaria exists.
It's they're just two different decks, like two flavors, you know.
That's true.
And it's just gonna come down to, you know, what matters more. I do think that, again, if Hydreigon becomes more of a factor next season, Altaria deals with it a bit better, just simply for the fact that you deal 130 instead of 110, and that's a big difference in the face of a Hydreigon being able to take the KO or not. You know, I think that's really, and I think they probably designed Gardevoir for that exact reason of like, hey, you know, it does 110, which like isn't bad, but also Hydreigon. You know, it's
but
like,
also Hydreigon. You know, yeah, exactly.
Maybe we play guard with like Rocky Helmets and have the ability to kind of revenge KO Hydreigon, but again, they
what
can't
I'm
play
wondering
DD,
too
they can play Cape.
Is like, what's going to be the optimal tool for Gardevoir? Are we going to play helmets? Are we going to play like how much healing is actually going to matter on that deck too? I wonder. I'm waiting for Citrus Berry to be used by somebody.
I do think is that the one that heals 10 every turn? I think
yeah,
that,
it heals. No, that one's leftovers. Citrus Berry is the one that when you go below half, I think it heals for. Maybe it only heals for 30, and it's kind of like a whippy dip.
Still probably a lot better actually than.
You think? I maybe it is. Yeah. I don't know, because you combo that with Diantha, and that's 120 healing. That's a lot of healing.
Does it get discarded after you play it?
Yes, it is discarded once it plays, and then you can move into another item, which I thought was good too.
Do we have leftovers?
Leftovers is a thing.
Yeah, so 10 every turn. That might be better than the 30 ones. I don't know.
The 30.
Because you're definitely gonna go below half, like in basically every time. That's the thing about Gardevoir is like you're gonna have 210, you're gonna get hit for like 120 or 140 or whatever, and then heal for 90. So you're gonna get above that 2 KO threshold. That's the whole thing with Gardevoir. So maybe and you know, and again, like Gardevoir does have access to, like you said, Citrus. It's got you know, you can cape it. You have double DDs. Like you can play around the deck. It's really gonna come down to like what makes more sense in the common matchups, whether or not you should be boosting your damage to try to KO those Hydreigons in one attack, or try to live multiple attacks. I think the Hydreigon stuff is really what's gonna define that matchup, because they're hitting you for 150, you know, twice. So unless you can just KO it, it's always gonna be more worth it to be on the aggressive and just take the KO on Hydreigon, so you don't get hit for 150 again. Because, you know, similar to the matchups that we saw in this tournament, is that, you know, when you KO that Hydreigon, like sometimes they can't attack again next turn. You know, which could just mean a back-to-back Diantha heal or a Diantha into a Lily heal, which means all of a sudden Gardevoir's back up to full. So there is definitely a way to build Gardevoir to potentially deal with Hydreigon. The difficulties, of course, is always going to be, you know, does it come out turn 2 and just KO my Curly or whatever?
Yeah, exactly.
That's always going to be a tough go there. Looks like we're waiting for this game to start. I might.
Yeah, I just popped in. If you want to go use the restroom, absolutely go for it. I was gonna say I just popped into chat just to let the players know we are ready to go whenever they are. I think King Solomon might.
Taking a little.
Yeah, if you want to go run to the bathroom though, I got it. I can cover it.
Yeah, I'll be back in just 1 minute. Shout out to everybody watching the stream here. We've got over 600 people live currently, which is incredible. Shout out to everybody that's tuning in here. I really appreciate it. And again, big thanks to everybody who participated all season and in the Invitational. The tournament series will be back. So excitingly, we will be having our first open normal tournament in the new Fantastical Parade metagame. So that'll be coming up next weekend. Very exciting. But for now, I appreciate you guys for watching. I'll be right back. Top 16 coming up. It's going to be exciting.
Sounds good. All right, guys. In the meantime, Maddie, I'm going to turn your camera off till you get back. In the meantime... what are we looking at here, guys? Let's maybe take a look at the standings. Go to the standings just real quick here, just to see where everything's standing after 4 rounds. Standings are probably going to be a little skewed today, too. Just a heads up. Oops, let's turn Maddie's camera off. A lot of Suicune Greninjas, a lot of Mega Absols. But that's to be expected. What else were we gonna, expect to see at the top of the Invitational, right? This is, again, like the Super Bowl of Pokemon Pocket tournaments. So it's expected to see some of these players running some of the best meta decks, right? They want to go for consistency, and it's working out for these players. Who do we still have in the tournament? We got Iluchin still here. Luma's still in it, we're obviously, right? Cranfire, King Solomon. King Solomon is the only Mega Altaria player. No, I shouldn't say the only one. Looks like we have 2 Mega Altaria players in top 10.
What's up?
All right, I think Maddie's back. Maddie, I was just taking a look at the standings.
Yeah.
Just to see where everybody was at here. I think we're still waiting on the opponents to start. Nope, I'm sorry. They just started. Let's hop into the game here.
Yeah, looking at those standings, see a lot of Suicune, see a lot of Hydreigon, which, you know, is to be expected.
I was saying to be expected, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that is what people played at the tournament, you know, this weekend. But all right, looks like we're into the game here, huh? So
yeah,
Chingling lead
here.
Yeah. So okay. So all right, let me get in the zone here. So Chingling lead going second is totally fine. Froakie lead going first, you know, obviously not super ideal. Jay, one of the things that we see with Suicune, you know, to negate, you know, the going first lead and leading Froakie or whatever is Greninja EX. You know, difficult to do that when you're under the Chingling lock here, but you know, Suicune can just pop off into those Frogadiers, right? We've seen, you know, INVITATIONAL draw those Frogadiers throughout this tournament, so you know, that's really what this matchup will come down to. You know, the Chingling lock's going to slow the game down here. It's going to allow, you know, we even have the Mars in hand as well. So it's going to come down to, can that Frogadier come down, you know, in the first turn or two?
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be the big difference here. But Chingling with Rocky Helmet, going to be pretty annoying to deal with, quite frankly. And he does, INVITATIONAL does elect.
He had to opt to go for Klefki there for that energy attachment, which is kind of rough, but
it is. Yeah, the hand here not obviously great here, but
oh,
the
there we
Lissia top
go.
deck here, again, lots of great cards here that you can pull out the top deck, whether it's basics, whether it's Lissia, whether it's Copycat, whether it's research here, everything you want now on the board here. Swablu with the energy, Altaria in hand, and a double Chingling. You can go Chingling into Chingling, Mars him to 1. If not,
and then Mars. I was just about to say you can actually go right into a Mars after this too, and that's going to be even better, right?
Yeah, again, if we don't see the Frogadier, which we didn't, you know, it's just a different world. It's a completely really difficult matchup because you just can't progress. Suicune can't play the Pokeballs to find the Pokemon. They can't play Rare Candy to get into Greninja. So now all of a sudden you find yourself in this position of like, well, you know, I mean, okay, like even if he were to just attack this Chingling with Froakie, like he gets KO'd by the other Chingling. So, you know, you could always even make the decision if you're King Solomon to chain the Chinglings together to eventually Mars him to 1. And then sweep with Mega Altaria. And, you know, a cape here, we can get rid of the cape with Klefki. We could top deck into a red. Like, there's this deck, again, I said it earlier, specifically really built to beat this Suicune matchup, which, again, you know, just we don't see that a lot for some reason in the meta right now. But one thing I really like, this Mars to 3, the desperate attempt here. The desperate attempt back into Mega Altaria is brutal to see. So, you know, it's interesting. It's an interesting scenario. I do think you start to press the issue here if you're King Solomon. You just kind of KO the Froakie.
Oh boy, and, Numa not in a good spot here, right? Attaching to the
yeah. It's the thing here is that you know he's got Pokeballs in hand because like he just does. So because he hasn't benched Pokemon and he hasn't played any cards, so like you know he's got the Pokeballs. We do see him go to the Chingling here. This might just be a pivot decision here, you know, to give him some time to think. But if I'm him, I probably do just go into Altaria. Because like unless if we had a second Rocky Helmet, then maybe we try to press that issue, or if we had Mars to Mars him to 1. But I think we just kind of, you know, with the Indeedee as well.
Perfect.
Like this. So,
yeah, I was gonna say you drew the Indeedee there. I think that was all the only basic he had left, I believe, was the Indeedee. Maybe another Swablu. So
yeah, basically he's not even gonna bench it here because again, it doesn't matter. Realistically, does it? The Mars is already down, and you're seeing exactly what this deck does in this Suicune, which is Chingling lock. You know, slow the deck down, you know, you KO, and then you kind of go into it. In a scenario where there was a Suicune in the active, Jay, and not the Froakie, we'd still be in a position to KO that Suicune this turn. So think about that. You know what I mean? And there's the concession. So here we are. You know,
quick game one. This is if this is one of my favorite ways to play into Suicune Greninja is that the double Chingling, Mars, sleep plays. I mean, you really just effectively shut them down from getting those early ninjas, and then punish them too for killing your Chinglings, right? They have to get through your Chinglings, and then you punish them afterwards. So, again, definitely one of my favorite ways to play against Suicune Greninja. We'll have to see if King Solomon can continue. Guys, this is what? Top 16, right? This is top 16 in the Pocket Mads Pocket Tournament. Excuse me. I want to say PMPT. The PMPT Invitational Championship. Yes.
Right.
All right, moving into game 2. Go ahead, Maddie.
The thing to note here, why people might be like, well, why don't we see this Altaria deck more? The progression that happened, because this deck was very popular, the progression that happened was high roll Altaria with Greninja. in Chingling, which can effectively function. It's a bit more inconsistent, but it functions quite similarly into Suicune Greninja with the Chinglings, with the Alterias. It just is the high roll, and the Greninja stuff does help it a little bit more in the head-to-head against the normal Altaria deck, which is why people sort of have gravitated a bit more towards that deck. But I'm still a believer in the traditional Altaria stuff. I think it's just more consistent, and I think the deck functions better as just a consistent strategy. But we do see the Klefki lead here, which is not the best.
No, I would say that's probably not your best start. At least you're starting turn 2, so you have energy advantage.
Right.
However, we do see 2 frogs on the board turn 1, which is not good. Those can quickly turn into Greninjas.
Yeah, we have an interesting decision here because Copycat is definitely enticing, but we also want to commit that Rocky Helmet probably to a Chingling. So what do we get off the Pokeball? It's a Furfrou. So we're probably just going to bench here. I think we might hold the Rocky Helmet, and I think we Copycat to try to draw. Hey, I guess maybe don't need to hold the helmet. But we're going to Copycat here. We want the Chingling. We want the Chingling lock because you can get a couple attacks off with Chingling. The thing is that Rocky Helmet on the Furfrou now means that we're going to be a bit more reliant on some other stuff to be able to KO this weekend potentially. But that's a tough little hand here. It looks like the Klefki might be sacrificial to some degree.
Yeah.
Here, which no Chingling. So yeah, it's it's unfortunate, just unlucky. Like with double Chingling in the deck, Pokeballs, Lycia, we still didn't get it. Because the Greninja's probably coming out this turn, Jay, and
I'm feeling
it's gonna be tough. That's a recipe for disaster, quite frankly. Indeedee comes down as well, so we got all our basics on the board here. Frogadier, so he had the Frogadier anyway. It's important to note that he would, he was gonna have that turn too, regardless.
Regardless of the Chingling, you're right.
Yeah, so even with the Indeedee, so Furfrou Rocky Helmet, might be able to set up a KO, like if he. Yeah, but the thing is, he attached to the Swablu, which is an interesting thing here. It might come down to sleep. We might have to sleep here for a turn or two, unfortunately.
We do at least have a Professor in hand to draw more cards here. I don't know.
Red is important. That red is important. It means
yes.
that when we go into Altaria, we could very well just have the ability to KO the active
one-shot the Suicune. Yep.
But what's tough here is Numa's got 5 cards in hand now. The Frogadier's on the board, so you can't stop the Greninja from coming out, and he could very well have Cyrus. So, that Swablu here, at this point, you might make a business decision, Jay, and bench that second Swablu and split the energies.
That's what I'm thinking, right?
Yeah, you
do see
the
Ching.
You might be forced into that. That Rocky Helmet could be relevant as well. He's actually attached to the Klefki and benches Chingling. So, again...
I like this.
Yeah, I like it. It's a little scary, though, because, Greninja, Cyrus...
That is true. And we don't have another way to put another Swablu down and get juiced up on another Swablu. So,
but I think he made this play because he doesn't have Altaria. So
yeah,
you don't want to put all your eggs in in one basket. And not
yeah,
have,
exactly.
So again, I'm pretty much expecting a Greninja Cyrus play here. You KO the Swablu, and the game is kind of
I wonder if you can use Klefki's ability if there's no items on the board. Or no tools on the board.
We just saw energy.
Wait, energy split. Wait a minute.
Yeah. Playing the slow game here with Greninja EX is a very interesting way to do this.
Again, maybe this is the part where I take out the notepad and I just sit back and watch and learn, because Numa is one of those players where he, I swear he has a crystal ball and he knows no, this is the optimal play. Don't go in. Don't put all your, we were just saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket. I think I like this. Because I think Numa's thinking, if he attacked that Chingling, he's going to be in kill range, right? And then he's thinking,
Altaria, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think he's thinking he has the Altaria, so it makes sense.
Exactly right. That's exactly right. And I think he's also maybe waiting for that giant cape. I think he wants that cape to feel a little bit more comfortable to hit on with this Suicune. So again, he knows. No matter what you think, he knows more than all of us. So
absolutely, yeah.
Put our faith in him here. And there's the Altaria and the Mars, 2 very good cards, realistically. And again, you can safely go into a Greninja here because you're above that damage threshold from Altaria, and of course, you have Indeedee on the back line. So the jingly noise comes down here. I guess you do kind of, you want to keep the item locked down just to stop that Water Shuriken from coming out. But again, you're in a tough spot because he's slowly,
What's going to be great though here is he's going to be able to potentially Oh no, wait, is he going to attack this turn? There's no way.
We do have red. Okay. We do have red. So if he hits, Altaria can KO.
Oh.
So he might be pressing the issue, saying, "I'm going to KO with the."
Oh, he's going Mars first. Okay.
He's going aggressive here. He's going to go for KO on the Mars here. But we see the red. This Chingling does have a Rocky helmet, so does he play Sabrina in this list? He has the list up actually, which is
yes,
cool.
he does.
No?
Yes, he does have a Sabrina.
Yeah, so that's that's win condition. That's where we're at.
That is
right
win
now.
condition.
Sabrina will win you the game, but again, if Numa draws, you got to be careful here because our only basics is Ndidi, and that's also a win condition for. Actually, it's not because.
Oh no way!
Oh wait, so I think he's got everything he needs actually at this point.
I think that is it.
To get it done here.
No, wait. Whoa.
Well, I do like this because we don't bench.
Oh.
Wait, no.
I see what you're saying, but now we do bench.
I don't think it matters. I think you just play the red because Sabrina's going to win you the game anyway, so you just play it.
Didn't we already get Mars too? So our hand is
safe.
Got
Mars. Yep, already got Mars. Yeah, the Mars really did kind of kick back on Numa there, which is tough.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Sabrina top deck, as well as the basic there, is again like literally, how you win. The only scenario here where you don't win, I guess, is quite frankly a giant cape, which I think Numa's been playing around this whole time. He's been trying to draw into it.
He sees that Klefki though too, and the Klefki like
Suicune does it for you. So Suicune plus the Greninja here.
Okay.
So now, wait, no, I think Numa wins. Numa's gonna win.
Numa's gonna win this?
Yeah.
Oh, Cyrus on the.
Because he's benched Suicune, so he can't Sabrina to win.
But Numa does have a point. I was gonna say Numa doesn't have a point, but I forgot he killed the Chingling.
Yeah, and in the big factor here is that the Rocky helmet wasn't on the Swablu. I mentioned it briefly early in this game. I was like, he benched the Froakie and put the helmet onto it. But like you in this scenario, if you had a helmet on the Altaria, you could force the issue, right? Because then he would be at 150, get a health of red. That would also be in condition. So
the way Numa just pulled this out was actually insane.
Yeah, I mean, he played to his outs. Like, that's the reality of it. I think Solomon was thinking, well, Sabrina's my win condition here. But in a world where he had a Rocky helmet on this Altaria, it would have been a completely different game, right? Because he could have put pressure on that Greninja with a KO ability with red. You know what I mean? So, unfortunately here, he's actually just going to go into the Furfrou. He's going to play around him not having a Cyrus here. Yeah, I mean, it's inevitable at this point. Numa running 2 Cyruses in a Suicune Greninja deck, so it's a matter of time. He's got like 5 cards in deck, though. I don't know if
he might.
Got that many
There's one.
Yeah. All right.
Cyrus Gabyrus.
So, the Chingling, not a factor. We saw the turn 2 Frogadier anyway. The Rocky helmet placement here on the board definitely, was tough, but you made that decision early in the game. It's like, well, I'm going to copycat here. Do I leave the Rocky helmet here? You know what I mean? He didn't have a Swallow at the time, which is, that's how it goes. That's the matchup.
That's pocket, right? Isn't that what Taj always says? That's pocket.
It's pocket, man. It's tough decisions, and Numa's not going to misplay. So
no. Again, Numa playing in a way where like again, chat. There's no way he is cheating. We have a 7-minute delay. Like, there's just no way he could cheat. But it feels like he has like some sort of crystal ball, or like he's like, no, I know that this card is sitting there. I know, like he knows. Like Manny says, he knows how to play his outs very well. He knows how to anticipate turns very well as well. I think he definitely takes advantage of the open deck format, but I mean, we all should be, but I think Numa takes it to another level. You know what I mean? Where that turn, it literally felt like he had premonition and knew what was in the hand and played it safe.
And it's second nature. He's played probably thousands of games with Suicune.
That's true too.
He's played this matchup 1,000 times. So, that game went a whole different way. Like, Chingling wasn't a factor, but even if it was a factor, we saw the turn 2 Frogadier, which is really a pivotal point in that game. Going first, leading Swablu here, again, a little bit, tough, but the Chingling is here. So, again, we can go -1 energy. It really doesn't matter when we have the Chinglings on board. So, at the end of the day, the Chingling lock will come down, and whether or not he gets Frogadier or not is going to be kind of the deciding factor, quite frankly. And we do see the cape on the Swablu, which again might be relevant if that becomes an Altaria later in the game, right? Because that's the math. So Rocky helmet plus red will KO anything with a full bench with Altaria. So keep that in mind. We commit to the Froakie here. Will he attack? I guess is the question here. When you lead Swablu, you do actually have a really interesting decision where you can kind of flip the coin with sleep and say, do I want to win next turn? It's a It's a funny thing, but with Frogadier here, or with Frogadier and Rare Candy Greninja, they can
they can just evolve out of it. Unfortunately, that's one of my favorite things to do too. Is just like that early game sleep play where I'm like, I'm gonna just go for it. We're gonna sleep them. If it works, it works. Then you get right into your next turn with Mega Altaria.
But he's got the Altaria in hand, so I think you definitely got to think about this in some way. But that Swablu has energy onto it, which is scary because the Cyrus play, like a Frogadier Cyrus, will KO that Swablu. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit scary. Either way you slice it here. Double Rocky Helmets come down. He's going to go ahead and Rocky Helmet onto that Chingling.
Got to attach first.
Retreat. He's got to retreat because, again, it's a little bit too scary to go for the Sing play.
I'm putting the other... Okay, there we go. I'm putting the other Chingling in if we're making this play just because you need something to retreat into that's not going to cost you the following turn. That way you can start building up your Swablu or whatever else you want to on the bench here. I'm guessing going to be the Swablu. We could see...
I got my cat. My cat's joining us right now.
What's up, kitty? There's the Cyrus. I was going to say, we could see an early Cyrus.
There it is. If we hit the Swablu with a Frogadier, it's going to be quite tough here. But even not. Like, I mean, even this damage is relevant because he's now potentially going to go -2 energy, which is really tough. So the Cyrus play was really smart. Numatanali playing this again exactly how he should be playing it this whole time. The second Swablu comes in, but we don't have the bench space for it. Really, really tough here. And Numa actually split energies on the
bench there too.
On the Suicune. So again here, do we go for the sleep play or do we retreat again back into Chingling?
See, like you were saying, we're two energy down, but we did burn a Cyrus to make that play happen. You're right. That is a good good thing. Opting to forgo, as I say, they didn't evolve, which you're probably right. Probably a smart play.
Irida here, gonna keep this Froakie alive for a little bit longer. Again, he's doing whatever he feels like he needs to do here, but he is gonna be able to press the issue going into Suicune. Now, again, the factor here is that he's really not even in that good of a position because we don't have the Frogadier. So because we have a second Chingling, we can chain the Chinglings, we can Mars to 1, we can Altaria to KO the Suicune. So like, the board state here still works. It still functions properly for Solomon, which really speaks to like how crazy, this whole thing is with the Chinglings and whatnot. So the Suicune's going to take some damage. Doesn't even leave any board state space for the Indeedee, which is crazy.
Yeah, that is kind of a crazy move there.
But you got to have a backup attacker.
Yeah, he might not even have the Indeedee. He's down to 2 cards. I guess now up to 3, but...
Right, he might not have had it. But again, like... the Suicune is going to go down after this Chingling goes down, probably. So you're now in a really strange position of like, well, the only way we win here is it was with another Cyrus, and like it's kind of scary. Like you got to evolve this turn, because if not, you get Cyrus and you lose. Yeah, and I think we bench here because again, Numa does play Mars, so I think you bench something here. The Indeedee's probably a good play.
Do we want to hit the Mars this turn then to maybe prevent that Cyrus play from happening?
It's a great question here. The answer is no, I guess, from Solomon.
The answer is no. You're right.
But I mean, dude, it's like the even if he does have that Cyrus, like, is it really great? Because if he has a Cyrus, you're not evolving into Greninja this turn. So like, regardless whether you Cyrus again, then you're down 0 Cyruses and you can Mars him to 2 and then just KO and then what, So he's still in the commanding position, I would say, this game for sure.
This Mars
very commanding position
could go big here if we still hang on to this Mars the following turn, I suppose. But
yeah, it's huge. But
yeah,
it's Altaria though. Jay's got Rocky Helmet, so like if that second Suicune comes in, and there's a Klefki, so it's like
that's what I'm saying. Like, what did we even do on Numa's end here? We have to get that Froggy X.
You need the Frogadier, dude. The whole game here is gonna come down to Frogadier. And we've yet to see it. So, I mean, at this point here, we're Marsing to 1, we're KOing, and probably just going to win the game. I don't really know. I guess, he can't stall for an additional turn. Never mind. He can't.
There we go.
That's the game. I mean, he's got everything. He's got Klefki on board. He's got double basics. He's got red in hand. He's got Rocky Helmet on the Altaria, and he's got full HP, and he's going to hit and KO. The
Mars there was big. Yeah, exactly. This deck is excellent at shutting down Suicune Greninja, and I mean, in this tournament here, I think it's going to go... It could go places, that's for sure. It made it to top 16.
You got to get through the Hydreigons. But, in the same vein, too, like, Numatanali's playing Frogadier. And I've told people all the time, I'm not saying it's not a good idea to play Frogadier. It's just like most of the time it's not useful. Like in this particular scenario, unless the reverse Mars is pretty legit actually. Never mind. That's a really good card to draw there. That's a great card to draw because we can just hit. And
if you're looking for a card, I suppose that's it, huh?
Yeah, that'll do the job here. So yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, the Frogadier is
game over this turn. Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
But about the Frogadier though, do you run it or don't run it? I suppose.
I think you just run it because like why not? You have like the space in the deck, and like even if it's not like even if you're not playing against Chingling, like it's still nice to have. Like as we saw with Numa in like the last matchup. It's just again it's not. I wouldn't say it's a counterplay to Chingling. Like most of the time, you're not going to get Froakie turn 1, Frogadier turn 2. It's just unlikely. Yeah. So the Chingling lock will still be very effective, and it's still going to kind of work the same way as it would. But yeah, let's go. So what is this? Game 4 now. Up 2-1 here.
Yeah, game
King
4.
Solomon's up 2-1. It's an unfortunate matchup here to hit right in top 16 if you're Numa, but that's how brackets work. Like you probably farmed some.
I mean, he kind of got it lucky last round, right? Where he had the the clear advantage. Is this how you want to start?
You're going second. It doesn't matter. Like if you can just get Chingling out and retreat into it at the same thing. It's the same thing here. We're not an early game deck, but potentially, we can actually KO the Froakie if he ever attaches to it, which is a funny play. Like in a world where he I have won games by just attacking with Indeedee, right? But Pokeball comes out for Numa here, so he's gonna move through his deck. Gets his own Indeedee down. That'll be nice in the face of Chinglings for sure. Suicune as well. So, he's got the Pokemon he needs. But again, he went first and led Froakie, which is just not ideal. It's just not what you want. Let's see what we get here off the research. It is not a Chingling. So, the opportunity is now open, I suppose, which is fine. It's like all right. But again, what I was saying is you can put pressure on with this Indeedee. Because if they commit energy to the Froakie and they retreat, we get 30 off into Suicune. If they attach energy to Suicune, we just hit him for 60, and then all of a sudden we're just KOing Suicune with 2 energies. So it's kind of a funny thing here with Indeedee that you can do. And you can very well just win this game by going...
I'm so used to Indeedee just being a heal bot that you forget that it can attack. In fact, coming up in the next set, I feel like Indeedee is going to be maybe pretty good. With Gardevoir being able to hand out all that energy, I feel like you're going to lock people in accidentally where they're like, I put way too much energy out there, got Sabrina into a card that had 7 energy on it.
He's going to do it. Look, he's going to do it.
Oh, no!
Does he bench, though? Like, the thing is, like, why bench?
Why bench?
We have a Sabrina, which is really important, right? Because unless we see a Greninja EX, like, that's going to stall him for another turn. He's going to go basically -3 turns energy, which is crazy. But again, 30, right? So here's the thing. Like, he's going to hit for 30. Next turn, he hits for 60. And then the next turn, he hits for 90. So, like, you're putting a lot of pressure on this Suicune. You know what I mean? And Suicune's not going to be able to want to kill the Indeedee. So it's a really funny way to actually play this. But it does work. He might elect for the Sabrina next turn. He very well could. Very well could. But, we've yet to see a Frogadier or a Greninja. So, like, we could... It's not too late to go into a Chingling here. And make that happen. But that Mars actually ended up being kind of spicy. Like, it kind of worked out pretty well for him here. Now Numa's realizing, he's like, the cape.
I think so. Klefki exists. We do have it too. We have it on the board or in the hand.
Yeah, I don't know if the math works out with Indeedee, if all that damage will add up. Well, that'll work out. That damage checks with Altaria, so we can get rid of the cape here just to get rid of it. Attached to the Swablu, you might want to evolve because then you're going to get smoked by the Rare Candy Greninja. Because he's already behind on energies. I would attach evolve here, I think.
Are we Sabrina-ing this turn?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, potentially, because whatever he brings up here, we're gonna damage, but maybe not because like we can hit for 60. Yeah, he's not gonna. This is a good play because now if
he retreats, you do the same thing, right?
Yeah, and he's just behind so many energies that.
Oh my god, really... yeah. You have to get that Greninja EX this turn.
But yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Jay. Like if he heals here, it goes to 90. So like if he were to attach the Suicune and hit, like Indeedee does KO it. So
we are splitting the energy.
He can't do that regardless. Yeah, he's got to split, which is hilarious. And here we could actually just Sabrina if we wanted to, or just go into Altaria and KO. Which
Numa in a lot of trouble right here.
Yeah, dude. This Indeedy's just gonna ride it out. There's
Do
no
you
reason
take
to ever
the?
not.
Okay, we've got the
Oh,
early.
that's big.
Well, not early. We've got a candy at least. There it is.
Oh,
Greninja
it's
EX. He needed it.
That does change things a little bit. Still can't one KO Indeedee. We'll still be taking 90 damage. But again, now we can pivot into the other Suicune. But this is kind of a scary play here because if we Sabrina, we're forcing him into 3 options that he really doesn't want to be into.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to go into either the Suicune because he gets KO, or he doesn't get KO, but you don't want to go in the Suicune. You don't really want to go into the Greninja. And you definitely don't want to go into the Indeedee. So he's going to elect here to just send it, you know?
Do it.
Let's go. Because I think he'll go into Suicune here.
I think he has to go Suicune,
he doesn't
right?
get KO'd. I think so.
The problem is we don't have any sort of Jirachi on this deck, and a Jirachi Snipe Ranger would be...
I don't know if Sabrina actually was that useful, because now that I think about it...
That's
like,
it. Yeah, I'm thinking
killing
maybe not. If he puts in the Suicune, it kind of wasn't enough, right? If he would have had one more energy on there. Yeah.
And
wait, we can
keep Indeedee alive, which effectively allows you to live 2 hits from the Greninja. So
I forgot we had an energy already built up on Altaria.
Yeah,
so we are ready.
And if he top decks the red, it's over, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so
no, he's gonna have to hit red and a card though, right? And a basic, excuse me.
Well, if Greninja hits, he can't 2-hit KO Altaria with Indeedee. So this is a really good position to be in. If Numa drops a Froakie and has like the next turn Rare Candy Greninja, then that's a really big deal, of course.
Numa.
Yeah.
Numa.
So, I mean, I think Numa can win this. I think actually I feel pretty strongly that Numa... Oh, well, let's just see. I mean, do we see...
Coming up right here.
All he needs is Rare Candy Greninja next turn and no red top deck. All right. So
what you want?
Yeah. So, I mean, if we see Rare Candy Greninja, it's over.
But one thing he could do here, though, is retreat, right? Can't we retreat into Indeedee and go...
Yeah. Now you need Cyrus, Rare Candy Greninja, I guess.
Which, I mean, Numa is getting down on cards, but we'll see if this is enough.
Has he played Cyrus yet, though?
Yeah, I don't think he's played Cyrus, and he's got like 3 cards left, so...
All right. Does he have it? He's forcing the issue here.
There we go. We need the candy and the Cyrus, right?
Yeah, and if he doesn't have it this turn, that's also brutal, because then he can just retreat back into Altaria and heal for another 20, which means that... Oh,
hey,
okay.
No candy.
What does he do here? I think that's the turn. I think this is the pivotal turn here, because I think again, Altaria, he hasn't taken any points, so like Altaria can come in, heal up to 130, which means that no matter what, Numa can't KO, and
you're hitting for 100. And what do you put in? Whatever you put in.
You have to bring in Suicune, but then it can't attack, and then no matter what, like you just can't attack next turn without getting KO'd, which is really tough. So I think,
and all we need is a basic, right? A basic to win it.
I think Solomon's got it, bro.
Woo! This game was back and forth.
I don't even think he needs a basic, bro. He's got red off the top. He's got Cyrus in the deck. He's got Mars, so he could Mars.
There is a bunch of options here, right? Yeah, you can win with a bunch of different things here.
I think literally if he goes to into Altaria and heals up to 130, like the game's over. I don't know what Numa could do, because no matter what he goes into, you know what I mean. I just don't know where he goes from there. He could just stay in with a DD, but I would heal, of course. That Irida... Doesn't really matter, I guess.
Down to the line there.
It'll force a basic at some point.
There's the red.
Yeah, the red. That's a red. Good card. So you go back into Altaria, you heal it to 130, and you just hit for 100. That's just what you do.
Yeah.
Numa can still win if Solomon just does not draw a basic Pokemon. Or Cyrus. Because he can go back into Greninja, hit, live, and then hit again. So that's the both players are kind of just playing off the top deck here, waiting to draw into something here. But Solomon's got to do what he's got to do here. So a basic Pokemon, and of course Cyrus will win him the game. Very likely that they. I think basic, actually. To be fair.
Wait. Oh, there's the okay.
It's just other players winning next turn. Their next turn.
Yeah, you're right. So, it ends next turn no matter what.
But Alicia wouldn't help him here. Research wouldn't help him because you need the red. So it's either got to be a basic or a Pokeball or Cyrus, or else you don't win because he's already played Sabrina.
No, wait, because he's got helmet on though. So he hits into, he'll be down to 120.
True. That's true. Yeah.
Got the helmet.
That is a great point.
But wait, we hit the Indeedee on the bench. Are we going to Cyrus? I mean, that would be a smart play to Cyrus because then you avoid the helmet damage.
Yeah, then you'll avoid the helmet. But that doesn't. But then you're never going to be able to KO Altaria. So you would need double Cyrus, which you can do on the first round. Doable. So you can go double Cyrus play. Maybe he doesn't draw to Mars. He's drawn all of his decks, so he has double Cyrus.
He has it. Yeah, he has it.
If you KO the Indeedee, you get Mars to 1. It's a little bit scary for sure. Again, this all just rides on whether Solomon top decks a Pokemon here. So, or Cyrus. Basic or Cyrus. He wins next turn regardless, because Numa's not waiting this turn. Yeah, so he's going to do it. That leaves only 4 cards in hand. So, I mean, even if he does get Mars to 1.
1 second left. Does he have it?
50-50 chance.
Wait a sec.
Oh.
No way. Did we just see that happen?
Anyway, it didn't matter. He did.
Did it matter?
But yeah.
Okay.
It didn't matter because he top decked the basic. But yeah, he did run out of time. Shout out to Numa. The one mistake he made all tournament technically is missing that attack.
Literally.
Not that it mattered.
You're right. Not that it mattered. Not that it mattered. See, that's how good Numa is. He's like, this mistake doesn't matter. You know.
Yeah, he's like,
I'm gonna make this because it won't matter.
I think he had like 3 basics in deck and Pokeballs.
Yeah. So it was pretty much inevitable. Grats to both players though. That was a great round. I didn't expect that, but here we are. King Solomon moving on. Frog Numa. We'll see you next week.
I appreciate you, Numa. Again, like I think number 1 on the standings or number 2 or 3 or something, but one of the best players in the entire run here. Absolute legend. Shout out to you, man. Thanks so much for playing.
Yeah, what a win for King Solomon there, huh? That's a good. I'd put that one down in the diary, my pocket diary.
He's going up against Suicune Greninja again. If we want to follow him.
Oh boy.
Into top 8, he's playing Terra by G. So that's going to be yet another.
Who else is still left here? Who do we have still alive?
We got King Solomon, Terra by G.
Okay.
Einstein, Illuchine still running. Liko Unite still running. Icosta, Yggdrasil, Fiumba, Njord, Adon Jackson.
Do we... I don't suppose King Solomon has started yet. Let me take a look. I was thinking maybe until King Solomon starts, maybe we could peek into Iluchin. I just wanted to see how he's doing. Is this life on the line?
For his next round, isn't he? Oh no,
Iluchin's he's in a game.
Now. Yeah, 1-1 right now into.
If we can, okay, I'm gonna do this, Maddie, if you don't mind. I'll throw Iluchin on the screen and we'll wait for King Solomon to start.
All right, I'll pull up his.
That way we get a fresh game, but we can still pop in with Iluchin.
I'll pull up his Twitch here.
I was gonna say I pulled up his Twitch.
I might get an ad if I pull in, but
if you get an ad, I'll try to cover for you.
It's all good. Let me tune in here. All right, I am watching. He is in the middle here of this game. Again, it is 1-1. He's playing Mad Choreo, which is hilarious, and he's playing.
Wow, that is kind of crazy.
Which is going to be tough here. He might be the only Mad Choreo left. And again, hitting Hydreigon, which is kind of the theme right now for some reason. Again, everyone's playing Hydreigon, so Mad Choreo kind of pushed out a little bit of the active meta here towards the end of the season, but it is what it is. Let's see. I don't know what's in his hand. Again, he is hiding his hand, but we could see the attack here, and I do think this matchup is better now for Magnezone because you do have the ability to just like mirror shot Cheese and they can never attack. So he does have the mag. So let's see here if this works out for him. He is going to be double cape, double mag is going to be kind of a tough thing for Einstein to get through. To be fair, 160s on the max, right? Like with cape, like this is Thunder Blast. Actually, it's not even the mirror shot.
Yeah, 110 damage instead of the mirror shot one.
Yeah, and he's not getting KO'd because there's no whatever it is, Nihilego on the bench. So he's only taking 10 pings. So I don't know how many points he has in this game.
I could not tell you myself.
Yeah. But, I mean, he just passes. Okay. Einstein passes, so interesting play. I don't know why he would ever elect not to attack. What does he gain by not attacking? I don't
I'm not sure what just happened there. Yeah.
A little confused. But KO's the Hydreigon. And maybe that was his last point. No, that's only his first point. So I don't know. Why wouldn't he attack there? Does anyone know what's going on? What
we'll find out 7 minutes from now, I suppose.
I don't know. We just came in here, but I didn't
see
anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was kind of getting the decks loaded up on the side there too, so I didn't really see what the play line was there or what the thought process.
Nihilego does come down, but Absol here will still not be carrying this Magnezone, so it's going to be taking some damage. I actually really like Iluchin's position here because he's going to tank a hit, but maybe he's got Cyrus in hand that'll get discarded. That would be tough if we saw that. It's already poisoned, so it's taking 20, 80. Yeah, so he'll live, so he can just get the attack off and deal 110 to this Absol. Oh, yeah, that Cyrus is in hand. That's brutal. So goodbye, Cyrus. And no mag either. So no backup mag, which is, again, pretty tough. So it's really, I guess, at this point, it comes down to, and there's Mirror Shot. It's going to come down to, well, he can actually retreat if he wants to, can't he? Into the Mirror Shot. Because then he'll be above even Absol KOing. So that might be the play here. But if you retreat from this mag, it's done. It's over. You're never going to be able to use it again. This really comes down, at least to me, it appears that if Einstein has a second Hydreigon here. So it's a weird decision to be made, right? He attached to this, so I assume he's going to attack. Yeah, he's just going to ride it out. But then the Sabrina also gets discarded, and I don't know if that's going to matter in the late game, right? I guess all that matters, realistically, is whether or not we see the second Hydreigon come down. Which might still not be able to get through Mirror Shot Magnezone, right, Jay?
Yeah, it might not, right? There won't be, well...
Because he can flip
No, I suppose it lives with... Oh, he's got one Mirror Shot. Okay, so I was going to say, well, it's going to live with 20 health and then be able to indeed eat itself up, but forget that plan. Now we are relying on that match on hold.
Match ready for us.
Perfect. Yeah, I think it's the one that we were just going to go into, and he, like, intuitively held it for us. I gave him a shout out in Discord. What's up?
He said they're ready, so I don't know if you want to...
Do we want to... Let's maybe finish this match. Like, let's finish this game, and then we'll hop over there. Okay. Yeah. Because I am curious to see how this ends. Hydreigon happened. Uh-oh.
So, I mean, again, I think it just kind of comes down to Mirror Shot. But Iluchin only has 1 point, which is really difficult. So he can roar in unison this turn if he wants to. If not, he's just not even going to, which I guess also is fine. Because he can just retreat back. But the thing here, though, is that Mirror Shot is not going to be able to KO this Absol. So, like, even if the Mirror Shot comes out, he can go into Absol, heal it, attack again, and then retreat again and back into Hydreigon. So I just don't think he's ever going to be able to win here because you can get around Mirror Shot by just retreating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't ever go into Oricorio because it gets KO'd by Hydreigon. So, like, the Mirror Shot comes out here, he can just roar in unison, retreat into Absol, heal to 100 damage, and then hit, and then just finish off with Hydreigon, either Pokemon.
Professor, that's the last of his cards. He's got everything. Right? Yeah. I think... Well, especially now, like you said, he's got the... Well, he drew the last of his cards. So now he can go... He has... The retreat, right?
Yeah, he'll retreat. I think he's realizing it right now. I think he might be realizing
Maybe.
It right now. Oh, no, he heals the Hydreigon. I guess this is also the
Oh,
same
wait, no. Thing. Yeah, hold on.
But what's weird about this is that you're not discarding the Sabrina or, like, the PCL that could be in his hand this turn. I don't know if it matters, though. But I would make this play regardless, though, because Absol can't KO Oricorio. So that's why I would make this play, is I would go into Absol this turn, hit, and then the following turn, Hydreigon can KO either, because you already got rid of Cyrus. So I think this might have been a misplay.
Oricorio, yeah, I think it was a misplay, because Oricorio can come in next turn and clean up, right?
Exactly. Because if Oricorio comes in, KOs the Hydreigon, like, what do you do?
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was.
No. Yeah, now we're really scrambling.
Oh, and the Indeedee attachment.
Hey, what the heck is going on here?
What the hell?
Yeah, that was weird, huh? That was a weird one.
I couldn't tell you.
Played right into his hands. Played right into Iluchin's hands.
That's how Iluchin gets you, though. There's like some unintentional mind games happening when Iluchin plays. Even if you're not watching them, like it just happens. You're like, what? How did I lose that? I was winning.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one, man. I think you go into Absol there and you just hit for 80, bring him to 110, and then you discard the PCL and and you heal with 100. And then it's just like, you know what I mean? I just don't. You already got rid of the Cyrus, so it's like, why? You can safely go into Absol.
So I guess they have a Sabrina. Maybe they're holding out for a Sabrina play.
That you still make the Absol.
Oh, they have all their cards though.
That's what I mean, and he only has 1 point. Iluchin only has 1 point taken. So again, I really do think that was I think he missed an opportunity there. Quite frankly, I could be wrong. We just hopped in, but
yeah, I was gonna say I didn't see the Sabrina play. If he still has Sabrina, then it's game over. Clock is ticking. Come on, Iluchin thinking about it. He's got 20 seconds left. We're gonna have to attach.
I think he just
And hope
rides
for
us
the
out,
best.
man. I think he just KO, dude. And then what?
Lycia.
Like,
Dead Lycia. Yeah, I think you're right.
Here, and then what? Like, what is he? What
And
is,
then hope.
I just don't understand. Like, what does Einstein do?
I don't. We just have to hope there's no Sabrina. If there's a Sabrina, then I suppose maybe that last play made sense. But
well, you can still go into Absol here and hit, and then he's in kind of the same position. So I don't.
But
I don't even know really what. Or go into Hydreigon here with. I am
Sabrina. Okay.
Oh, he has Sabrina. Okay.
I was gonna say I knew it had to happen. So.
What a weird whole thing, though. No, like I don't know what was going on there.
Yeah, I guess he just did that to keep the Hydreigon alive for one more turn and stall. Because he must have last turn he professored, so he maybe professored into the Sabrina. I don't know. Tough call. I don't know what Iluchin is sitting as far as points, but our other game is ready. If we want to go hop into that one, I suppose.
Yep. All right, so Iluchin, down 1-2 in that matchup. Again, I'm not saying he can't win the next 2 games in a row, but that's going to be quite difficult into Hydreigon. But anyway, yeah, let's hop on over to Solomon. We're going to watch him probably stomp another Suicune Greninja, which I know we all love to see.
I would imagine. Yeah. All right.
And I'm just kidding. Anything can
actually
happen, of course.
I think we're here in the Discord channel already, if I'm not mistaken. Don't even have to go anywhere. Perfect. Okay, perfect. I don't have to go nowhere.
Right. Let him play.
Let him play.
Interesting. So this, again, this is going to be the same matchup actually for King Solomon that we saw last game in top 16, which was, the little Chingling stuff. Like his deck is very well built for that matchup. I don't know. Is his opponent playing Frogadier? I guess that's a pretty relevant bit of information here. Let's take a look at the deck list. And we do see one Frogadier. So again, I think this is just the standard one Mars, one Irida. Yeah. So this is the same list as INVITATIONAL. Terabyte G from Colombia. 4-0 currently. Obviously,
that's who he's up against, Terabyte G? Okay, perfect.
Terabyte G, yeah.
Pulling up his deck right now.
Terabyte G at this point has beat 2 Dark Greninjas and Alteri Greninja and a Hydreigon. So, I mean, he's hit, these are definitely winnable matchups, but he's had to go through a lot of Chinglings so far this tournament. So, maybe he makes it happen yet again. Taking a look at the standings, the only 5-0 player is Adon Jackson. So it looks like he is in top 4 already. Is that what that means?
I gotta look here. Hold on one second. I was just pulling up the deck. Let me see. Who was it again? What player?
Adon. Yeah, he's in top 4 already.
Okay.
Playing Altaria Greninja. So that's our first top 4 participant here.
There we go.
Yeah. So the winner of this game goes into top 4 to play the winner of Lico Unite and at this point likely Einstein. And then Adon will play the winner of Icosta and Fiumba, who also just started their top 8. So if this wraps up early, we can go into Icosta Fiumba, their top 8 match, and then from there we're in top 4s.
Chilling. All right, I like it.
Cruising.
Yeah, this is actually going faster than I thought it would be.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, we have this and then the 2 top 4s and then the final, so we have like 4 more matches to go. So it's going about as long as I thought it would, to be fair. But yeah, very fun. We can watch both top 4s. I mean, we can also just let the top 4 play and just we don't have to hold both top 4s, whatever people want.
Up to you. I ideally like recording the top 4s and the finals, but up to you. If it ends up taking forever here and we're getting into like way late, then maybe we could just go with the flow. But if it's not going to take too long, I guess that would be 3 mandatory full games, right? Top 4s, both top 4s in the finals.
Yeah, that'll be 4 more games, including
up to you. Up to you, Maddie, if you want to do it.
If the other ones go, because yeah, it'll work that way, because after this, one of the top 4s obviously will be ready. It'll be the winner of this match, I think, and then like by the time that's over, the other top 4 will be ready. You know what I mean?
I'm pulling up the pairings right now just to pull up the bracket for everybody on chat. But the downside is there's not really a good way to open full screen and get it so that you can see everybody.
Yeah, it's tough. We do pretty large cuts, so the bracket is kind of large over on Limitless. But yeah, these guys are ready to play, so I don't know what we're.
I think they're searching, right? They're just searching for a game here. keep an eye on it.
See someone searching.
They were. Hold on 1 sec. Let's pull it up here and make sure they're searching.
Okay. Yeah, these guys should be starting up pretty soon and ready to rock.
Look like they are searching. Are they searching now? Told to search.
Shout out to everybody that's subbed over on Twitch and on YouTube as well. Had a couple subs during the stream today, which is pretty cool. So shout out to everybody.
Hey, sweet.
Toady Sage was in here earlier with the 5 gifted, as he always does. Like
awesome. There we go.
Shout out to him.
Guys, make sure to don't forget to like the stream as well. And if you're not subbed to Pocket Mads by now, what are you doing?
We've been at it a little while, but there's always new people that come in, right? So
oh yeah, we have a bunch of people popping in this weekend. More than we got like the last weekend. So I'm glad everybody kind of showed up for the big tournament this weekend, though. I'm glad everybody wanted to see who was gonna take the cake this week.
Yeah,
for the first ever.
Exciting for the I feel like from a spectator perspective, this is always fun,
Yeah, no, this is the first ever Pocket Mads Invitational Championship. It's top 128 for all the players that have competed in Pocket Mads over the last 6 months, Maddie? How long's it been?
Well, it's been like a little over 3 months, I think. 3 or 4
Is that
months.
all it is?
Yeah,
3 months. That feels like 6. Yeah, I suppose that's probably true.
So whatever that is, 17. It's 4 months.
Yeah. Either way, they had, like Maddie said, the past 17 tournaments. These are all the top players from those tournaments.
Yeah,
only the top 128 was invited.
I think what we'll do is we'll probably do it by like blocks. So let's say B2 comes out and we start the new season, and then let's just say like B2 has like a mini set, so like B2A comes out. Whenever like the end of that block comes out, where like B3 is coming out, that's when we'll do the next invitational. So it'll be like every 2 months or so, probably.
There we go.
Moving forward.
So that means, guys, you need to get your butts in those tournaments every single weekend and be doing well if you want to get invited to the next invitational.
Yeah, and the next invitational tournament might be a different
format,
style.
maybe, or we'll figure it out. We'll learn from this one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I'm open to whatever, so we'll figure it out as time goes on. For sure.
Well, boy, now we probably could have just stayed in iLuchin's match, huh?
I know.
Are they?
I know. What are they doing? I mean, I guess if you want to hop back over there and watch.
It's just on Twitch, right? I can probably pull it up here and have both of them going and keep an eye on both. Let's do...
Yeah, to be fair, Einstein's up 2 points to 0, or 2 points to...
And iLuchin's game there? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a tough... Although, I don't know. He might be in a fine spot. It looks like Absol's in the active. This Magdalene is poisoned with Nihilego, though, so I think he's in a tough spot. Zigo said 1 second, so...
Okay. I've got the match popped up here on the side, so I'll keep an eye on it. And once it starts...
Bit of a, sometimes we gotta wait for the players, can't watch the games.
Catching up. Maybe they took a little bit of a break here between games. I think King Solomon was just going back-to-back, stomping nothing but Suicune players and maybe needed a sip of water or something, huh?
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's tough work, bro. It's a long, these guys have been playing for 3 hours, so, it is what it is. Obviously, try to be on time. But, you never know, like, when your next match is ready, right? Like, a lot of people finish their game and they're waiting for their opponent, so they end up sort of, maybe going to grab a bite to eat or go to the bathroom, and then they come back 5 minutes later, and they're like, oh, okay. So, if a player is gone for, too long, then, we'll have to...
figure out a solution, right? Yeah, exactly. I'd hate to see somebody get dropped in the Invitational Championship, in top 16, top 8, for being AFK.
We'll give him a couple minutes.
In the meantime, I do have iLuchin's match on the screen here for everybody watching. I think this is life on the line for iLuchin, right? He's down 2 games. Opponent has 2 prize points.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not in that bad of a spot, right? We got Mirror Shot Mag. It's got plenty of HP. He is about to get smacked in the face by this Absol, which can heal above that 80 threshold. Like, that's the difficult part with this Magnezone into Absol specifically. He flips heads as well, so does get the attack off, which I think probably is going to do it here with the poison.
I think you're right.
Force him into Oricorio, and then from there it's kind of like.
And there's your Cyrus.
Yeah. So I got a really tough matchup actually for Illuchine, for sure.
The good news is he does have at least one energy on the Oricorio, so he's gonna be, he's gonna be able to retreat back into it. Still not in a great spot here.
Yeah. And again, I think Einstein also playing Cyrus, right? And Sabrina, so. Yeah, so this is Mirror Shot. If he had the other Magnezone, it would have been a different scenario, of course, right? Taking hit for 110. All right, Terabyte G said he's coming, so
okay,
that should be starting up soon. Let's watch the end here of this this Illuchine matchup. He might be kind of backed into a corner here. I mean, Einstein only has one card in hand, so there's not really any other imminent threat on the board. Then this Absol, like nothing else has energies, and I guess he could have just top deck like Rare Kenny Hydro God to KO the Oricorio. But yeah, theoretically speaking here, I mean, we don't have any. The thing is, we got rid of the Cyrus, which is difficult, right? So this damage onto Mega Absol is really not going to help much.
Yeah, we got rid of the Cyrus, and we got we have Indeedee on the bench healing out of it though. So
right, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, he healed. Iluchin already used. Oh, that's game. Well,
that's game. All right.
Shout out to Iluchin. Great performance. I think he was the only one running Magnezone Oricorio, at least in the top 32 plus.
This far. Yeah, at least this far in the tournament. So shout out to him, of course, one of the goats. We love to see him. For sure. Here. Big shout out for him to play. Everybody go and tell him you love him. Yeah. But this other matchup is starting right about now.
Let's hop into it then.
So again, this is going to be.
Okay, hold on.
This is King Solomon playing that same Altaria deck, and he's going up against Terabyte G, who is playing the same Suicune Greninja deck as INVITATIONAL was. So this is going to be a very similar matchup to as we saw before. And the Chinglings, the Altarias, the Rocky Helmets, the Red, everything here, the Mars. This is a deck built pretty well to deal with Suicune. So we're going to see if this comes to fruition here. But Terabyte G does get the double Froakie down and double Suicune. So he's got all his basics on the board here, which is nice. Gives him maybe a little bit of room to potentially draw into some evolution Pokemon, but that Chingling here coming out, Suicune here is going to take a little bit of chip damage. And as we see, there's the Swablu, there's the Klefki, there's the Indeedee.
There's the start.
And the Rocky Helmet on the board. So, this is the world we're in, really. I mean, at this point,
the gang's all here.
Yeah, and this is the lock. And this is really what Chingling does, is it stops the whole, it stops the whole Giant Cape thing from kind of muddying up the scenario. So, no Indeedee on the board to heal up this Chingling damage, so even if a Cape comes down, it's pretty likely that Altaria.
Yeah, they lock themselves out of putting an Indeedee in.
Yeah. Yep. Which, it's tough. So maybe we see a Frogadier here turn 2 that might be able to turn the game around, but this active Suicune's just toast. It's going to get...
Yeah, the Klefki too also, locking in the fact that you're not... Oh, hey, there's a frog. But we won't be able to play a Cape, is what I was going to say, due to the Klefki, right? Yeah. That Klefki actually, again, I'm surprised it's not seeing more play. Maybe King Solomon wins this weekend, and all of a sudden we see Klefki become more popular here.
Yeah, I mean, the red is nice. It's a really good card to have right now. So, I mean, we can press the issue, and quite frankly, because we have red in hand, I would literally just go into Altaria.
And you have red and helmet, right? What are they going to do to you? Not touch you?
Exactly. Because even the Greninja EX is not safe, even though it doesn't have any energy. So, this is again, we saw this last match. This is just how this goes sometimes. This deck is specifically built to do this. Even the Frogadier, though. I mean, that Frogadier came out, which is interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, we could see a Cyrus Greninja play to KO a bench, and then all of a sudden, all of a sudden he needs a basic to be able to KO this weekend, right? So there is some play here that you could play around, right? It technically is possible. Nothing else, everything else on the bench can get KO'd. So here comes the rare candy. We could see double Greninja, back-to-back Cyrus plays here will win him the game, in fact. So, we have that potential for sure.
Let's see.
So let's see here. You don't want to target the Klefki. Well, I mean, you can. Actually, it might even be beneficial if you have Cyrus's turn to KO the Klefki and then
get rid of the Klefki, right? And then cape it up. That's a good play right there, Manny. I like that one.
But at the same time, does he have back-to-back Cyrus?
Yeah.
That's the question here, for sure. In fact, he just needs at least one this turn, because if he doesn't have Cyrus this turn, you do lose because the red is in hand. So it's doable. You know, the Greninja's here. Greninja is here. The awkward silence. Yep. Okay.
Sorry, my dog was here too. I was paying attention to my dog for a sec. All right. Yeah, waiting for the turn to do something. Sometimes you got to wait for those turns to happen.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we have Cyrus and red in hand. So again, it's going to come down to, you know, does Terrorby have the back-to-back Cyrus? Like, that's the only thing that's going to help him here. In fact, actually, that's not true, because he can't actually go double Greninja. So that's another win condition. He can go double Water Shark and ping and KO the Chingling. So that is another route. So I don't know how many cards are in the hand here, but he needs Cyrus or rare or just Greninja, in fact, because that is a Frogadier. So it's actually somewhat likely that Fulgur can win. So he's got plenty of win conditions here. Double Water Shuriken will KO the Chingling. So let's see if he's got it. Does he have it? For Cyrus.
One.
He's got it.
Cyrus. Oh, no way. That's how it happens, huh?
Yeah, no Mars. I mean, that's a very particular scenario that, Suicune can use to win. So, if you don't have Mars or whatever, then, that can happen. You know what I mean? Like
that was unexpected there. I thought King Solomon had that in the bag.
You can't really beat the double back-to-back Cyrus. Like,
no.
It's
again, that's why you run the two Cyruses, right? That's my favorite thing of running two Cyruses. When you can pull the double back-to-back Cyrus, it's nothing better.
That's crazy.
The old Cyrus
general Suicune things. General Suicune stuff here, That's what we're watching. And again, definitely a tough matchup for Suicune, but obviously winnable. Like, I don't know what this is on limits. I believe I remember being about 42 to 58% was the traditionally like the win rate there.
The win rate there?
Again, very winnable. 42%, very winnable. It is a best of 5, so you got to do it 3 times. But for sure. I mean, that game, was pretty fortunate. So, if Solomon ends up like breaking a game here, then that, then you can win 2. So the door is open now, right? The door is open. We see the Furfurou lead going second, which, is pretty good as far as things go. But Chingling's definitely what you want, right? And we can Pokeball Copycat, so pretty likely that we can get that Chingling down and even go into it on our first turn here. Furfurou, a great card, Jay. This is a really good card because
I like it. It's crazy that it took like a week or two for it to kind of pick up though, and actually start seeing play, at least in tournaments and stuff. I noticed it took like a week or two for it to kind of start put into these Altaria decks or these like Greninja decks even. Anywhere. It fits kind of in a lot of decks. It fits in like Mega Blaziken. Very versatile card. Very good card.
And Hydreigon and stuff.
Yeah.
Retreat cost of 1 makes it just a lot more flexible and colorless. It's just a good card. Okay.
Totally.
So probably going to see the Chingling here, which is good. But keep in mind, I mean, Suicune, this is a Suicune lead, and Didi is on the bench. So we're going to need, some stuff. We're going to need Rocky Helmets. We're going to need, Swablu, which we just didn't get, I guess, this turn. Which is actually quite unfortunate of a draw, and maybe a red as well, right? Because of the Indeedee on the Suicune. So I mean, the Suicune's gonna be able to just kind of KO whatever's in the active in a couple of turns. So, at this point, I think you probably just bench the Chinglings, maybe even both, and just try to draw the cards you need. Like maybe draw Mars, right? Maybe try to Mars into 1. So maybe try to get that Swallow down next turn. I mean, we're gonna end up copycatting, I think, regardless, which is unfortunate. So. We'll see. We'll see what goes down here. But Frogadier could come down this turn. Completely could change the game. So let's see.
Much like it did last game.
Yeah. Let's see. Nothing. So this is gonna be a nice copycat for 5. What do we top deck here? It is a Mars, which is tough, but I really think you kind of have to copycat this turn.
Copycat because you've got nothing else going for you, and you can always draw back into it.
Because you need Rocky Helmets, you need Swablu. I muted myself.
There it is.
You need too many other things. You need just too many other cards. So I think we have to copycat here. Altaria, Research, Sabrina, Indeedee, Swablu. So that's one piece of the puzzle here at least, which is nice. We're still a little bit a ways away from being able to do something, but Sabrina is nice. So like next
Sabrina, as I say, maybe we can make a Sabrina play, right? And maybe either knock something out or
yeah. I like that play. It's a little bit of an aggressive play, but yeah, you could go into Altaria, Sabrina, KO something. That's always fine. I think the better play, to be fair, would be to exhaust the second Chingling before you do that.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't see a Frogadier this turn, because then you could research, draw a couple more cards. So that's what I would do if I were Solomon here, is try to really draw maybe into that Mars and hope that we can stick with the item lock. So let's see. Let's see what comes out here. Really, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Both players. There are a lot of cards in the hand. You might even want a Mars this turn if you can get it, but that Rocky Helmet is going to be really relevant because it's going to force Suicune to go within Altaria KO range. He's going for the Sabrina play.
Going for the Sabrina.
Because I think the Rocky Helmet play made him do that.
I was gonna say, then you can just Rocky Helmet your Altaria and you should be safe, right? We do have an Indeedee also, so not that the 20 heals will necessarily matter.
Yeah, well, we're in the same position where, like, if he does go back-to-back Cyrus, like, the game is over,
Yeah.
But he does need rare Candy Greninja still, so he needs some things. Both players need some things, but at least he's pressing the issue here. Now, Terabyte does play Mars, so it's like, now you're opening up a position. He's got like 8 cards in hand. Like, you could just get Mars here, which obviously doesn't feel very good. You already Sabrinaed, so I feel like you're kind of just gonna go for the KO play here. It just feels weird to do it like this, but no, maybe not. Maybe he just wants the damage on the Indeedee. Oh, it's not a bad play either, because now we're splitting the damage and forcing Indeedee to heal itself. But Suicune didn't have any damage onto it, so I don't really understand this play, quite frankly. Maybe he just wanted to get the Sabrina out of his hand. I don't know what's going on here, but
stalling for that Mars, I guess. We're stalling for the Mars. We're waiting for the.
We could have just researched and drawn too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true too.
I would have just researched, but I guess it's likely that we can KO this Suicune regardless with the Rocky Helmet damage. But if we see a Cape, then that's a totally different ballgame too.
That's a good point, right? Now we kind of made it so that the Suicune, well, it wouldn't have mattered either way, right?
I don't know if I love the play. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. I don't know if I love it because we could have used that probably next turn, right?
It's a very strong play in the sense that what you did now is made him go negative energy this turn, so now he doesn't have a backup attacker if we can KO this turn.
That is very true as well.
Actually, I like that. If that happens. I mean, did it work? It worked out for him.
Oh, he didn't. But he didn't attack. Okay.
But that's fine. We just Chingling lock again.
Yeah, we're just gonna do the same thing again.
You're in the same position. They didn't get a Frogadier that turn, so it worked out. We can even go double Altaria setups now, which is pretty funny. And now the Mars is going to be more useful maybe late in the game on a retreat play. So, or not, or just.
I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just I'm just spitballing.
I guess we're just stalling. Yeah, yeah. These players know better than I do, I suppose, at this point.
It's quite the scenario here. No Mars in hand. We would have technically we would have drawn. We could have played a second research this turn, so we would have been just 2 cards even farther ahead of our deck had we played the research a turn prior. It was definitely a Hail Mary play there, because again, if he was able to get the KO that turn, and now Terra's at 0 energy on his board, right? So that would have been really cool if he was able to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
But
if we can hit this Mars though, this Mars is gonna hurt. 10 cards going goodbye.
Well, yeah, but if we see, the thing is, you're giving him more turns to draw Frogadier. So if we see the Frogadier, none of it matters. Like, that's what you got. At this point, none of it matters. Because if the Frogadier comes out, you're going to get Pink Cyrus regardless, and unless we top deck Mars next turn. I mean, both players, it's crazy that neither player has kind of gotten to their sauce yet. It's really just whoever kind of gets it first at this point. Yeah, I mean, how many cards are in? So he's got 5 cards in. Solomon's got 5 cards in his deck, but I think INVITATIONAL's got probably less than that in his deck or similar. So a weird scenario. I mean, we really kind of put a lot of eggs in our basket here. You would have loved to have Mars. Like, I really think it probably would have been better to lean into the Mars play and research a turn prior. But that's just me, because you almost could have guaranteed it this turn. It would have had to been the last 2 cards of your deck next turn if you had researched the turn before. But who knows? INVITATIONAL really thinking here. He's like, well, he hasn't even healed with Indeedee yet.
Or what's his name? Tera G.
Oh,
not Numa. He's playing like Numa. Wait.
No, he just...
Again? Did he go AFK or something? What's going on here? Because that's 2 turns in a row where he hasn't done anything, right?
He might have...
I guess he didn't even heal. He didn't even heal that turn.
He might have had...
What happened? I'd go for it. Are we getting baited right now?
There might have been an IRL moment.
I'm watching the chat too. They haven't said anything in chat, so we'll have to see.
We got a couple Very weird. Okay. Well, you hate to see that, quite frankly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's gonna be it, no matter what here. Because he played Sabrina, so I mean, quite frankly, you know, and he doesn't
Time
have any
limit,
DD on the
20
board. If you're
seconds
into
though.
EX,
He's only got 20 seconds
well,
since he didn't make a move last turn. The clock is down.
He also has no energies on board, which is the whole issue
No
of
energy.
everything that we saw
Oh
here.
no.
Yeah. So this
Well, he
GX not gonna help him 'cause he has
survives,
Cyrus in
but
hand.
then what? Cyrus gets him, right?
Yeah, I think him just sort of AFKing that turn really
Hurt.
well. We can pivot back in this weekend, but it won't matter. So yeah, it's tough. All right. Well, I mean, hey, you gotta you can't
So much for
you
that.
can't go AFK. It's gonna and then the Mars tattoo is hilarious as well. I guess again, so he is still playing around the fact that he could still rare Kenny Grid into Cyrus. So the Mars is gonna help him from that. So so it's gonna stop that from happening hopefully.
Yeah.
So
I think all we're doing now is just locking it out.
let's see.
It's all over but the crying.
Cards. No, all right. Doesn't have it. Crazy. Well, I mean, could have gone a different way had he gotten the heal off there, I think. But
Wonder what happened.
yeah, we'll never know. We will
We'll never
literally
know.
never know. It's goes like that
All right.
sometimes. It is best of 5, so 1-1 here. Going into game number 3. Pivotal game 3, as we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, this is it. The make or break game.
Yeah, just looking right here. So Einstein and Liko, they're in game 2 currently. Fiumba's up 2-0 against iCosta in top 8. We're watching top 8 right now. So Adon is still waiting in top 4, and yeah. All right. Interesting.
Question is now, do we
Very
see the
interesting.
player even queue back up for another match?
Well, he came back and played a bit, so you would think he's here.
Would hope. I would hope.
You
Pull
know
up
what I mean.
the
Let me message him.
They are searching. Terra.
I just told him we can't have too many more delays. Well, duh. What is Solomon saying?
I think that is a Kingdom Hearts reference there? Terra? So the
Maybe,
player's name is Terra. Chat, you'll have to confirm on this, but the player's name is Terra, right? Terra by G. And King Solomon said something about Xehanort. I think Xehanort is from Kingdom Hearts, if I'm not mistaken.
Said
He's like, huh? Yeah. Oh boy. Kingdom Hearts. Okay, I was right. Playing Hearts jokes. Yep. We are playing. I'm searching. So who's he playing against?
I don't know. That's what I mean.
And I took the match off the screen there too, so people couldn't just sit there and stare at the password. So hopefully,
No, yeah, I just wanted to let him know, like, we can't be
Okay.
waiting 10 minutes between games. That's all
yeah,
I was
no,
saying.
totally.
Like, I get he's busy, he's probably, again, people got stuff going on. They're probably playing on their phones and whatnot. Pocket very much is a game that people can play, like, while you're doing other things, right?
Oh yeah.
Even at a high level, to be fair. Like, some
My
people are doing laundry and
one thing that
tournaments
I
at the same
tried
time.
doing was playing on my account and then my my cousin's account at the same time, and trying to play 2 games at once. It's very, very hard. That's where I start to slip up a little bit. It's still doable, but it gets to be a little hard. I saw Iluchin doing that one time too. I think he entered like 2 tournaments with 2 different, playing
That's
twice.
crazy.
Yeah, and tournament modes too. I'm just playing like quick plays and ranked, but
Wild.
anyways.
All right.
Anyways,
Game
moving into
3.
game 3. Yes.
Top 8. Yeah, series is tied here. So, again, a very pivotal game, especially, I would say, for Terabyte. Because, again, this doesn't feel like a great matchup.
No.
Of course, winnable. But, like, if you lose this game, you got to win 2 in a row into this matchup. That could be difficult for sure. And the Chingling is here, turn 1. And you lead Froki. So, it's,
Yeah.
and Rocky Helmet. So, we're in this world here. He actually elects not to attach that other Rocky Helmet. Maybe learning from that game 1 there. Or previous game. So
I think that's a good idea. Save the helmet. There's our Swablu. Things couldn't be looking better at this point. Although we don't have any more card draw in hand, and we're kind of out of cards.
Yeah, you're at the whim of the old draw. But
Top
so
deck
is
now.
so is Terra, right? So like he's gotta draw a lot of stuff here. He's gotta try to make things happen. You can realistically press the issue into this Chingling even with Rocky Helmet because like there's only one Chingling, right? So if you like you don't know what's in his hand. If you just sort of can KO in 2 turns and then he's got to have something to do, So that might be just the play. If he hits, he goes to 30. So he would KO himself without Ndidi or whatever, but let's see what he's got going here. And he's electing not to, so he's gonna let this Chingling lock slide. We see the second Chingling though, so that's a little bit tough for sure. And now you're in this state, like you're in the board state where you're like, okay, no matter what, like this item lock is going for another 2-3 turns, which just further increases. He doesn't bench the Chingling, but still, right? It further increases like the probability. Why did he not bench the Chingling? Because what if we see a Frogadier and he KOs?
I don't know why we didn't do that. Because I always, whenever I have like the 2 Chinglings, I always do it. So I have something to back up into if they kill me, right? Like, I don't know. Just my thought, but yeah, because now it's going to bite you in the butt.
Yeah, like that's what, right? Am I wrong here? Like what? I guess it doesn't really matter because you can just retreat Swablu and attach it.
Maybe he's just predicting he's going to get the Altaria, but
that's a great, an Altaria draw to KO this Frogadier would be huge. It would be quite frankly massive.
Maybe we'll Mars into it
for him here. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Cyrus,
Altaria, what is going on? I mean,
quite the interesting turn of events here, Jay.
I was about to say, quite the interesting turn of events, and then we're going to concede.
Yeah, I think honestly, depending on what's its hand, if I see as soon as he sees this Altaria, I might scoop it up because it's like,
Yeah, honestly, what are you going to do, right?
He can predict what's going to happen in a couple of turns, right? But if he doesn't have Greninja or Rare Candy or draw support in hand, like you scoop, right? Because like the game's over. But anyway. Second Swablu as well, which is actually quite nice, because we also have an Altaria, and we have Cyrus too. I mean, this is a tough place to be, And now the Frogadier is gone, so now you need Rare Candy and Greninja. You know what I mean? Strange turn of events. Doesn't bench the Chingling. Does get Frogadier.
He's got
does
2
KO,
cards in hand.
Mars
Wow, what a
Altaria.
game.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't have Suicune, right? It's kind of how
honestly, right? The Suicune is oh my gosh,
and there it is.
That'll be game over.
So, quite the game 3. Pivotal, I would say. Quite pivotal. I think now going into game 4, like it's hard to feel great about this match here. Just in general, like things like that can happen, right? I mean, like and this is why it's a tough matchup. It's just a tough matchup. It's the deck is very much built specifically to kind of do these.
King Solomon, I think, was like you were saying. He built it specifically. He probably practiced it up a lot against Suicune Greninja. He was sick of playing against Suicune Greninja this season, and now he's putting his foot down. Uh-oh.
Yeah, dude.
Terabyte apparently disconnected during game 2. That's what that was.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell him. Sorry, man. I'm going to tell him I believe in him.
Yes, we're rooting for him. Hands in the air.
All right. Anyway.
Going into game 4?
Yeah.
Game 4.
And unfortunately, like, we can't, there's not much we can do about it. When people disconnect, like we can't just like run back the game. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like,
you can't fault the player who didn't disconnect.
Yeah.
And it was exactly.
Right. Yeah. So it's it's the unfortunate thing here. Chingling is coming out. We've been pretty fortunate to lead Chingling, I would say, in the amount that we have. Not to mention Lissia in hand to grab those Swablus, probably coming in, and then we can copycat later to get the Altaria. The line is sort of here already. Chingling, he's also going second, which Chingling, is a good going first Pokemon. But when you're playing Suicune, you'd rather them go first than you always. So, because they're just behind. So, we'll see where this goes, quite frankly. And we see the Froakie lead and Ndidi. I mean, it's you'd rather lead Suicune, just for sure, in the matchup. Ndidi can be really nice though, for sure. So research turn 1 here for Terra. Let's see what he can get down on the board.
I was just about to say something about how Froakie is nice. Like getting that Froakie turn 1 is nice, but when you have a Chingling on the opposite end, it really doesn't matter.
You'd rather have the Suicune. It can take a bit more damage, and it can just kind of KO the Chingling, and then you can set up the Frogadier and stuff on the bench. Like, that's what you want.
Mhm,
As we saw
mhm.
there, Licia grabbing Klefki and Swablu, the 2 cards we want. There is a world where he doesn't get Swablu there, quite frankly. You could grab Chingling and second Klefki, which is a bit scary. Like, the math, like, that's the one thing I noticed when I was playing Klefki is, like, you're playing double Chingling, double Swablu, so you're adding another Pokemon to that, so it actually guarantees sometimes that you don't get the one that you want.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Because, like, the math, just the way the math works out, which can be a little bit scary, but he does get it anyway. So anyway, you know what I'm saying, right?
Absolutely. I want to
so
lead
heal up the
into.
Froakie.
Remind me later, Maddie. I wanted to bring up some new cards from the new set, and I want to get your opinion on it. But we'll do it after this game.
Oh yeah. I got plenty of opinions. Frogadier does come down, but again, it is in the active, so you're gonna want to get the heck out of there.
Yep.
You're gonna want to get out of there. And now you're just behind 2 energies, but at least you have the ability to get Greninja down, so that's something. But in that same vein, maybe we get Altaria this turn, and that obviously doesn't feel very
Sabrina
good either, so.
too. Also, I guess Sabrina could be negated by an EX, but then you're locked in and you have no ping.
You definitely hold the Sabrina here. Like, oh no, Altaria actually this turn is a little bit not ideal.
We're going double Chingling now, or what do we?
I think we could go right into that Furfrou, because it's gonna put you into one. It's gonna put him in 130 range, barring an Irida, which is nice. So you put that pressure on, and I think
okay, yeah, going right into Furfrou. You're right.
The item lock, the Frogadier's already here. It's
You're absolutely right.
And he's got no energies, so like you're just gonna you're gonna deal the 30. You're gonna try to KO with Altaria next turn, and he's gonna feel pressured potentially here to attach to the active. Could be a good play, of course, if he does have Irida, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, no Rocky helmets on board, no Altaria, no red. Like all of those are none of those are cards that we have. And here's Water Shuriken, so it's not Greninja EX. So again, we are probably a little bit compelled maybe to attach to the active, or if not, just let it go down, which obviously doesn't feel very good either. This Altaria, if he does have Altaria, like, it's not going to get KO'd because, like, Suicune can't KO it. You know what I mean? So if we KO this turn, like, Sabrina's a win condition now. So it's like, he's in a good spot. Mars does, of course, exist. If he does KO the Suicune, he can get Mars to 1. That would be pretty tough. You know what I mean? So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anything can happen here. It's definitely still anyone's game.
We're waiting on these cards to be played. There's the Mars. Oh boy. Well, it's at least it happened now.
Yeah, I'd rather it happen now. Sabrina's the card we want, and Altaria, well, I mean, we can still
copycat Pokeball.
So, I mean,
it's at least something,
right?
That's
tough, man. I mean, I honestly, like, I'm gonna Pokeball and copycat, draw the Altaria and Sabrina, and then the game's over. And the basic, yeah, because of the Pokeball. So, I mean, there's a lot going on here. I mean, this is gonna be 5 cards. You got to expect to see at least an Altaria here. We see Altaria and Rocky Helmet's gonna be good. There's
and a helmet, and he's got a Cyrus Sabrina. That is big.
And I think that's game, actually. I don't think you can do anything here. You might be able to ping the basic to try to get him. You know what I mean?
Stall for a turn, but yeah, I think you're pretty locked in, especially the helmet too. So you can't attack. We're gonna have no energy. Actually, you couldn't attack if you wanted to.
It's not. Yeah, he's got everything he needs. So, yeah, it's tough. It's a tough one. But, sometimes when you Mars them, they draw everything they need to. And that's what happened. And it's the power of Copycat. To get Mars to 3 and then go, it's almost beneficial almost that you got
I know
Mars,
chat is loving this. So, well, they will be 7 minutes from now. But I know earlier, that first game, they were like, yes, that's so nice to watch Suicune get stomped on. And then they ended up losing that first round anyways. But either way.
It can't be understated how powerful Sabrina is. Especially in Altaria, but in general against Suicune. It works in so many different ways here. As we see here, every Pokemon on his bench has 130 or less HP. It's also good in the early game. Like it really is a great card in Altaria for this matchup particularly. Just another great example of why I forgot he's at 0 energies as well. He can't even attack. So yeah. We have Sabrina. Oh, it keeps the
wrong thing.
Keep the active, which actually is pretty funny when you think about it. Like because you could have just caped a bench and not.
And I get it. I think I get his thought process, right? He wasn't expecting this Sabrina right here, and thinking, well, maybe next turn I'll be able to attack.
Cape on the active. What is the active cape actually gonna do? Regardless, you're gonna get hit. Like, you know what I mean? It protects you from red this turn, I guess. But like,
yeah, maybe. I guess you're right. You weren't. I don't know. Just
I don't. Couldn't really do much there, you know what
tough
I mean?
end there.
Shout out to Terabyte G. He's a little upset. You know, he got rolled. It's a tough matchup for him. You know what I mean? It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Nothing he can do. Nothing he can do about it.
I understand his frustration. That's happened to me too, where I've disconnected in Top Cut, and it's like, oh great, now I have to like try to come back into the game. Usually you miss your turn, and I mean things fall apart very quickly. So I understand the frustration. Just a bad way to go out of the tournament, unfortunately. Either way, shout out to both players. You guys made it to top 8, so nothing to be disappointed about. Definitely a great performance. It's King Solomon, though. I mean, he is putting in some work against these Suicune Greninja decks.
Yeah, he's hitting Suicunes. I don't know what he's going to hit next round, but we are ready for our first top 4. Jay, which is going to be Fiumba versus Aiden Jackson.
Do it.
Which is sweet. So we can pull, I think, Fiumba's perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, right above us. All right, let's do that.
In there and get it rocking.
Right. Meantime, I'm gonna get these deck lists pulled up. So Fiumba running Suicune Greninja against Aiden Jackson, who is also he's running Mega Altaria Greninja. Okay, interesting.
Oh yeah. Aiden, yeah. Because Aiden was the first person in top 4 like a while ago.
Aiden was?
So yeah, he's been chilling. He's been waiting for a while.
He's been waiting. Oh, you said Aiden's he's the undefeated player right now, I believe.
He was the first 5-0. Like he's been chilling at 5-0 for a minute.
Yeah.
Which I guess he just probably high rolled. Which tells me he's just been absolutely steamrolling people with his high roll deck. Which is what this deck does. Like, there's you can. This is I think the strongest possible turn 2 in the game. In fact, which is turn 2 energy Altaria Greninja and Cyrus. So turn 2 150 to any Pokemon on the board is what this deck can technically do. And I've done it before.
And I've done it
into Suicune, actually.
There you go.
I've done it into a Suicune before and just won, and they conceded. And that's and we've seen the last couple of King Solomon games playing the more traditional Altaria deck, but this is like high roll Altaria, and again inconsistent, but quite frankly, the strongest deck I would say in the game. Even stronger than like Hydreigon. Like you know what I mean? Like the potential is even higher.
The ability to Cyrus things and pull them in and do that same amount of damage that Hydreigon would be doing is even better.
150 to anything you want is quite frankly ridiculous. In fact, Jay, I'm remembering back to that game, which actually was double Greninja turn 2 170 on a Cape active Suicune.
Yeah, those are crazy numbers in this meta.
It's possible, you know what I mean? Like
it's
theoretically,
possible.
like you can do that. I've done it before.
Let's see. Have they started? Oh, okay. He just popped up his gameplay. Let's see. Be any minute now. Do we want to tell them
he's gonna figure out a screen share, but I just told him like.
Okay, it's working on our end here. It looks good on my end. Looks like they're searching the games. All right, here we go.
Top 4.
Top 4.
We're in it. We're in the promised land now, ladies and gentlemen.
We are
3 more matches to be seen. So again, Suicune Greninja. These are our top 4 decks so far. Suicune Greninja, Altaria, and just basic Altaria. And then the 4th top 4 deck is yet to be
determined, right?
I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Game number 1 between Aiden Jackson and Fiumba.
It is going to be Liko Unite, so double Suicune Greninjas into double Altarias. To be fair, I'm really liking the Altarias right now.
Yeah.
Because I mean, even if Aiden loses here, then King Solomon has to play another Suicune. He might be hitting 4 Suicunes in a row to win this bracket.
Hey, but I think that's what he wants. If anything, he's like, yes, I think so. Heck yeah.
Yeah. Are either of these people not playing? Like, is Fiumba playing Frogadier? He is. Yeah. Everyone's playing the same Sweet Ninja list. Anything crazy with Aiden Jackson's list? Let's see. He's also playing Frogadier. Okay. So a lot of Frogadiers, seemingly just what people are playing here.
I think I have the wrong deck list up. Hold on one sec, Chad. I gotta make sure I got the right deck list for Fiumba.
I will commentate the game.
Okay, thank you.
Aiden leads Swablu, and he is going second. We see the Froakie lead going first for Fiumba. Obviously not ideal, I would say. you know, the possibility here, as we just said, to go turn 2 Altaria and Greninja is just a little bit crazy, you know, and again, it is a lot more possible than you might think. This is from Fuma's perspective. So we see the Frogadier in hand and the Greninja EX in hand, which could be relevant. Double Froakies coming down now for Adon and double Swablu. So not even going to be using Chinglings right now this game. Makes you think that he might have a very aggressive approach potentially in his hand. Now, keep in mind, we can't evolve this, you know, this Froakie here who woke up from sleep anyway.
I was about to say, we have the Frogadier in hand, right? Okay.
Yeah, but it's a little bit, you know, it's a little suspect. Okay.
That's what we saw last game, right? Is like, do you take the bait and do you put your frog in there and then get one shot by a potential Mega Altaria coming out next?
And the thing is, now this Altaria has basically like a possibility to hit like for 150 every turn instead of sometimes. You know what I mean? So it's a big difference in the sense that this Suicune is really never safe, even with like a cape, because it's just like, you know, the pressure is just real. So now you're probably forced here to, you could attach and retreat, which feels bad, or you could attach the Suicune, which also feels bad because Froakie will likely be getting KO next turn. So both scenarios feel honestly quite poor. And I think what he might end up doing is retreating here, just because he does have Greninja EX and Frogadier. Right?
Yeah.
But
still, you're at an energy disadvantage. You're down 1 now.
Yeah. And you know, even just a 130 into the Suicune next turn is going to feel just not great. But you know, Greninja EX can come in, so like, you know, the situation here is not that bad, because we don't have a DD on Greninja Altaria. So Greninja EX can cause a lot of issues. It can 2-hit KO and then live a hit. You know what I mean? So it's, you know, it can be really relevant. We do see the May come down. Shout out to May, very underrated card right now in the game, especially when you're playing multiple evolution Pokemon in your deck list, as Adon is. So let's see what we got here. We do have the Altaria. But I forgot your neg energy, dude, which is so bad because...
That's what I'm saying. Like, even if you do...
You can't even attack next turn.
You basically just have to completely discard the Suicune, right? Is that...
Yeah, basically. He's not playing any tool cards, no cape, no Rocky Helmet, so, like... But, you know, the Frogadier, or the Greninja just come in next turn. Like, so you're putting on that pressure. Like, there's no Greninja, there's no Cyrus. So if you get the first attack off on this Altaria, like, you are going to 2-hit KO it, because we have Cyruses. So, you know, that is a big benefit here. If Fuma can win this game, it's going to be just because the fact that, you know, this Greninja can do the job. So,
about to say, I'm putting this in DD in so I don't get pinged down.
Yeah,
but that might be a play like, too, though. Like, you get Cyrus, Sabrina, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or Sabrina.
Yeah, well, I guess he doesn't play Sabrina. But yeah, Ping Cyrus is also a win condition now for him, which is really unfortunate, actually. But I think you do that. Yeah, I think you do it anyway because you lose to just the Greninja this turn regardless. But only 3 cards in hand. Copycat would be really good. He plays 1 in the deck. Hello Research in the deck. 1 Pokeball, 1 Lucio, 1 May. His entire deck is just Pokemon and supporter cards. He's only playing 1 rare candy as well, which I'm noticing.
Oh, really?
1 rare
crazy.
Kind of crazy. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. A bit more of a mid-range version of this deck instead of a full kind of high roll.
Yeah, a lot of reliance on Altaria here then, I guess, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, you know, like now, again, he's in a position to where, like, now he loses in 2 turns, unless, because I mean, like, he's gonna have Cyrus. Like, you can't be like, oh, you know, he's not gonna Cyrus me up. Like, no, he's gonna hit you and then Cyrus you and hit you again. So you either kind of have it this turn or you lose. Quite frankly, you can put him asleep, which is a very underrated thing here to understand. Is that Swablu here is ready to flip a couple of coins and potentially win the game, which is another thing that this Altaria deck loves to do, is put its opponent to sleep for a few turns.
I know you think you have it, but then you don't. We are gonna see the Mars go out, drop him down to 1, so there is no chance for a Ninja.
Yeah, I mean, it's turn 4. There's no Greninjas, so like you're in a good spot. Like relatively
that's
speaking.
what I say. You're doing good with the no Ninjas so far, but that Swablu's ready to go on the bench. I'm feeling somebody needs to set their alarm clock right about now.
It is inevitably the only thing that's going to win him the game at this point. Is singing, and then he needs what, 3 coin flips? 2. He needs 2.
2, I think, just
at least 2. Yeah, 2 in a row. Which is a 25% chance. To be fair, if you were to tell me like, hey, you're gonna lose this game, but hey, like you got a 25% chance to win.
25. Yeah, I'm taking that 25% chance. Better than nothing.
You're like, wait, what? Like what? Like, yeah, that's what this deck has. It's you know.
Power Swablu.
Anyway, well, let's see here. A couple things could be pretty relevant in this hand. I don't know. I mean,
I think he had him pretty locked in here. He couldn't really necessarily ping anything on the bench to like try to get a kill or stall or anything. Yeah, this is it. Sleep play.
You better not evolve and hit. That would be, yeah. Let's do it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't even want to look.
Competitive Pokemon Pocket in 2026.
Oh,
GG. All right.
whew.
Game number 2 here. The Greninja EX put in massive amounts of work, to be fair. And again, when you're playing Altaria, like you're missing so many of those tools, right? Like we never saw Chingling. Like it doesn't have Mars or Rocky Helmet. Like you are very reliant on getting the Greninjas out. You know what I mean? Like that's your whole concept of your deck. So if you don't get the Greninjas, like those 2 Cyruses in your deck are useless. You know what I mean? That's sort of the inconsistency inherently with this Altaria deck is that, potentially it's just not very good. Like, whereas the other
a good way to put it. Yeah.
The other Altaria deck's like always pretty good. You know what I mean? But it's not like, sometimes it's not as strong as you want it to be, but it's always pretty good. This deck list, not so much. Sometimes it's horrible. Sometimes it's incredible. But as we see, I mean, Greninja EX has how many games that we've seen Suicune win have just been because Greninja EX. Like it's such a ridiculous card.
A lot. I really think too many.
Yeah, like it's like the card. Honestly.
I don't think Suicune Greninja would even be good right now without Greninja EX. I think it would be faded into obscurity.
It'd be a lot worse because the one thing the deck was missing was like something to do with megas, and like this straight up just did it. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Yeah. Anyway, shout out to Dina. Thanks for Greninja EX.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
I roll. Sarcasm there, Maddie.
The other top 4 match is the other top 4 match playing? I don't know if we've held them or not.
I don't know.
I'm sure the judges were on top of it, but let me take a quick gander here. Yeah. Oh, Liko said I don't know if I'll have time to play everything. Do we want to just let him I mean,
they could start. It's kind of a lame reason. He says he can't charge his phone. If it really comes down to it, like they can go for it. We can always hop into it late, but kind of a goofy reason, right?
Well, I'll let him know. Okay, so Chingling is here this game, but what do we see in Fiumba's hand here that's quite relevant? I would say the old Frogadier. You know what I mean? Plus the Indeedee. So that's the other thing as well with this Chingling, Chingling in this deck is that you're not playing like Rocky Helmets. So like you're never really able to like counterplay the Indeedee. Like, you know what I mean? The damage Chingling's doing will always just completely get negated by the Indeedee, right? Whereas like Chingling with Rocky Helmet, that's 30 damage. It changes the dynamic a little bit. So that's the other another downside potentially to this deck. But he went first too, so that does obviously also change the dynamic. And the fact that we got a Frogadier turn 2 really makes this a bit more difficult. But none of this matters, Jay. Literally none of this matters if we see it like Altaria and Greninjas come out together, because it's just too much. Like it's just gonna KO. You know what I mean? It's just gonna carry through. It'll KO the Suicune and then just ping KO the Indeedee and the game's over. So that's like the thing about this deck, Water Shuriken and Greninja EX. He's gonna put away the Greninja EX for that Water Shuriken because he has Cyrus in hand. So I like this, right? We're gonna put the pressure here, maybe try to KO the Swablu next turn, which I like that concept. I like that idea. Which you got to think that Adon knows that might be coming, so he might want to evolve the Swablu preemptively. The energy is already on the Suicune, so if we do evolve this turn and we can KO with on the following turn, then the game is, then you win, kind of, right? So we'll see. Frogadier comes down.
Energy going out on that
Swablu.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we see an Altaria here? You definitely want to evolve it. You might be considering it. If it's in your hand, I would evolve it. Now, you can't hear me. He's on delay, but yeah, I would if I were.
We see the Cyrus in play, so yeah, I think. Oh, wait. This is big, isn't it?
Play. Well,
could be.
Wow. So he doesn't have it, so he's gonna go for the sleep because that's the only thing you can do if you don't have Altaria. Oh.
It's working.
Oh, but the cape though. The cape is big. Cape is huge. That means you don't get KO'd on the following turn. That's actually extremely relevant. Wow. But if this sleep sticks for one more turn, like you're cooked. You're absolutely cooked, which is the craziest thing. He's gonna commit energy to the Suicune anyway.
I guess you could cape it, right? But even then, it gets a little scary. Do we Cyrus in the Frog? I think that might be the play, huh? Stall him for a turn.
Yep, that is the play. I would cape something here, though. I guess you don't know what you're going to cape. And I guess with the Cyrus play, you know you're not going to need it this turn. So I guess we're going to wait on that. No Mars, of course, in...
Hey, we didn't need that turn necessarily, but... Yeah.
Good thing he did Cyrus. But, you know, we can actually just stand with Frogadier and hit him for 30, which is going to effectively do the same thing here. Which... Well, do we even stay in? Yeah. I mean, this is a weird world here. What do we do here? I mean, you again, I think you are just relying on the sleep another turn.
The Chingling stall not going to do much for you, right? Other than just stall for a turn. I guess Chingling stall maybe lets you, depending on how many basics he has, he could ping Suicune, hit with Chingling. It'll still be down 30 health, right? Or still be down at 130, which then puts it in kill range for Mega Ult. That's my play, I think. That's how I'm doing it. Yeah.
I'm talking to Lico right now, who says his battery's dying and he has no way to charge his phone. And he says that he could probably make it through this top 4, but he would not be able to play in finals if he wins. So I'm trying to communicate with him here to see, like, I personally would rather see a no contest in top 4 than in grand finals, personally. But it's a very awkward situation. I don't know, because I don't want to tell him to just take the L in top 4, because there's prizing for top 4. So I don't know what we do here. Like,
I don't know. This is kind of a strange one too, because I'm like, so what is your phone just going to die forever, and you're done forever? Like, is that your life now? You have no phone.
I guess he's in a scenario where his phone's going to die and he can't charge his phone. Like, so that's, you know.
I don't know. I get it. I get it, but at the same time, I don't necessarily feel bad because, like, we have 128 other players here. We can't necessarily mold the tournament around one person who didn't bring their phone charger.
Right. No, exactly. But again, I just don't want him to play this set, win, and then we don't have a grand finals.
That is very true.
Concede, you know, like I would rather, like, personally.
Yeah. Tough. I don't know. That is a good one.
He said he could play the finals on a different phone, but wouldn't be able to stream. And I was like, that's fine.
That's fine. We don't. If anything, we're probably not going to go with like phone footage like that, right? If we can help it. King Solomon. If King Solomon makes it, we're all set because he's got great footage going.
Yeah. Right. And I think Adon and Fiumba can both stream, so I mean, we'll be
so
fine there. Anyway,
I'm
trying to relay the information that I'm getting here, but
I like it. I like it, and we worked out a solution here where hopefully nobody has to take the L. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think Adon is sort of cooked here. I'm not gonna lie. Looking at his board because he didn't. No board stayed here for second. Well, I guess if he gets a second Greninja out, it's kind of possible. But at this point, like, this Suicune, like, he can't go into Altaria to KO, and he's gonna have a backup attacker. So, like, I really think he's out both Cyruses, which is funny. But the Greninja pings will KO the Altaria.
Say it's over in 2 turns, right? There we go.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Okay. Fiumba goes up 2-0. So Suicune here doing quite well into Altaria Greninja.
Just crazy. Again, Adon was undefeated, right? He's 5-0 up until now, I suppose. Well, we don't know how the whole matches went, but he hasn't lost a match yet.
He hasn't lost a set, so I mean he's
yet.
He's doing his thing.
Dude, he was doing good. It's not over yet. That's the magic of best of 5s, I suppose, right?
His deck list, you know, is operating exactly as it probably normally would.
Should be, yeah.
You know, sometimes it does it, sometimes not.
Super high roll, super not.
What we get here, but let's see. So game 3, quite frankly, potentially a decisive game 3.
Yes.
When you're down 0-2. But yeah, you got to start winning here. You got to get something off here, or not. You know, you're gonna struggle. Going first here for Fiumba, but he does lead Suicune, and the Frogadier is just in hand. He's had this Frogadier in his hand the entire set so far. Jingling does come down, Swablu comes down. So again, anything, literally, Jay, nothing matters in this matchup unless he like. If he gets turned to Altaria and Greninja, like, he's gonna just win.
Nothing
so,
matters.
Like,
yeah.
That's sort of all that really this comes down to, and you just gotta see if it happens or not. You know, he's kind of playing the old solo battle simulator. But we do get the Frogadier here. Or sorry, we have Frogadier and we have Froakie in hand. And there goes the second Suicune. So, I mean, we're behind on energy, which, you know, is not ideal, but at least, you know, we have Frogadier. So we'll see what we draw there. The Mars and the Double Rare Candy's probably not going to be that relevant, I would say, but, you know, you never really know. So
holding off on putting that other Suicune in. I'm wondering, are they just afraid of a possible ping scenario, or?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I really don't actually. There's no
I guess
option,
okay.
so at the end of
Adon
the
doesn't
day,
play
doesn't matter
Sabrina
really.
either. I guess I'm used to that last opponent who was playing Sabrina, where it got a little more scary.
Yeah. No
But
Sabrina, no Mars. So
No Sabrina,
like,
no Mars either. Yeah, you're right.
Again, Adon's tech isn't about interacting with the other deck at all.
No,
it's
at
literally
all. It's just about high
get
roll
the board
go.
State.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Which, you know, is fun sometimes. But yeah, you do find yourself playing a deck that, you know, you either get it or you don't, and there's nothing, you know, that could really change that.
Speaking of getting it or you don't.
Greninja EX off the top is actually quite relevant for a number of different reasons, because even though we don't have a DD and we're at the risk of getting KO'd by the Altaria, we have now an attacking option on the back line and without having to attach to another Suicune. So it's really relevant. No Froakies on the board though for Adon, so that's
Would you have Mars right
gap
there?
Here.
Maybe not, because he doesn't have a basic apparently, and
he's got a lot of options here. I mean,
got a lot of
you can go
cards
Water
though. There it
Shuriken.
is.
Okay. All right. So, but again, you know, you notice he did bench, but it's like that's probably part of the plan. If you bench something, it's just gonna get smoked, right? Eventually.
Yeah.
By Cyrus ping Altaria. So, if he comes in, KOs the Suicune, like you probably don't bench anything because then you just hit the Altaria for 100, and then that's your win condition. So like, Fumo's playing it very correctly in the sense that like he doesn't need the bench Pokemon because Suicune's never been his attacking option, right?
No.
I guess I don't remember it really being. So he's like,
this is gonna go very similar to last game then, right? Where we just see the Greninja come out, Cyrus in hand, and we just double hit and it's over, right?
I don't think there's a counterplay to this, quite frankly.
Which is so crazy that like a board state like this, you would think just at first glance you're like, oh, this guy's done, you know, he's cooked. But then the Greninja EX comes in and survives one hit, double shots your Altaria. They've locked themselves out, so they can't they don't even run an Indeedee, I suppose, but they can't necessarily heal themselves on their active Indeedee. Bring them down to one card, too. This is really putting them in a chokehold.
Yeah, man. It's, we don't have a way to get around this. Greninja EX specifically in this scenario is very, very strong. Especially, you know, because like this Altaria deck is the only way you move forward is by going into Altaria. So no Giant Capes, no Rocky Helmets. Like we have no way to 2-hit KO this Greninja or 1-hit KO this Greninja other than double Greninja pings, which is like obviously not going to happen. So
that is
unfortunate
way to go. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
that's 100% locked up. You can't do anything here.
You know.
Yeah, there's really nothing left to commentate other than, well, we're waiting for the Cyrus Gabirus. I think Adon, obviously, he doesn't know that there's two Cyruses sitting in hand. He does know that he does run two Cyruses, but I think he's hoping, hey, maybe there's a chance that these 7 cards he has in hand, one of them isn't a Cyrus.
Yep. And you got to understand, like, you know, it could have easily we could have seen those Greninjas come out turn 2 and he could have just swept through. So, like, there's that side of the coin here. For sure. It's just that didn't happen 3 games, and Fuma got Greninja EX board state 3 games, and like he played it very smartly by not benching anything unnecessarily, and not opening himself up to like Cyrus Greninja, you know,
totally
like a lose condition. So
yeah,
you know, very smart plays from Fiumba. Suicune Greninja moving on. Fiumba to grand finals, our first grand finals participant. However, we're waiting to see who the next opponent is going to be, which is going to be between King Solomon playing Altaria with Chinglings and whatnot, the basic Altaria deck, or the standard Altaria, and Liko Unite, who's also playing Suicune and Greninja. So we can hop over to King Solomon's perspective, and we'll get ready for our second top 4 match.
Let's do it. All right.
Time to get it going here. So yeah, the way it works is, so we have Fiumba's perspective in finals regardless. So it is a rule that you have to screen share, but again, like sometimes people just can't, so it's totally fine.
If we can work around situations like that, at least they let us know ahead of time. Definitely, if there's ever going to be an issue, don't spring it on us last second. Let us know ahead of time. We can possibly work it around like this. But yeah, I'm glad we found a solution here.
Now, here's where this thing is where it comes down to here. By the way of bracket decisions, King Solomon here playing a very anti-Suicune deck list. Coincidentally, has to go through a Suicune here in top 4 and the exact same Suicune deck in Grand Finals, which is coincidentally the exact same deck that he played in top 16 and top 8. So, if anybody was poised to make a massive run through 4 Suicunes, it would be this deck list. We mentioned earlier, Jay, on the stream that, best of 5 really, accentuates the matchup sort of probabilities. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
If you have a good matchup, like you feel a bit better into a best of 5 than you do into like a best of 1 or best of 3. So,
There's plenty of times where I get matched up against a bad deck or like a bad matchup for me, but it's only a best of 2, so you can potentially get lucky. Like I've seen Suicune Greninja decks brick two turns in a row against something where like I would have normally lost against a Suicune Greninja deck. But it is definitely possible for these decks to brick, but in this best of 5, I feel like you were saying, the skill comes out a little more because you have more chances of not starting off with a bricked game. It's been an interesting day. I've really liked the gameplay so far. I think these matches get to be a little more, you get into them a little more. You know what I mean? There's a little more at stake, I feel like, when it's best of 5.
Yeah, sometimes, you get like double bricks and it's like, and then, like in a best of 3, like it can happen where the game's just like over immediately and you're like, all right. Whereas best of 5, like if somebody bricks, you're like, that's fine. You got 3-4 more games to go. So it's like a different feel. Nico letting me know he can't stream for like the 4th time. It's all good. I just played the match. We're chilling. All good here. But so. And I think a lot of people, towards the end of the season, Jay, like I get people's sort of, feelings about stuff. It's like, well, we've seen Suicune so many times. We've seen Altaria so many times. Like there wasn't anything really new this season that, had a massive shakeup to the meta other than like a couple of cards that somewhat changed things a little bit. But as you see in like at the tops of these tournaments, it's the same decks. It's Hydreigon, it's Magnezone or Corio.
Absolutely.
It's Suicune, it's Altaria, which is like totally, I get sort of, the burnout there. I do think the gameplay is very interesting. The players are very, very talented. The interactions are still fun for me, but I know that there's just a general sort of, feeling of people wanting to see just something new. And hopefully we get that, soon in the next season or, the next few releases. I think if they continue to release really strong cards, the metas are always fun and new in the first week or two, but it's about what sticks, right? And like what really ends up shaping the meta game.
Absolutely. And I'm thinking that first week, again, we're going to see a lot of Gardevoir, but I think we're going to see decks, again, like Charizard probably end up being the better deck here. We're going to see, obviously, Gardevoir being the featured card on the new set.
It'll see a lot of play.
It'll see a lot of play. You're right. Exactly. It's going to see a lot of play. It is a good card. It's not like it's a bad card, but I just feel like there might be better tournament matchups against it, or people are going to find a good way to counter it very fast.
So we see Solomon actually go for the sleep play on his first turn, going second rather than the Chingling play. But I guess this is a safe play regardless, because if he evolves, we just KO with Altaria. So it's a very interesting play to make, because the rare Kenny's going to come down. The item lock never got put down. But again, like we're at least we have that pressure. We have like, hey, like I'm just going to KO you. But the Mars,
we did.
Might not have been accounted for by King Solomon here. What do we draw into here? Rocky Helmet, Cyrus, and Sabrina. Those aren't the cards we really wanted here. And as well as the Giant Cape. So he would have been protected anyway, which is a pretty funny play.
That was not the move he wanted to make there, or at least not the response he wanted to that move.
That's hilarious. That's quite frankly hilarious. But we can't put him asleep again, quite frankly. So
I guess we could do it again, right?
We could do it again. Yeah, you can do it again. He did draw basic, so at least he doesn't lose if the sleep fails, but that Furfrow's not going to, stick around. Oh,
going into it. Maybe
goes into it. Rocky Helmet.
Not a terrible idea.
I mean, so you actually do live even if you get pinged. So he's never able to actually KO the Furfrow, which is a good play. But again, ping. So if he has Cyrus in hand, he's kind of cooked. That's the tough part.
Cyrus. Okay, we dodged it.
Couple of risky plays right off the bat from Solomon.
Yeah, this is really risky here.
He's just going for it right now, which I love. The second Froakie comes down. Gotta be able to make some things happen potentially. So we'll see. I mean, he's gonna KO that Chingling. He's like, get that thing out of here, and I will just smack this Furfrou, even though I take 20. Because why not?
Pinged on the Ching, and then we're gonna attack. We'll bring us down to 90.
Ching, dude. Pinged on the Ching. Do we Sabrina here?
Oh,
I think we Lissia, in fact. I think we Lycia to thin.
But this might be good though, right? Because you could Lycia. Well, you're still down energy. That's the
the
bad thing.
Yeah, we still need no Cyrus for sure. Hey, well, you know, actually, the second Swablu means that, like, well, he's gonna ping whatever which one we attach to, I guess. But
yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
And we need him. Yeah, we need Altaria, and we need him not to have Cyrus. So, might be a tall order here, but you know, let's see. This Furfrou doing his best. He's doing everything. Was a
Sabrina play there maybe a good call to stall or at least force them to
maybe? Yeah,
I mean, maybe, obviously they're still going to be able to attack, but you force them to not be able to put that energy on the bench there. Yeah. You know, put them down one energy.
I think the Lycia was probably better to just to thin your deck because without Altaria, you're not getting anything done.
That is very true. I forgot
the Frogadiers. Yeah, Frogadiers a bit scary here, and the Suicune now, which you can commit energies to. So it's a tough situation to be in, but it is a winnable situation still, which is absolutely insane to think about. We just have to draw the correct cards because again, we can KO with Altaria and then Sabrina per game next turn. Like that's the potential here, which is crazy to think about. He actually pings the one without energies, which you know means he might just have another Cyrus. He made a research.
The Cyrus ready, yeah.
Because now he only needs one Cyrus to win, which you know, is like, you know what I mean.
Getting a little scary here. That or we need to still hit our Altaria or it's game over, I suppose.
Yep. All right.
Mars.
On to game number 2. Actually, we can still sleep play.
We can sleep play, but it's not looking great here.
Can still go for the sleep. Greninja EX will negate that thing, but he's gonna go for it anyway. It is a win condition, so we will be going for it. There's a world where it works. You know what I mean?
We got the sleep. Okay, now we gotta hope for no Greninja EX.
Here,
no ninjas.
Come on, dude. There's not. Come on, dude.
Bro,
I'm not
imagine
sitting here watching this sleep. I'm not.
Imagine we watch this sleep. Is there a way where he could actually win this? I guess he'd have to avoid Cyrus.
But yeah, because he can actually Mars. If he top decks Altaria and Marses him to 1, because he has Sabrina in hand. Like all he needs is like the Altaria top deck, and he could Oh no. Because then because then but that's all.
He needs cards though, because he has to kill this. He has to hit for 120.
That is true. Yeah, he needs one more basic. Yeah.
Copycat ain't it?
I'm putting
the Chingling down.
Draw Altaria and a basic. Yep. Yep.
Come on.
Ready your outs, ladies and gentlemen. There's only one thing you can do, and that is play the cards.
We have to get rid of this Greninja this turn though, or else it's pinging a win. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That's it.
That's fine. It's all good. You know, I was kind of done watching that anyway. If he made it out of that, I would have been upset.
I agree.
But hey, it's a best of 5. That's the best. That's what you were saying, right, Jay? This is the best part of a best of 5. It's like, well, you know, you lose one game, it's not the end of the world. Like you got, you know, so much.
Well, he could make that. I think he felt like, hey, I can make this big play because you're right. It's best of 5. I can afford 2 losses technically. Not that you necessarily want to have any losses, but
the beginning of that game was crazy. I'm not gonna lie. It was just crazy.
I mean, for both players. To
sleep. Hopefully you don't. Hope I draw a tire. Yeah, it was just it was a crazy scenario. He might play this one a bit differently for sure, you know, but there's so much room for this Altaria deck to gain ground here. It really is something that, like, you know, I mean, if we don't see the Frogadier, like, it's really difficult. The odds of not seeing a Chingling for Altaria and not seeing Frogadier for Suicune are both a little bit slim, but it's like, if either of those things happen at the same time, like, it's very difficult. It's gonna be a difficult one. Going second, which is what you want. I think still. Chingling lead, Altaria in hand, Red in hand, Pokemon in hand, Swallow in hand. So
not a bad start.
No, these are cards you want. Into the Froakie lead, so again, beneficial, right? So let's see. Let's see where this goes. Oh man. Oh.
Best start. We're drawing our cards. How many does King Solomon run? He runs 1 copycat. Only 1.
Yeah, I like 1 copycat. In most decks, sometimes you can get away with 2, like if you're playing like true high roll, like Hydreigon and whatnot. But I even like 1 copycat in Suicune, particularly for the mirror matchup. He draws another basic, which is a really big deal, and the Indeedee. So, you know, again, we're probably gonna do that thing where we just sort of hit and then KO turn 2 with Altaria, and then just kind of probably have Red to win. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, Red to win, maybe a helmet.
You ride the momentum. You know what I mean? You just sort of like, you play aggressive and you hope that you just have the cards. This Frogadier, that's a good turn 2 Frogadier, but you're gonna go negative energy because he went first and he led Froakie. So you don't want to stay in. And if he does, you're cooked. Oh, and he stays in. All right, so GG. Which is, you know, Again, you have to make that decision. You might think, oh, well, I'll just retreat and then I can keep my, but like at the end of the day, like you can't go 2 turns without energy into Altaria. Like it's not going to work very well for you. So we see the basic in hand. We see the Altaria in hand. It's
there's the helmet. That even locks it in even more. I like it.
We're going to want another basic, but it's pretty likely that we draw it so that we can kill this Suicune next turn. But yeah, here comes Altaria here. It's going to bench that Indeedee for extra assurance. And we can Rocky Helmet the active. We got red in hand. We even have a research. Like, the momentum is really what carries this. And it's just the inherent nature of this matchup. You know what I mean? Really, the only scenario where this kind of works very well for you if you're playing Suicune Greninja is if you lead Suicune, get the Froakie on the bench, and Frogadier turn 2, right?
Absolutely,
so like, As we see here, Frogadier turn 2 is good, but if it's in the active and you went first, like, does it really matter? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really feel like
and we attach energy there, too, which is the other downside. That definitely, like, I mean, that might have been the nail in the coffin, is attaching that energy. At least if we would have pre-attached to Suicune
but
here.
If you retreat, you're just 2 turns away from attacking anyway. So it's like, does that really help you? You know what I mean? There's the basic.
Well, I'm saying you maybe just sacrifice and attach to Suicune, and I don't know. There's really no good out there.
Then you
that'll be
have
game.
A Froakie or Greninja. Yep, and that's we might be seeing a lot of that here for the next couple of rounds here, but again, anything can happen here. I would say that these Suicune players are definitely the underdogs, which is weird to say, but into this matchup, it's gonna be tough. No matter what,
the underdogs.
It's gonna be hard to win 3 games here.
I did have the stream just drop. See what happened here. Did King Solomon's phone die now? Never mind, we're back.
He had to just message his mom or something. He didn't want to see.
There we go. Okay, I like it.
Respectable. Yeah. All right. So 1-1, right? So 1-1 going into game 2.
Going into game 2. We are now starting.
The same position we've been in like the last 3 King Solomon games. Like if he wins this game, it's like it's such an uphill battle for Suicune. If he can win this game 3, it's just so much pressure, like so much momentum. And then you got to like win a losing matchup 2 games in a row. It like feels tough. And these Suicune players like oftentimes do get 1 game and then they just sort of lose like 2 or 3 more. It's what it's seeming like here. But, I'm ready to see something different, quite frankly. I would like, if Suicune was to beat Altaria, I would like it to happen in finals. I'm not rooting for any one player, but I would just rather not see the Suicune mirror in finals. But that's just me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Furfrou lead going first. Not super ideal.
You at least have a helmet, but like you said, going first, not great.
Yeah. You're going to be behind energies, but the Chingling lock can soften that blow, especially maybe with Sabrina stall to kind of you can catch back up a turn more. So the double Chinglings are nice. Again, you would maybe have liked to see the Swallow, right? But he plays Klefki in the deck. We haven't seen Klefki, but he does play it.
He does have a Klefki. You're right. We haven't seen it in a few games here. I know chat earlier when we were watching his games earlier, they're like, Klefki in top 4 is crazy. Which it is.
It's really, it's good in this matchup. Like Rocky Helmet, Red, Klefki, those are all things that allow you to kind of hit over those numbers that you need to, which is always good. And that's how this deck does it, right? Like we saw the Altaria Greninja deck. It's maybe sometimes better to play those types of cards than to play Rare Candy Greninja and hope you draw into it. You know what I mean? So energy on the Froakie here. Is he gonna retreat? He does not retreat. So what does that tell us here? I mean, for me, I'm still going Chingling, but it's a little bit scary because we don't have Swablu, and if they go Frogadier, if they go turn 2 Frogadier, they KO our Chingling. So it's a little bit scary. I go double Chingling bench, and I Sabrina is what I do.
You're going to Sabrina this one? Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, benching. Yeah, I think I'm popping Sabrina this turn, but maybe we want the Swablu. The thing is, that's... go for the Mars here. Okay. I guess, okay, so it was also kind of a telegraphed play, so this also does work, right? Theoretically.
I do agree with that. It was a telegraphed play.
Though. He stays in.
This is crazy,
dude. He's just telling him like, yo, you do not have it, bro. I just Mars you into the worst 4 cards imaginable. You do not have it.
You don't have it.
Crazy thing to do, dude. That's just a crazy thing to do.
He did, though. He did it.
Wow. Still wild, though. I still feel strongly that was a crazy play.
Yeah, and we wasted the Irida. So, oh my lord, we're set up for a great Sabrina play here, too.
Dude. Yeah, for sure. Great Sabrina play, and it's +1 card if we wanted to copycat this turn as well. He's actually just going to immediately research, which is crazy. But Klefki, Rocky Helmet. So again, like, are we going to stand Furfrou, or do we go into Chingling here? Like, what is? We don't have Swablu, which is why I probably would not have researched that turn, quite frankly.
Yeah, I don't know why we did that.
It's all good. He committed to it immediately, so he thought it was the correct play. We can Rocky Helmet here on the Chingling, so we're going to get the item lock. We're like, listen, we baited you one turn. We got lucky. We're not doing it again. But you know, he doesn't bench the Chingling, though.
What is going on? A bunch of weird plays happening here. Is this the same player? This guy was killing it earlier. Now it's like, I'm not gonna make any more negative comments, but it just questionable plays there. That's all I'm gonna say. Questionable plays.
He knows listen. He's in a world that we're not in. You know what I mean? He's
apparently, right?
Wavelength. Completely different wavelength here. Yeah, man. I don't know really like.
I guess this makes sense because now you're going with Furfrou and you.
Does it though? Does this make any sense?
No, it doesn't, Maddie. I'm just trying to.
Now the Furfrou gets KO'd, and then
I'm trying to make sense of it myself.
If we can KO with Altaria on the following turn, we're just banking that somehow he's never going to have Rare Kenny Greninja Cyrus to win this game.
And then we did it again. Why are we? That is a copycat in hand, sir.
Full send, dude. Just
that
play the research.
Copycat, sir.
He's ready to move on in this tournament. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's ready to move on. Do we put him asleep? No.
We put the
you retreat into Chingling. Yeah, this is the correct
You want the
play.
item lock for sure.
Solo Mars though. A Mars top deck goes hard as heck right now. If we do,
did we already Mars? Remember he already Marsed.
Did he?
Yeah. Remember that questionable play where we're like, why wouldn't you do X, but we Marsed instead? Hey, remember it was the first play because he was very confident about that Froakie. Remember? So he Marsed him right at the beginning there.
Oh, that's right. He did Mars.
Mm-hmm.
The early Mars typically is not a great run here, but he has Sabrina in hand, so he might be just playing around the Sabrina this whole time, which, quite frankly, totally fine here. But if we see double Greninja, no, I mean, yeah, actually, the Sabrina play does work. In fact, so if he doesn't,
no, Indeedee either, so
very well could get Mars. So yeah, Rare Kenny Greninja Cyrus, we lose. So that's what this game is now. I don't really know if this was like the best.
But we win with Sabrina though.
No, but he wins next turn.
Oh yeah, never mind. I'm sorry.
You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, like you're just hoping he doesn't have Greninja Cyrus. Like it's a tough ask here. If we had Mars in hand, then maybe, right? But like it's a weird.
Sabrina now doesn't make sense either.
Well, you might bait him into the Froakie with energies. No. But I mean, so okay, hold on. Because now he can't ping Cyrus if he goes into Greninja EX. So I mean, none of this really matters. I guess he's just doing this thing, but it's such a weird thing here. Now there was
a bunch of weird plays there, and now I'm kind of lost on where his line is. Like, what are we going for?
Yeah,
are we hoping to
just riding right now? He goes into the Froakie, so I mean, we gotta understand that like for him not to have Rare Kenny, Greninja, and Cyrus at this point with like 15 cards in his hand is like so
got
slim.
Literally 2 cards left.
Greninja EX.
Wait a minute.
Get out of here, dude. There's no way. Wait, am I missing something? Is he not
playing?
Are we
gonna? Does he have a Cyrus still? Oh my God! Watch him get Marsed into a Cyrus.
What is happening, dude? There's no way.
I have no idea what is going on.
If he top decks Cyrus, he wins.
Cyrus goodbye.
Okay.
Or red. No. Now we have to sleep play though. Now we have to sleep play. No, we can't sleep play. Never mind.
We can sleep play. Actually, no. Indeed, he pops off here.
Yeah.
Because he can't ping. He can't. What?
Oh my lord! What just happened, dude?
Did he not have Water Shuriken? Did all of this really come like actually work out in the sense that he didn't have? He just won the game, dude. You just straight up won the game. He has
and he already used Irida earlier, so he can't.
He won the game, Jay. The game's over. He won.
What the hell just happened, Eddie?
So I guess he KO'd. I don't know. So he KO'd the Froakie. He just didn't have Water Shuriken in hand, I guess.
Indeedee won't matter.
He just had Water Shuriken. It's just that he just didn't have it. So,
wow.
So he wins.
Wait. No, that's not enough damage.
No, he doesn't. He needed the ping, Cyrus.
You're right. It's over. I'm trying to think. I'm like, is there any possible? There's nothing.
But Jay, he's got 0 cards in his hand or in his deck, and we've yet to see a Cyrus or a Water Shuriken. So like, at what point did he not have it? I just don't understand.
I'm totally lost on this whole game, Andy. This whole game, there was a bunch of plays that made no sense to me.
Do you mean to tell me the last 2 cards of his deck was Water Shuriken Greninjas?
I guess.
I think maybe we're missing that, but I just don't know how that that's what happened. Was that what happened in that game?
It had to have been, or big misplays. I mean, those are the only 2 answers.
Dude, what is going on? What was that game?
That game was just back and forth, like nonstop. Did not make sense. Chat is gonna have a heyday with that one in about 7 minutes.
Chat can help me out on that one, but I'm concerned.
Somebody said that was a game-winning Mars. Spoiler alert, it was.
What on Earth? Game 3. Solomon up 2-1 in the most incredible of
series here in our top 4.
Yeah, what a game 2 here. Everyone's tired. This has been 4.5 hours straight of Pokemon Pocket games. So shout out to all the players, by the way.
Yeah, they are playing a lot of games, so your brain does go to mush at this point, and misplays are bound to happen.
My brain is not working properly.
Yeah, that's why I say every weekend. It's hard to watch this many games, let alone play that many games.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, dude. I mean, listen, I'm having a blast though. Shout out to all these players, bro. It's crazy that we have like this. That this is you know what I mean? You ever sit back and you think like, how did this all happen? You know what I mean? Like, how did we get here? I think about that every day.
Yeah, no, 3 months ago from now, or to, from 3 months ago to now, totally.
That's what I mean.
Totally crazy that like the tournament scene is locked down by the Pocket Mads crew, right?
We're doing it, bro. We're doing our thing, and people are playing, and people are watching, and it's absolutely incredible.
Hey, it's fun. A great community. I love all of it. I love this. This has been a fun day today too. So, no, it doesn't get better than this. The tournament scene carries competitive.
New meta too, which is sick. Again, guys, don't forget that Solomon will be playing literally the exact matchup for the 4th time after this if he wins. So, Swablu here comes down. The Froakies in the active, and you are going second. So again, like, are we actually gonna roll the dice, or can we go into Chingling here and like, do Chingling things? That's the
sleep play or what?
He's doing it, dude. He doesn't care. He
says high roll. Go for it. There's a card in my hand. Play it.
He's in the same. It's the same scenario as before though, Jay, where it's like he can just. I guess he's just like, oh, I'll just go draw Altaria.
Forget it. Yeah. What about it?
Like, I just don't know.
But then, so. Oh.
Yo, but dude, he's gonna Mars him into it. Why are we Marsing these 3 cards hands on turn 2?
Like,
God, there it is. Did. And there's a basic. Now in basic, but he's gonna maybe.
Well, one card out of the way to get a basic.
And he's gonna attach to it, bro. Are we watching the same game? Is this on replay?
This is. I mean,
what is
fool me
going
once.
on,
Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice.
What is happening, dude? I just don't understand. I guess he just knows. He's like, it doesn't matter. Like, he's like, I've just got like, but he didn't know he was gonna have Altaria. Like, I just don't know why we make that play without knowing we have Altaria.
No idea. I have no idea why that was the decision.
What a legend, dude. What a beast. I can't.
Just going for it. He's sending it. Full send, King Solomon.
Dude, I mean, I guess he knows.
That's it. That's it, folks. I mean, what else were we gonna do?
I guess he just knows that, like, if he goes second and leads Swablu, like, the pressure of just turn 2 Altaria is too much to ignore. But his opponent never once attached to the bench or anything. Like, it's such a weird scenario. But I guess he knows that that's just enough to probably win in the game. Like, the probability is so high that he just goes for it anyway. Yeah. Plus the coin flip, right? Like, if he doesn't evolve, like, it's, you know what I mean? Such a weird game here. I didn't even pay attention. Did he have Sabrina in hand? He got Mars anyway, so I don't know even what was going on there. But anyway,
the high roll just completely like blew my mind there, and all I was focused on was him drawing that Altaria.
The third match win in a row for Solomon into Suicune Greninja, and coincidentally, we'll be going on to grand finals to play Suicune and Greninja. So we're gonna continue on Solomon's perspective here. Going into grand finals of the Invitational tournament, guys. Shout out to every single person that competed here. I apologize we didn't see the tournament or whatever. I know some people probably didn't love the bracket, but it's been fun to watch. So at the end of the day, it's been a good time. Fiumba, PXG Fiumba against PF King Solomon. Fiumba, of course, playing that Suicune and Greninja deck that we've seen literally 3 times in a row. And will he be the one to do it, Jay? I mean,
Is he the one? I think so far. He's been the best performing that we've seen, I feel like. He also runs what does he run here? He runs a May, right? So he's running May, Greninjas, Suicune. I have the right deck here?
Plays May.
Yeah, Fiumba's playing May.
Playing May. So he's not playing Copycat, he's playing May, which is cool.
The right deck in here, guys, sorry.
Fiumba needs a minute, I guess.
That's okay. I was just about to say, I kind of need a second myself here. I've got to go make sure the dogs are okay, and I'm going to go grab another cup of water. Let me get everything kind of set up just in case it does start here.
He said he needs a couple minutes, so.
Okay. Perfect. I will be right back then, chat. Give me just a minute. Maddie, do you want me to leave you on a screen at all? Like a standing
Yeah,
screen?
I'll be here.
Well, but like for the chat to like for you to yap at,
put it
maybe?
put it on the standings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a sec here, chat. Lulu.
All right. Well.
All right, Maddie, you're looking at the standings. I will be right back.
All right, sounds good. So, again, guys, just give us a minute here. Both, the players and Jay are going to be taking a quick moment here to recoup 4 grand finals. Over 100 players here, our top 128 bracket. The Invitational Tournament, best of 5, single elimination. It has come all the way down to this. The standings here, as we see, King Solomon and Fiumba at the top of the standings, both 6-0. That's how brackets work. So, our 2 undefeated players, Fiumba from Puerto Rico. Fiumba from Argentina, King Solomon from Puerto Rico. So shout out to them. Shout out to a lot of actually South American players. I guess Puerto Rico's not South America, but you know what I mean. Players, just a lot of variety. In fact, from a lot of different countries, which is super cool to see. Like how many people from around the world have been competing. It really is awesome here. The story really is going to come down to whether or not King Solomon is able to pull this out. I mean, like at the end of the day, this man has hit. You guys can't see it, but I'll pull it up. He has hit 3 Suicune Greninjas back to back to back. So this is going to be the 4th Suicune Greninja matchup in a row for him, which is absolutely kind of crazy that we're going to see it this way. But it should be really interesting. I mean, it's been most of these victories for Solomon have been very, I would say, dominant, right? I think he's gone 3-1, I think, in every single one of these matchups, which is quite crazy. But his Altaria deck is very well built. Very well built for this week of Greninja matchup. Again, we've got double Rocky Helmets. We have Red in the deck. We have Sabrina in the deck. We have double Chinglings in the deck. It's kind of got like everything it needs to just it's got Mars in the deck. Just really well built specifically for the Suicune matchup, which is, I mean, kind of how Altaria has operated for quite some time. But at the end of the day, Suicune Greninja is still very, very, very dominant. We've seen a lot of people, trying to play Altaria in different ways, and I don't really know why that is. This Altaria deck that we're seeing, though, does hard lose. Does just straight up hard lose, like auto loses to, coincidentally, to Magnezone or Ikoria, which is probably why this version of the deck maybe has fallen off a bit. But, if you take a look at the metagame right now, and by the way, the game is starting, so hopefully Jay comes back because the players are starting.
I'm back.
All right. Yeah, the match is starting.
Perfect.
So let's
get back into it.
So I was telling them this Altaria deck does coincidentally just auto lose to Magnezone or Ikoria. So that's sort of why maybe it's not really looked at as like the most popular deck, because people don't love to play something that just always will lose a matchup. But how often are you hitting Magnezone or Ikoria? Like, not that often.
Not that often anymore. And that was kind of what I was mentioning earlier too with with Shigun. That was another thing that he mentioned is like, don't build your decks around Oricorio because realistically in ranked, how often are you hitting an Oricorio?
No,
1 out of every 10 games?
If that, yeah. And in a bracket here, again, you play this deck, King Solomon, and it's just a straight meta call. You're like, well, I'm going to be hitting a lot of Hydreigon, I'm going to be hitting a lot of Suicune. And if I hit a Magnezone, then GG. But like, I'm going to hedge my bets, you know what I mean? And this is a deck that does very well into kind of both of those matchups. We see the Swablu lead here going first, but the Indeedee lead going second for Fiumba. You never want to lead Indeedee, but at least they're going second and not first. That Chingling is on the board. Wait, how did he get a Rocky Helmet on? Oh, okay, sorry. So, yeah, no, my bad. He was able to bench it and then attach the thing. Okay. Suicune comes down. Do we see a Froakie, though? Yeah, okay, we see the Froakie. So we're going to be apt to attach and retreat probably into Chingling, unless... I say that, but unless, we see the retreat right off the bat. Like, here's the thing, right, Jay? Like, are we doing the sleep play? Like, are we going to do that?
I was going to say we could go big dog again, right? And just go for the sleep play. Why not? They're down in energy. There's our red.
We have the red in hand, which makes me feel like he might go for it, which is crazy because we also have Sabrina, dude. Honestly, like, I was going to laugh at it, but I probably do go for that right now.
I'm going for it.
I probably do. The only thing that scares this here is if you flip, if he misses the coin flip and we see Rare Candy Greninja Cyrus next turn, he could bring up the first round stall, which would be suspect. But let's see.
Okay, we missed.
So the sleep does not stick. Not that Suicune could attack this turn anyway, but we still could see Rare Candy Greninja Cyrus to muck up the game a little bit. So let's see, because the Chingling Lock's not in play. So here we go. Here's the play here. Sabrina could go hard. That is Greninja EX. Fiumba here, a beast that Solomon has yet to face. Up to this point, he has beaten 3 Suicune Greninjas, but Fiumba
Yes,
Built different.
different.
Some might say built different. You know,
He may
so let's
be
see.
different because he's running a May, right?
That's right. Right. That's right. But you know, let's see, dude. I mean, this Greninja EX is again, it's a whole other can of worms. Now, what we can do, truthfully, is still Sabrina here and ride, and just sort of KO.
You think Sabrina?
But, you know,
or Mars?
We don't have Indeedee. So like we've seen, like this Greninja here was really good into the Altaria
You're right.
Greninja deck because they didn't play Indeedee, but we don't have Indeedee right now, so that makes things a little bit more awkward. I might go back. I might just go into Chingling.
Sabrina.
Though.
Sabrina's the move, I think.
We don't have a Rocky Helmet on this Altaria, even if we had red in hand. Like, it's a little bit scary, right? Rocky Helmet plus red is 170, so you can use that to get the KO, but we're missing a basic Pokemon regardless.
Yeah.
So this Swablu in the active, like, unless we go for a sleep again, but Greninja's ability now, Greninja EX does negate the sleep.
I might
so,
not kill. Yeah, I was gonna say, so you can't shifting stream out the Indeedee, right? So what if you just stall for a turn by making him put in the Indeedee?
That's what he did, and that's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing,
I guess. Which is crazy that this is what's happening, but you know, gives us a turn to maybe draw Indeedee, right? So that like an Indeedee is going to completely change around this game because if he had one on the bench, you know, he can live 2 hits from the Greninja. It's a totally different ball game. You know what I mean?
9 cards left.
Stalling. This stall here is really relevant. We see a research from Fuyumba. He's run through like entire deck. If we see a Froakie this turn, that really changes things because then that opens up maybe Water Shuriken on a future turn, you know, coming up. But yet to see it so far. And now it's like the decision too. It's like, do we stay into Indeedee, like, or do we just let it go down? Like, what's the the play here? You might let it go down.
Split the energy.
Mars in hand. If he has Mars in hand,
don't split the energy, but we are gonna let it go down. You're right. Potentially.
Yeah, and that does to me telegraph a bit of a Mars play to me. But what you can do here again, because if we don't see the Froakies, you can just retreat into Chingling and stuff. The Cape's nice, so that does negate maybe some Rocky Helmet type plays, but. Yeah, there it is too. So that Cape is relevant, but Klefki's in the deck though. Klefki is in the deck, but we would need another additional basic to hit for that full number. But
8 cards left, and yeah, we're looking for that Indeedee or Klefki, I guess, right? Maybe both.
Is he just gonna stay in? He's not. Yeah, he's gonna go into Ching, like I said. So again, no Water Shuriken on the board, right? Or Froakie even. So like we're kind of safe to just do this. There's really not any downside to this per se because like you item lock. And you kind of force your opponent, no matter what, to hit this Chingling with something, which is going to deal additional damage, which is always nice. It gives you maybe a couple of turns here, which is pretty good.
Exactly. You
also,
either put that Suicune into kill, or Suicune's not attacking, so I guess it's going to have to be the Greninja. They opted to heal the Indeedee too.
You never really want to bring up the Suicune. This May is probably going to find the Froakie, which you can bring down this turn. But May is in the hand, so if you do KO this Chingling this turn, Mars to 2 is going to be pretty relevant, right?
Yeah.
So let's see what happens here. This is anyone's game. This Altaria is a little bit scary, and yet again, like if we see, did he whiff the Froakie? Oh, seemingly whiffed the Froakie, which is crazy. And there's Klefki.
There's Big Key.
There's Big Key. He's here. I think we just bench him outright and just have him there. And we've yet to see Copycat or like any real like significant card draw, which is crazy. No Froakie yet. Are we gonna Mars now? He didn't bench
tough because you can Mars him right into a Froakie, you know?
Like, that's what I mean. Like if you didn't bench it last turn, does he have it? You know what I'm saying? He's just gonna Mars out regardless, which is a respectable play there. I do respect that. And now he's gonna go into Altaria with the red, with the Klefki, with the Rocky Helmet in hand. He's making a call here.
Is this the right play? Is this it? This is it though, right, Maddie? Because if we...
Dude, he's making the call. He's doing it.
He's
like, I'm either winning or I'm losing right now.
I'm winning or I'm losing. He's going big dog, because that means he has the helmet damage, red, Klefki, and he needs a basic.
Yeah, if he draws basic, he's got 170 damage, technically 190.
Isn't that crazy? 190 damage setup here.
The Klefki might pull this out here, but again, Mars could happen. What's in his deck for basics? Like I don't even know.
Please, chat. Oh no, there's the Mars.
Oh, the Mars, but that's a Mars to 3 though. Oh no,
it's a red,
but it's red though. That's crazy. Wait a minute.
That's what we needed, right?
That is the card we needed. Yeah, that in a basic. So let's see.
Come on.
Because there's no room.
Chat's gonna lose it.
You can play the Klefki anyway. So if this is Indeedee, oh my gosh,
Let's play the day right there. That's play of the day right there.
Hey,
Maddie.
That's every single thing you need. You
have the keys, the golden keys.
The golden keys with the Rocky Helmet Altaria. Even if this red wasn't able to KO, he could heal above the damage threshold anyway. So
that was nutty. Bro, the line was so insane.
Mars to 1 into red Indeedee is absolutely that's insane, dude. That's if Solomon wins this tournament, it's from that. That's what happened.
Deserved, well deserved. Insane first game there.
Bro, if the chat catches up to that, they're gonna pop off because that was
7 minutes from now. Yeah, the keys are making a comeback, bro. Everybody's gonna start putting keys in their deck.
Dude, everybody liked the stream for that play and for of course Klefki. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Game 2, Solomon here on a tear. He likes to beat Suicunes. He's you know, he's on the menu.
He's ready for
his favorite meal.
Yeah,
it's what his deck does. You know, let's see. Will Fiuma be the 4th in a row here to fall to our friend here? The hand is interesting. Furfrou, Indeedee, and Swablu. So every Pokemon in our deck, basically, other than Chingling.
The Chingling.
And he's going first. So that's obviously also not ideal. Froakie lead, so not a Suicune lead. So that's one thing going for him here. Regardless whether you go first or second, you can still just end up retreating into Chingling and letting that rock here. But you know, we've seen him, Jay, do other things. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if he just stayed in and just hit with Furfrou.
And just started going big with Froakie or Furfrou. Yeah, look at, he's got the helmet on. Like, I think that's the plan. Is maybe just go big with the dog. Dude.
But the dog has some momentum too, because like if you don't bench anything else, even Suicune can't really deal with this that well.
No,
because it needs to hit for like 100 effectively to KO it, which is hilarious. This water drip won't deal any damage, and the energy's already on the Froakie, so that does tell us a little bit what we need to know. Which is crazy, though, dude.
Oh, no. Like, do we set up a Mars play right now, then?
We could Mars, dude. We could Mars and Smack. It's a bit of a risky play. But, again, he might be tempted to just... He's like, nah, I'm doing it.
Going big Mars.
That was the quickest Mars play I've ever seen in my life. No Chingling lock here. So, yeah, just the Furfrou and let it ride. You know what I mean? Just let it rock here. It was a bit telegraphed. You know, when you attach to the Froakie. Yeah. But, I mean, what it told us is that he didn't have any other basics. So, like... You know, it's hit or miss. You know what I mean? You might have just given him Suicune, Indeedee, or whatever, but...
No Indeedee, we might be able to get this Froakie kill with just the dog, which would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, the helmet here changes things a little bit. Okay, there's a Pokeball. I mean, if he retreats, like, he can KO with Cyrus. Second Froakie, that's not a Suicune, though. He might have done it. Oh,
yeah, there's the Suicune.
But he's going to retreat. Like, there's no way he just doesn't stay in if he doesn't have the evolution, right? So... even if he goes into Suicune, like we could Cyrus that up, KO it, and then just attach.
And then we're so far behind on energy, and it's again not looking great.
Yeah, you're 2 turns away.
Suicune.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, I'm still like in awe on that key play last turn. That was so crazy. Everything lined up.
Bro, oh, he does have Frogadier, but he can't attack. So, okay, that's all. I like that play.
Okay.
He ended up drawing out.
Keeps you alive.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're gonna take 30 more damage, and even if you do have Greninja, it's going to get KO'd by Altaria, and you can Cyrus it up. So you have to evolve Altaria here so he doesn't Cyrus ping KO you next turn. He's
going
not
for it.
Just rolling
he says, "Let's go for it, dog."
Like, whatever. Okay, so he's thinking no Cyrus and Greninja in this 3-card hand. Maybe he's right. Maybe he's not right, but we'll see if that comes back to bite him here. That Greninja would have to be Water Shuriken to be able to KO that Swablu. But if he stays in, even if it's Greninja EX, he's getting smoked. Oh, Indeedee might change that. That's a top deck Indeedee. Maybe going into Suicune here. Suicune can take the KO. It is dealing 100 damage, which is enough to cross that threshold here with the damage reduction from Furfrou. But it will be taking damage from the Rocky Helmet, though.
Uh-oh.
And as we see, the Altaria and basics in the hand, and Cyrus in hand as well. I mean, it's kind of a recipe for disaster. It does seem to me like Solomon's kind of got what he needs to here.
Oh, the cape might be good. No, wait, it doesn't matter. Klefki.
He's got Klefki and Rocky Helmet damage.
We need
one more basic.
We need one more basic. Or red.
Or we could Klefki and then, or we could Klefki, or red. Or we could Klefki and then just Cyrus the Frogadier and KO it. And that leaves him with
That's true. That's true.
You know, and then what? So let's see here. Let's see what we got here. Also, like, Suicune's not going to deal that much damage to you. Oh, Rocky Helmet's big.
Helmet's big. Okay,
yes. So now we do this. I think we bench Klefki.
Yep.
But we
Play
might
ahead
not
of
pop the Klefki yet, but we definitely KO the Frogadier. I think we just double bench. And now he can't hit us next turn because he'll go down to even just the Klefki and only 2 on the bench, right?
Are you putting anything? Why? But careful of the Mars, buddy.
That's true. That is true. That's a true play. But we know Solomon by now. He's ride or die. He does not.
He's ride or die. And actually, you know what? If he does get Mars, that was only 1 prize point, not 2. So
I'm watching back the stream replay, and they're about to
enjoy the moment.
I forgot Ndidi, actually. I forgot about Ndidi, which is pretty relevant. But this weekend's only dealing 60, which is brutal. But we're down Cyrus already.
No way.
Cyrus is already gone.
Okay.
So we're living next turn regardless, which is really big.
No, it's this turn. No, it's not. And wait, it is his turn if we get a basic. Hey, we did it! It's over! The keys go down. The cape drops.
He does have it, yeah. Okay.
Bro, the keys.
The Klefki is so good in this particular matchup, and people slept on it. You know what I mean?
Holy.
People sleeping on the keys, bro. I mean, also like when you draw like this, like yeah, dude. I mean, you're rocking.
I mean, let's be real. You're right. The draws are out of control,
bro. Yeah.
This deck.
All right, 2-0. Solomon 2-0, dude.
Dude,
he's feasting, dude.
These are nasty performances too.
He's got a favorite meal, and it's being served to him one after another, and he's just
literally
ready for it.
I told you, he checked the menu, aka the pairings, and he was like, "Yes."
He went into like a 6-course meal, and they were like, "Here's the chicken," and they were like, "What do you want next?" And he was like, "I'll take the chicken," and they're like, "All right." I was like, "3rd course, what would you like?" He's like, "Give me I'll just take the chicken. It's pretty good."
You got any more of that mac and cheese in the back? Bring it out.
That's right. Anyway, game 3 could be a quick one here.
Could be it, guys. This could be a blowout.
Here's the moment on the replay. They're gonna see the.
Yep.
They're gonna see the Mars.
Oh, they're gonna get 2. They're gonna get another one 7 minutes from now.
That's true. They were almost exactly 7 minutes apart, which is pretty ironic.
All right, going second. Game 3.
Game.
Ooh,
3.
Not the best of start though.
It doesn't matter though, as we know, it really doesn't matter what he leads with. The chat's popping off.
Chat's gonna blow up. Yep.
They're going nuts. That's hilarious, dude. Okay. All right. Anyway, game 3, dude. Let's see. I love that one. All right. It all could end here, folks. The invitational could end right here, right now. Let's see.
You know, I'm gonna go ahead and be a little biased, Maddie, and I'm gonna say if King Solomon takes it, he totally deserves it. He was killing it today.
Yeah, dude, he's doing his thing here.
The key meta.
The first time I've seen all day. So, but there's the Chingling. So that's
the Ching.
What we wanted. Suicune went
first.
So basically, what this means here is that like the Chingling gets a couple of attacks off regardless. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't.
Yes.
It's gonna get a couple attacks off, and then by the time you can KO the Chingling,
I mean, look what's in our hand.
Red's in hand. Yeah, Red's in hand. Altaria's in hand. We have a second Chingling in hand. We could string those together. I don't think I play Copycat. I think I even just keep the Red in hand.
Yeah, I like this hand.
Frogadier turn 2, dude. I'm telling you, the Frogadiers have been coming out too. It's hilarious.
Ooh, and Ndidi. So, okay, this is big.
So now the Red is really relevant, unless of course we see a Cape, right? So that's pretty funny. But also, like again, you're forced to evolve the Altaria.
That's it, Maddie. This might be it right here.
The Greninja Cyrus play is gonna cook you. You know what I mean? So like, honestly, like I'm evolving, I'm attaching, I'm benching, and I'm playing. Wait a sec. Because the Mars could come back and get you. But as we've seen, he can draw through the Mars. So let's see. Yeah, it's in his hand. So I mean, it's do we see the Mars? And that's basically it, because he's already committed to the active Suicune, which is the position that this matchup puts you in at all times. It's like, all right, and you're gonna want to probably evolve that Frogadier into Water Shuriken. I just don't like the decision to like cut that from play. You know what I mean? Like, they just like not have the ability to have Water Shuriken. So, yeah, man, let's see, because I mean, even if like you already played the May, so there's no Cyrus, which means you're just gonna hit the Chingling. You know what I mean? And then you're gonna like, wait. I mean, he splits. He splits, Jay. He splits the energy, dude, which is crazy. And he's gonna ping the Ndidi.
And he's pinging Ndidi. Okay.
Yuma's playing this at a different capacity here. He's like, listen, bro. Like, I'm not falling for it. But Altaria's gonna come in and just KO with Red, and then we have so many possibilities after that. Like Sabrina's a win condition. There's no Rocky Helmet though, which is important to know. There's no Rocky Helmet. So that's a bit of a gap here, because like if he does Cyrus up the Ndidi and KOs it, then I guess you can Mars him to 1, so that's the other play you can make. You can Mars to 1 and then just ride out that way, but then you're on a ticking time bomb with the Chinglings because Greninja can just ping and KO the Chingling, so that's a little bit scary. So what you don't want to see here, if you're Solomon, is another basic Pokemon, because then he can ping a Chingling and still KO the Indeedee. You know what I mean? And we have no Rocky Helmet. So, like,
that's what I was just thinking. We might gas right here, right? We can't attack back into it.
I think this is an L unless we top deck Sabrina. That's our win condition.
Oh, wait, hold on. We're going to lock out the Froakie, though.
What? He's going to ping a Chingling, Cyrus up the... Wait, did he...
Well, no, because I'm sorry. We could... I'm thinking maybe he can retreat Chingling if he doesn't get the Sabrina here. Oh, who we caping?
Cape.
That's okay.
Indeedee.
The best thing you could do.
From Sabrina. Sabrina protection.
Fumba only running 1 cape, too, so that was what they needed to stay alive here.
Yeah, I think this. I think he's got it. I think he ended up overcoming here because no Rocky helmets. Drew the cape.
Yeah.
I think he's got it. Got it locked down here. Again, Mars to 1 and retreat potentially into Chingling to get some chip damage. Or I guess he can't.
It gets healed right off though, right?
Huh? It does, but it gives you a turn. Yeah, because there's no Rocky helmet.
If we had the helmet, things would be definitely different than what they are now.
What is... I mean, he hasn't taken any prizes, so, like, you can go a couple of turns here with no Cyruses somehow, technically. Well, and hopefully no... Yeah, that's a tall task. I think he's probably cooked this game. Fiumba setting himself up for the 0-2, the 3-in-a-row game win comeback here to win Grand Finals.
Yep.
He's ready for it.
He's going to have to.
But now we can just ping the Chingling, or not, or just, I guess, okay. You could have just ping the Chingling and then KO'd the active and... Oh, no, because he doesn't have any points. I keep forgetting. Still no Cyrus, though. And the reverse Mars, the Mars to 1, dude.
Wait, what if it's... No, that doesn't matter. I guess even if it's Sabrina, it doesn't matter, right? Because you can't really attack or do anything here.
No, because we've already used Cyrus. And there's no
you know what we can do now, though? Hold on, maybe they misplayed, because now we can go in with Indeedee. Right?
Yes,
is this a play?
But we still lose to... Yeah, you can go to Indeedee.
Okay.
But we already used Cyrus, so I don't know what this does.
And we didn't heal right there
for
some reason. I don't know why.
Sabrina, you're right, though. Sabrina top deck now does win him the game again. Unless we see Greninja EX Rare Candy. Yeah, he's got
there we go.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, listen, these
guys are
game.
A 3-0 blowout would have been a little much, but...
Yeah, dude. I mean, I told the people Solomon's gone 3-1 into Suicune all 4 of these rounds. I don't know if you remembered or noticed that. He's gone 3-1 in each one of these. So he's lost 1 game in every single one of these matches. He just... but he's, again, if this week, if Fumba can go 3-0 here and win the next 2 games, like, that's a feat in its own right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's going to be a barn burner.
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
I would love to see it happen.
Dude, insane.
Either way, I'm rooting for either player here. King Solomon is absolutely killing it with this deck, with this gameplay.
Dude, he did he made the call. Like, if you were to tell me, hey, like, Altaria, anti Suicune Altaria were to win here and dodge Magnezone or Corio's, like, I'd be like, all right, like,
yeah,
okay. Like, that's an outcome that does make sense. You know what I mean?
Starting game
going first in DD lead for Fiumba, though. And as we've seen for Solomon, it doesn't really matter what he leads.
You're right.
Like, it doesn't really change much, especially going second. And then you'd rather have the Klefki than not, because now if he does want to cape the Indeedee, like, he can't really do that confidently. So, yeah, there's pieces to the puzzle for both decks. Like, Altaria does need everything. Like, it needs the Klefki, needs the Rocky helmet, needs the red, needs the Swablues, needs the Altaria. It needs all that
questionable
stuff. So,
professor, but we hit with it.
No Chingling, but no basics for Fiumba here on that first turn, which is kind of brutal. He's actually going to split here, decides to just not even attach an energy to attack this turn to Klefki. Like, I don't really know. I guess it doesn't matter because he'll heal it. So
yeah,
probably.
I think it's probably a good play.
Could even go for the sleep play next turn.
Could go for a sleep play.
Any other basics, dude? Like,
I don't understand. We got to hit a copycat next turn. There's 6-7 cards in his hand.
May. Okay, so he's about to May away like 2 evolution Pokemon. Because we know he's got... Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, when I play Suicune, there's so many times, bro, where, like, my whole hand is, like, unplayable evolution Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've led with like double Greninja, double Rare Candy. It's like, all right.
And when you can't find that Suicune right away, it's devastating when it's like, okay, now I'm down to 2 cards, or like you said, I just have a handful of non-playable.
The Sabrina is in hand right now. We need to realize that is in play, and there's only one Froakie on that bench, which is crazy. The red is here as well. The Altaria, like, we might want this Klefki to stick around, or we might want the basics. So, like, what I would honestly do here is attach, retreat, evolve, and just try not to get my Klefki KO'd, because if we, you know what I mean, it's going to be pretty... He can't retreat. He can't attack you next turn, regardless.
I like it.
So, like, I think we
sleeping?
Don't let him... Yeah, why wouldn't you? Like, there's no... Why? Yeah. If you can just KO the Indeedee, like, you always do that, I think. Especially with Sabrina in hand.
That's a good idea. I forgot you would end up KOing this. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Sleep misses, so he can retreat, but if he retreats, then, like, that's a bad play regardless, unless it's Suicune. Unless it's a Suicune, yeah. Another research, okay. He's drawing. He's moving through his deck. I don't love Solomon's hand, right? It's not like...
No.
It's got some pieces. You know, there's the Suicune, so we can attach, retreat into Suicune. Or not. Or just let the Indeedee go down. Frogadier comes out as well. But we have red and Klefki, so, like, with basic Pokemon, like, we can't... Actually, we can't even take the KO this turn, which is crazy. But neither can he. He's still in a position to where he can attack you. Because he has to attach to this Indeedee to do anything. So you just hit him. Like, I just think you're
I'm not... That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to end up doing...
Mars, dude. Hit him
with
Mars.
The Mars.
We could have actually used red to KO this turn, right? Or is
that
100?
No, 120. No, yeah, it'd only been 120. Yeah.
All right. Well, we have Sabrina and Cyrus in hand. So this is a play that is totally fine in the grand scheme of things, right? Because, you know, next turn...
Well, they have to hit into you if they're going to do any damage, and that'll put...
Well, so... To get over the Greninja EX, if that comes out, like, all he needs is, like, a basic, because he's got Klefki, and he's got red, and he's got Rocky Helmet. So it's
true.
Like,
we can do the same line as last time.
Yeah, like, that's a condition here. And again, like, he knows this Indeedee is just not doing anything. It has to be here. Like, if he retreats the Indeedee, that's fine. We get an attack off into Suicune, or we KO the Frogadier. So it's like, you know, I think at this point, he's kind of just letting the Indeedee go down, which is really strange to me, like, frankly, because the Rocky Helmet's on the Altaria. So Suicune's never something you want to bring into a hit. Because that's a losing matchup here. I don't love Fiuma's position, but you know, there's a route. There's definitely a possibility for him to make it out here. But a lot of opportunities. That
both players
come back to bite him.
Yeah, the Froakie could. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, just because of Sabrina.
That's true. You're gonna have to get 2 evolutions now.
Yeah, so he's just going to let the Indeedee go down.
Oh, boy.
And there's a basic. So we can now split, and we just attach... Well, we probably want to attach to... that's fine. Open up the sleep play. And yeah, man, I mean, honestly, I think we just KO, dude. Because now what?
Because what do they do? You're right.
EX,
it's game over with Sabrina.
Here. And even if he has a Greninja EX, dude, like, we just heal with Indeedee, and he doesn't 2-hit KO. And if he goes into Suicune, if he hits, he gets KO'd, because we have Klefki, we have red in hand.
Oh, my God, it's over.
It's kind of over, yeah, unless we see a Mars. Unless we see, like, Greninja EX and Mars or something. Or a basic in Mars. Mars is a good card. We want Mars here. 1,000% we would like to Mars him to 1, because that's going to open up the opportunities here. But, again, we would also need Cape. We would also need Cape.
Yeah, we need a Cape, you're right.
And that's not Greninja EX.
And that's not Greninja EX. You're absolutely right there, too.
He's got a lot of cards. He's got a lot of cards in his deck because he hasn't had Suicune in the active all game. Like, he hasn't been drawing. And there's the Cape, but we know that's not going to matter, dude. We know that's not going to matter, so...
Oh, boy.
Is he going to... Yeah. Yeah.
He has to attack, right? He can do 140 here.
He can stall for a turn with Greninja, but that's not going to...
He does it. Yeah. It's over, folks. Our new champion.
Does he need a basic? 140, 120. Red is 120. Yeah, so that's GG.
That's it.
Yep, he's got it. He's got the Klefki red combo. That's the 140 sweet spot. Rocky Helmet, Klefki red. Rocky Helmet, Klefki red is just going to beat Suicune.
Yep.
And we've seen it so many times. King Solomon here. 3-1 for the 4th time in a row, beating Suicune Greninja. An incredible run. Shout out to King Solomon for being an absolute
Shout out
here.
to King Solomon. Shout out to Fumba, too.
Yeah, of course. Shout out to Fuma. Shout out to all these players. Listen, we're open to feedback. I apologize if people weren't happy with the structure of the tournament. It was fun to watch. I had a good time. It's all for fun anyway. So anyway,
yeah.
Anyway, that's the Invitational, guys. That is like the first season. The leaderboards, the rankings are going to reset, into the next tournament. The next tournament will be when B2 comes out. Fantastical Parade, so it'll be a whole new metagame. Very, very exciting, guys. But I mean, that's it.
What a
That's it,
day.
Jay.
Manny, those were some crazy games there, especially at the end. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better finals set than that, I feel like.
5 hours on the dot. 5 hours
Hey,
on the dot.
quicker than I thought, considering we were doing best of fives. I didn't hate the structure. I had a fun time today. Chat, I guess let us know if you guys had fun. Guys, I guess real quick here to wrap it up. My name's Jay Dankus. If you don't know by now, I'm sure you do. You guys, I'm sure can follow me, sub to me on the links. I'm sure Lamp or Light, somebody's dropping links in there for us. Maddie, thank you so much for hosting this. It's been a lot of fun. I'm really glad we got to hang out today and watch these games. Again, it was a lot of fun.
Dude, great time. I wouldn't want it any other way. This is why we do it. You know what I mean? It's just
absolutely. Manny, anything else, I suppose, before we wrap it up here? Or?
Well, I mean, there it is. Stay tuned to the YouTube. We'll cover the results on Monday, probably. And then Tuesday and Wednesday will likely just be sort of preemptive B2 content. So we'll talk about the new cards, new decks. Maybe we'll get the set leaked and have a set review. We'll be live Wednesday for the set release at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Definitely tune into that. But yeah, you're going to want to stay tuned this week. A ton happening. This is a very massive week for Pokemon Pocket with all of the updates coming. It's going to be a massive update. So Stay tuned. But again, thanks for tuning in, guys. I really appreciate it. It's been a ton of fun. Thanks for the first season. Super successful first season. We're going to continue on. We're not going anywhere. So
heck yeah. Maddie, real quick before we end it, actually I had a couple questions for you on this upcoming week. You notice that the pack is releasing at a different time, right? It's releasing at
8 p.m.
8 p.m. Yeah, instead of the reset of how it's normally been. It's gonna be a little earlier in the evening, so maybe we can all at least stream our pack openings that night and get some gameplay in. I'll be live. I don't know about you, but I'm going to be live for pack opening. So again, guys, make sure you stop into the live streams over this next week. It's going to be a fun time. I'm pretty sure I will also do like a recap of these finals matches. If you guys want to check those out, just be on my channel. Make sure again to go hit that sub button, the follow button over on Twitch. Maddie, again, it was a lot of fun today. I guess anything else before we wrap it up here?
Nah, that's it, man. Like and subscribe. Go check out Jay. Shout out to the judges. Shout out to the casters, being Jay. And then shout out to the Discord moderators, everybody involved. It's a large team effort, so I appreciate it, guys.
Agree with that. Again, shout out to everybody. Thank you guys so much for watching today. It has been a blast. We will catch you throughout the week, I'm sure, and then we'll catch you next weekend. You guys have a good one. Take it easy. See you later.
Good.